I worship Triple Gem with my greatest respect, and I worship Parayan Mahasi at his feet. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and also our Dhamma friends who are helping us with the technical work. May all you be blessed by Triple Gem, and we are very grateful for the service you are providing. So this is yet another session uh, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Sri Lankan time as a part of the Buddothpado PeoTV channel, which is conducted in English medium. So this has been started fairly recently, and the purpose or the intention is to convey this pure Dhamma facts, which has been disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2,600 years ago. So those teachings actually have been evolving into some extent. Certain things were added, and certain important and deep facts have been sort of missed during this time. So as Buddhism, basically what we were hearing was that a teaching which was mostly leaned towards the amisa or the material type of offerings and material type of activities, and also we got the impression that nirvana is not something that is achievable easily, and it is not something understandable easily, and maybe it might take so many other births. Maybe we have to wait until the next Lord Buddha is born. So that was the story that most of us had, and lots of weight was given to meditation, concentration meditation mainly. Actually, those were the influences of some other religions, other beliefs. It was not what Lord Buddha stressed on. He didn't stress on this concentration meditation. And concentration meditation was something there in India, even at the time of his birth. Uh, so, and when he was going in search of truth, he went to many teachers who were doing this concentration meditation, and he followed until the end of their teaching, but realized that it's not what he was looking for. And then rest of the history is all his understanding, all self understanding, with no teacher or guide at that time. So it was something amazing for a person, as a human mind, to invent all this truth without any form of guidance. Because of that, the word Samma Sambuddha is added. The word Samma Sambuddha is added to describe Lord Buddha, because it was all his findings, all his self understandings. So this was the true Dhamma facts actually, and what Lord Buddha stressed on was to go on the practical aspect of it, and that is how you can end up this current which is generating with each thought. So it is a beautiful story and a beautiful thing to understand and listen. Actually, Dhamma is really beautiful, and the way that it is applied to day-to-day activities is really amazing. And Lord Buddha said, "Come and see." Ehipassiko in Pali. Come and see. I'm not stressing for you to believe this. I'm not teaching something for you to follow. And in fact, he asked some monks once, are you preaching this Dhamma simply because I told you, because you have a respect to me? They said, no, no, Venerable Sir, we have understood it ourselves. So that is what is meant by Buddhism. We know that it is a philosophy, it's not yet another teaching. So that is what which has been revealed again, because it was partly hiding, covered with many other added facts from other sources, and also a fairly significant, I would use the word damage, happened during the translations also, uh, when it was done by people who haven't had the inner transformation themselves, because this translation to Sinhalese language was not done by arhants who has had this ultimate change or the inner transformation. So therefore, there lots of changes has happened, and the original pure teaching is there in the Pali sutras, which were studied by our noble friend Avaran Vase, and then revealed the true Dhamma teaching little by little. Now we know that there's nothing called to be born again and again several times, or maybe many, many times, until we see another Lord Buddha, until we meet another Lord Buddha to hear Dhamma from him, to reach nirvana. It's actually a kind of ridiculous thing to even say, because nirvana is something that you can experience then and there in each thought. Everything in Buddhist teaching is centered around this particular moment, this now and here, this particular thought. That is what matters actually. Now, right now, it's just single thought, and if you live for 10 more years, and that time also it is a single thought. It's not something going from here to there. It is not, there's no mind which is persisting from now on for the next 10 years. Now, right now, it's a single thought, and in 10 years, 15 years, that instant again it's a single thought. And now if you are thinking about the future, it's coming up as a thought right now. And if you think about the past, you say that I remembered this, remembered that, but that is a past thought is telepathizing to this moment, so it's coming up as a fresh thought at this moment. And if you are going to talk anything about the future, that is coming as a thought at this moment. So the thing called future plan or whatever is just another thought coming up at this moment. So every Dhamma fact explained in Buddhism is applicable to that moment only. It's always very beautifully you can explain uh, to that particular moment, that fraction of a second it happens. So we know that the speed is something that is always the create of this illusion at every level. The level of seeing, level of hearing, uh, feeling the taste, uh, smell, and the skin, all of them are actually creations of the speed. If that speed can be stopped for by somehow, there is no creation, then there is no self. But the nature is such that this creation always continuously happens due to the speed. So we know some examples about the speed creating something. We have mentioned this earlier also. One example from Lord Buddha's time is that when you spin a ball of fire tied up in a rope or fixed in an iron rod, if you spin it very fast, uh, you can see it as a circle. So because of that speed of spinning, faster the speed, it looks like a continuous ring of fire. Uh, and the present time, one of the examples or the metaphors is that sorry, there was a small interruption of power. Yeah, one of the metaphors given in the present time is that alternate current or AC current, uh, which which is with the alternate current which is uh, used for a bulb, uh, the tungsten filament of the bulb. There is a rapid flow of the current which is alternating. It's becoming on and off continuously. And the brief time that is off, that means there is no power, is not visualized because of the speed. So the fraction of second where the current is there, where it is on, is continuously uh, seen as a continuously lighting bulb. So that is one of the uh, newer uh, examples to explain this. So whatever the example you are taking, whatever the metaphor which is given, the basic truth is that when there is a fast speed, uh, it creates something as if it is there. It's an illusion. So this is what happens at the level of the eye, because there is a continuous vibration. There is something which looks like a persisting light. Continuous vibration of the eardrum will lead to or gives rise to something which looks like a persisting sound. And same thing applies to the tongue, nose, and the skin. The speed is the decisive factor in all these instances, as I mentioned. Now, last few days, we were trying to explain the 4 steps of practical experience, and that is one of the very practical teachings done by our R.N. Vahanse, our noble friend. He himself has practiced it of his own, and in fact, he has practiced it for years before making it as a sort of teaching tool. So he has practiced each step for years, and then when he was convinced with each step, then he lined it up and then made it as a practical tool, so that when he's passing this message, when he's doing these teachings, he used it as one of the practical tools. We talked about the first step, uh, where we where the understanding is that everything is a creation in the mind. Uh, as I said, it is one of the most difficult things to start with, because we have had our camera, our CCTV camera focused to the outside world always. And we felt that the world is real and myself is real. So that was the beginning. And when you realize the fact that the sensor means uh, there's a function. Sensor means a function. For the function, you need the physical component of the body, the five organs, eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So without those physical components, you can't talk about a function. Uh, we also mentioned that for a person who is blind from birth, you can't talk about the light, or you can't talk about a shape. Uh, and if a person is deaf from birth, you can't talk anything about hearing. For some reason, if there is an ailment where there is no tongue, or the tongue is not functioning in the normal way, you can't talk about the tastes. Sometimes this can be temporarily experience. There is no taste now, especially the infections of the throat area, mouth area. Sometimes, for a short period, a person might feel that no taste at all in the food that is eaten. So that means what is happening? There's a problem of the physical component. Uh, and also occasionally the nose. There are some illnesses where there's no smell sensation at all, occasionally. But more frequently, I think most of you may have experienced that with common cold. Uh, you can't feel any smell. So that means again there's a problem with the physical organ. And when you have certain illnesses, sometimes some parts of the body is like numb and you can't feel anything. And this is more obvious if you have undergone any type of surgery with some local anesthesia, where one part of the body is made numb. So you cannot, in such situations, you cannot talk about feeling solidity, liquidity, airiness, or the warm and cold feeling. So those are the four things that is felt by the skin. Now we know, it's very clear now that physical component has to be there for us to have the function. So the sensor means, in other words, it's a function of seeing, hearing, and a feeling of taste, smell, and the skin sensation. So, sensor means it's a function. So now there is a function occurring at this level. How does that function occur? We use the word vibration, and there is some change in that sensor function. There is some change occurring, and then it's felt, something is felt. That feeling occurs because of the rapid vibration at that level. So, and this is followed by the thought formation, that is the combination of these sensor functions, and the thought formation occurs. So, thought is a different type of a vibration. You add tea leaves, water, sugar, and milk, and then come up with a product called milk tea. In the milk tea, you can't separate out the components, of course, but you know that the components are needed to make that. That is how the thoughts are formed. The other sensor functions from the other five combine together to form a different type of vibration. Uh, so when this uh, knowledge is there as a part of this understanding, you know that it is a creation of the mind, because the sensor faculties, sensor organs are unable to understand uh, what it is, what that stimulus is. So the understanding or naming is the function of the mind faculty. That is why in the first step we said, always it is a thought, always it is in the mind. So the world is created in the mind. And depending on the capacity of the senses, depending on the type of the senses, each living being creates its own world. Well, there is no creator, that I have to correct it. There is no creator. There's a process of creating as if the own world. And the ignorance or the foolishness is that what is felt with this sense of function is taken as real as existing outside. So that is the biggest illusion. Now the second step we said, now the camera is turned towards inside, and now we know that everything is a thought. So thoughts are words, isn't it? The wall, pencil, pen, television, computer, phone, myself, son, husband, flowers, everything, river, lake, all are thoughts, all are words. They are all creations of the mind. Now, in the second step, what we tried to understand was that there is nothing called mind, also. There is nothing permanent called mind, also. Then we turned towards that and tried to understand what is meant by the mind and what is this thought process. Then we came to know about the three wisdoms, three jnanas, which helped us to understand this process. Every thought is a single vibration, even though it is a combination of several other vibrations. It is again just a single vibration, and that vibration gets telepathized with another vibration which occurred at some stage. We call it memory in mundane world. Actually, there's nothing coming from that end to this end. Uh, there's nothing permanent, lasting called memory. And the understanding was that memory is something to do with the brain. Uh, well, memory is not something stored in the brain, but of course some parts of the brain is needed for this function called this memorizing, uh, because as a ground level, as the physical component, like the eye is essential for the function of seeing, ear is essential for the function of uh, uh, hearing, the thought, uh, formation of the thought is happening with the background, with the help of the brain which is in the background. So one of the beautiful examples, modern examples given by Avaran Vahasi is that a battery, car battery. Car battery has so many material components, the metal parts, plastic parts, acid, water, cells, all that. So when everything is intact, the current is generated. But you can't point out the finger and say this is where the current is. But the current is generated. And if there is a damage to the battery, or if there is some problem with the battery, the current that you expect or the current that is usually generated will not happen. There will be less power or some difference will be there. So like that, when the brain is normally functioning, the current is formulated, generated, but you don't know, you can't exactly say this is where the current is. Like uh, that in the brain also, you can't say this is where the thoughts are formulating. This is where the mind is. So it's needed as a background, but no way to point out and say, where is your thought? Is it outside or inside the body? That also you can't say. There's no place that you can show. So each time we talked about these three wisdoms, the the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana means the wisdom about the uh, past thoughts, previous thoughts. And Chutupapata Jnana is the wisdom about this present thought. And when you know how these thoughts are formulated, that we discussed in detail, how these thoughts are formulated, when you know it, that is your wisdom about the past thoughts. You know the mechanism. When you know that mechanism, you exactly know how this present thought was formulated. And when it is understood how the thoughts are formed in the past, in the previous thoughts, automatically the value which was given to the present thought, or the way the system feels about this thought that it is real, that concept gets loosened and gets weaker and weaker. So now the system understands that this thought is also just a creation. And when you realize that the thoughts are just fake or constructs, mental constructs occurring right now at this moment, and it is a series of thoughts that is felt as the mind. When that understand is very clear, little by little, the current generated in relation to the thoughts, or in other words, the defilements, or in other words, your self feeling gets less and less. That is what is meant by the third wisdom, or the Asavakya Jnana. So, those are the three wisdoms explained that is essential to understand this Buddhism. So, when you have these tools, when you do have this understanding, little by little, it becomes clear that there is nothing in the mind also. There's nothing permanent called thoughts or mind also. It's something evolving, changing, fast moving flow only. And why did I say evolving? It changes because the flow of thoughts that you had as a baby is completely different from the thoughts that you have now. And the thoughts of an elderly person is completely different from a young system's thoughts. So pattern is evolving, and the nature of the mind or the thoughts are that wantedness to maintain, wantedness to experience something different. So when you take this pattern into the consideration, it becomes clear and clear that there's nothing in the thought also. So first step, uh, try to understand that coconut tree is born as a thought, and in the second step it's realized that there is no coconut tree, there is no lasting coconut tree or a permanent coconut tree in the mind also. It is just a simple construct uh, in relation to the sensor functions that again occurred at this moment. So in relation to the sensor functions, it may be a seeing, it may be a hearing, and it may be something touched. So these will collectively come up with the thought called coconut tree. So then it's realized that there's nothing permanent called thought also. And then we discussed about the third step in this practical experience. Third one when it's clear that there's nothing in the thought also, there's nothing in the mind also, uh, automatically it's turned towards the sensor level. uh, so the layer by layer, it's been removed. First layer was the outside world, and second layer was the creation in the mind. And when that layer is removed, what is left is the third layer, which is the sensor functions. And we talked about the sensor functions in detail yesterday. What is meant by sensor functions? They are basically hearing, seeing, and the feeling, those three. Ditta, sutta, mutta. Ditta means what is seen, sutta means what is heard, and then what is felt to the nose, tongue, and the skin comes under mutta. Sorry. So now, when this level is explored, uh, it's clear that uh, it's just a creation again due to the fast occurrence. And then all the time, throughout the day, and not only during the day, even the night in the dreams, there's nothing beyond the functions of these five senses. And sometimes the mind acts as a separate senses. Altogether, you can say six senses. So there's nothing beyond these six senses. Uh, and when it comes to different animals, you have to say nothing beyond one sensor for the earthworm, which is the skin. And different animals, there may be some animals who have more than five sensors, so it depends. Um, so depends on the number of sensors, and then we uh, now come to know, or we understand that it's all sensor functions. Even if you get angry, we talked yesterday a little about this. Even the things like anger, sadness, they are also sensor functions. Even things like uh, tearing, when you feel sad on something, you're crying. And the tears is not always, tears is not that doesn't indicate that I am crying. It's another function of the body sensor. So now when you understand this fact, it looks very clear that everything is a sensor function. There's nothing beyond sensor functions. This Lord Buddha has mentioned in one of the sutras. He asked the monks, "Tell me, if possible, if you can identify anything beyond the level of these six senses." So it's very clear everything can be packed within these limits of these six senses. Whatever is experienced is within these six senses. So that is what we try to understand in the third level of practical experience. And the last and the fourth is the most important thing. There's no self in here. It's just a hearing to the ear, just a taste to the tongue, just a picture to the eye, just a picture to the, just a smell to the nose, and just a feel to the skin. There's no self in this one. Now, I said the gradually, the purpose of these four steps is that gradually you get rid of this self feeling, which is very strong uh, in the mind of a person, because that is what has been in practice all this time. And because there was a self, or because of this current, only you and me are here now like this. If that current became zero at some point, that indicates that there's no self, and then we wouldn't have been here. Actually speaking, we talk a lot about the self, but there's no self at all, never existed. For something which never existed, we are using so many words, so many explanations, and trying in our best to understand what is this called self. But really speaking, it's funny actually. That is something never ever existed. But that is the strongest thought that the systems are trying to understand. One single thought, which is very powerful, the self thought or the self view. And the most difficult but single most uh, thought is a self view. We know now it is something that got gradually built up. So we will just try to go back and see how this self was formulated, because the last step in this one, in this practical experience, is that before starting the practical procedure, you have to in a thought you have to uh, mm, take it up. There is no self in here. That thought should be solidified before you start the fourth step. And then uh, it gets automatically applied for a person who has practiced this. But for a person who is new, actively in a thought has to remind that there is no self. It is just a hearing, there is no self. It is just a seeing, no self. Just a skin feel, no self, like that. Actively in a thought, you have to get it reinforced. And when you do it like that, uh, later on, the system will realize that you do not have to actively think, but just automatically as a thought it comes that there is no self in this hearing, there is no self in this seeing. And later, further, when the system understands it better, or when there is more inner changes, it comes as a feel. There's no self. It's something like, I mean, you look at the mirror now, in the showrooms, there are huge mirrors sometimes, showing as if the space is doubled. A person even might try to go to the other side, especially in clothing stores. You see these type of large mirrors, but generally a person will feel that there is no other side on this one. This is just a simple mirror. Without a thought, without actively taking it up as a thought, it comes as a feel that there's nothing, no other side. Uh, so those are the levels that is experienced by a system. So basically, there is no self. Self never existed, even though so many words are used, so many explanations are given, and so many ways of practicing to get rid of this feel of self. Uh, and something, can you imagine something which has never existed has become so strong and manipulating everything? So it's very strong, it's a very strong concept, self. It actually started from the scratch. The little baby never had a self. The baby just born or just few weeks old never had a self. uh, Never had a self weave. Yes, that should be the correct way. Never had a self weave and never had a self perception right at the beginning. But what were the experience of the little baby? Uh, in the uterus also there are some self vibrations, especially when there is pressure from outside to the womb. Sometimes the skin feels that, and it also says that some form of hearing perceptions also could occur. Uh, for a person who is interested about these things, you can check from various scientific articles, because some sound perception is also possible, and certain the skin perception with the pressure is possible. So these are very fine levels. We can talk more clearly about the baby who is born, and if the five physical organs are functioning, uh, there is some self vibration. How does it happen? Now the examples: as soon as the baby is born, baby is wet in the fluid, and quick, the baby will feel cold if quick wrapping in a cloth is not done, because obviously the temperature inside the womb is higher than the outside temperature. So when the baby comes out from a warmer environment to the colder environment, there is a feeling of cold, and it's all wet. Uh, so the skin has the capacity to identify this cold feeling, the liquidity, and also the uh, cold temperature change. That is the very first thing that we can talk about just after birth. What happens at the skin level? We talked about this vibration. Vibration means there is some change. We can, in simple words, you can say that there is some change occurring in every cell of the skin, and that change we call it a vibration. And if you draw it on a paper, it's sort of up and down wave pattern. Now, what happens at this level? The skin sensor finds it uncomfortable. It's a discomfort at that sensor level, and then the baby will indicate the discomfort. Maybe the baby will cry. Those are all parts of the skin sensor activity. The crying and the moist feeling and the cold feeling, all are creations of the body function or the body faculty. And what happens is that there is a fast vibration at that level, and there is a feel of this. So that means the skin sensor is functioning, isn't it? Uh, Not immediately, but after a few days or weeks, maybe, we can see that the baby's other functions are also there. For example, the eyes. Uh, Even at birth, this can be observed. When there is bright light, the baby will sort of close the eyes. What happens there? There is a vibration at the eye level, and some light is created. And that light is synchronized to some other similar vibrations outside. And then we call some seeing of light happens. But what happened actually was the creation was at the level of the eye, and that got synchronized or equalized. This mechanism we call telepathization. That becomes this. Because there was a vibration in the eye, it becomes equal to some other vibration which is outside. So there's some discomfort to the physical organ. Because of that, the baby will close the eyes. Further, after maybe few weeks, uh, uh, And also, one more thing about the taste. Now, immediately after birth, the baby is offered the mother's milk, and there is vibration of the tongue and feels something, and it feels that what is called some taste, but there is no description of what that taste is, but there is some taste felt at the tongue level. Again, there is a vibration of the tongue level, that is why the taste is felt. And sucking, of course, sucking from the mother is a kind of what you call a reflex action. There are many reflex actions in any living being. Uh, Things like closing the eye when there is something coming near the eye, or pulling the hand or the leg when there is something uncomfortable felt. Those are reflex actions. Uh, so, those are actually part of the defensive mechanism of the body. There's nothing to do with the thoughts. Uh, so, with time, you know that the baby is responding to the sensor functions. If you remember the small age of your child or your grandchild or whoever is at home, small one, you might remember that a colorful merry-go-round was hanging on the top for the baby to see. Sometimes pictures are pasted on the wall for the baby to see. And sometimes the mother might come and peep, or the siblings will come and peep uh, to the face of the baby. And you may have experienced that the baby is focusing. That indicates that the baby can see, isn't it? What happens there? Now, still, baby has no idea at all about the self. Now it's slowly developing. And what happens in there is some vibration of the eye level, and that vibrations become equal to something, some other vibration outside. And that process we say seeing, function of seeing. So the baby can see the merry-go-round. Baby can see the face of the mother. Baby can see the face of the sibling. But baby has no idea what it is. There's some seeing. And when there is some seeing, there is a very subtle feeling that self is here. A self, there's a perceiver on this side. You can't actually use the word perception at that time. It's only a self vibration. So, feeling in a very subtle way that there is a self who is enjoying this seeing or hearing. Similarly, you can, you might remember if you talk to the baby or if there is any music, uh, the baby might indicate that the baby can hear. So, always in these instances, there is a vibration of the faculty or the sensor, uh, and then it becomes equal to another vibration somewhere. Because we know that everything in outside are just trillions of vibrations. So, this vibration can become equal to any other vibration which has a similar frequency. We say this equalization or this resonating or this telepathization, we call this process seeing, hearing, or feeling. This becomes equal to another one. This becomes that. Two things become same, equal. There's no gap in between. So that is similar to this one. So that becomes this, or this becomes that. So this is the process that happens at the little baby's level. So feel something in a subtle way that the self is there. So that is the self vibration level, very primitive level. Still no thoughts, no descriptions of what is seen or heard or felt, and there is no combining of the sensor functions either. Individually, it's felt then and there, and the self vibration occurs then and there. There's no continuity because each time one sensor is functioning, but because there is a fast speed, a system can feel as if more than one sensors are functioning at the same time, but in a very quick manner, it's jumping from one to the other. So uh, this is the infant stage where there is a self vibration only. And what happens now? These are all uh, parts of the chitta niyamaya, or the natural process, or it's a part of it's a kind of a law, natural law. So with time, what happens, the physical organs become more and more mature. With that maturity, some other changes occur in the function also, and the baby gets rather than individually experiencing the seeing, hearing, or feeling, little by little, these sensor functions combine together. So, for a baby who is about 10 11 months, there's no description, no words, but they develop something, some form of figure called mother. There's no name, but they in a very subtle way combine automatically these combination of the uh, seeing, hearing, and certain components of the feeling also. So that happens maybe around 1 year or a little older, but still no words. So that stage, what do we call it? We call it self perception. So the self perception means there is some information coming up together, but still no strong thoughts, still no well established words, and still you can't talk about the thoughts and you can't talk about the defilements. But the potential to have defilements are there right from the beginning, from the time that the zygote got embedded. Uh, the current which got telepathized to the zygote is continued. So, because of that, there is a potential to have or create uh, defilements at later stages. So, in the baby, maybe the toddler, still no proper words, but the self perception is there. Now it's a bit stronger, isn't it? I mean, the baby feels that uh, self is there, but there's nothing called myself or my things, me, myself, or mom, or nothing like that. So from the self perception level, the self vibration becomes stronger when it comes to the self perception level. Uh, and from the self perception levels, when the child is a little bit older, the word starts coming up. That means the thoughts. Now he is capable, that system is capable of tying up two, three things together to have a thought. Now, what are the thoughts? Mom is a thought, uh, brother is a thought, ball is a thought, dad is a thought, milk is a thought. So all these things are thoughts. This is the process of combination of uh, several, more than two or more of the sensor functions. And the thoughts means now there is a potential to surface the defilements. In other words, that self perception turns into the self view. Now myself is a thought. Now this is all happens in a natural way, but it is enhanced by what is called the teaching and learning process. Now, from the beginning, even at home, the elders or the elder siblings will start helping the child to form these thoughts. They will show the baby's reflection on the mirror and say that this is baby Mala. We'll take Mala as a name. This is baby Mala. Now the baby gets more perceptions. That picture, which is a creation of the I, is Mala or myself. So the body, the baby little by little start gathering up these details, information. This body is myself. And also, you might remember if you go to your childhood or the childhood of your children or grandchildren, uh, we show them the different parts of the body, isn't it? This is Mala's nose. This is baby's eyes, ears. Okay, now the baby is now getting more and more information. Yes, these are my body parts. And then different things are shown sometimes. This is baby's frock. This is Mala's frock. This is Mala's food. Do you like it? Do you want more? And Mala, this is your brother. Okay, now can you see? I mean, the way that so-called teaching and learning process makes this self-perception and the self-we strong and stronger. Now there is a established self now. The mostly the body is tied up to that self view. Mostly strongly it's felt that this body is me, myself. And in relation to that self view, the strong feel about the self is, in other words, that is a different word for the defilements. Uh, when myself is there, when there's a self called myself, when the self weave is there, mm, the things that are liked and disliked, hatred or clinging, all sorts of currents uh, come up, which means that is the part of that sequence in that system. The current or this feeling of myself or these defilements, they are all same, they are all words used to explain the same thing. And now there is a self, and that self view, those thoughts are also changing with the time. When the child was small, the thoughts which were coming under self view were different, like belongings changed, the things liked changed, the things disliked also changed. So the world becomes thicker and getting expanded now. The world around the child, initially which was a very small world, now it becomes stronger. And at the Montessori level, the child is sort of given a huge load of data to that system, so that all those establishes that self view. Uh, this is Mala's bag. Keep it aside. Can Mala share this with a friend? And can you tell what this color is? Can you tell what this shape is? And this is apple. Mala, repeat the word apple. So the baby will try to repeat that word. At the beginning, it might go wrong. The sound and the eye perception doesn't correctly come together. The the child might tell a wrong word, or even the colors may be identified incorrectly. What is taught is not mentioned by the child. So the perceptions will gradually get more established and become more appropriate. And now the child strongly feels as a part of the thought, as a part of the self view. Uh, I am here, I am in the school, and they are my friends, and my mom and dad, my brothers and sisters, my frocks, this is my bed. I don't like this food. I like this food. Uh, I like to give this to somebody else. Now, see, uh, everything is centered around the self, and this pattern is changing. And what are the interests and what are the perceptions? Every day, every moment, a new perception could be added. So, the new perceptions, new experiences, or new data are added every fraction of second or every moment. It's added, so it becomes more strong, and the interests and the things related to the self uh, greatly change. When the child goes to school, the friends are different, the needs are different, interests are different, and uh, the way they react. Actually, by now, that real appearance of that taints or the current which was dormant earlier comes up little by little. It's showing the colors, real colors now. You might remember this if I say little babies, small babies are very innocent and they look alike. Actually, even the external appearance, they look alike. If you go to a nursery in a hospital where the newborns are kept, it's very difficult to find out a particular baby. I mean, always there's a small tag attached to the baby's wrist simply because they can be sort of accidentally swapped. So always there's a tag connected to the mother's wrist and the baby's wrist simply because they are very innocent and they look uh, very sort of innocent and then very pretty, and uh, because the taints are not still surface, taints are still dormant, or the sasava, that's a hidden current. But when the child grows a little older, when the thoughts are forming, these taints are coming up as defilements. When they are visible, when they are obvious, we call them defilements. So they can come up in gross manner like hatreds, jealousy, sadness, uh, ill will, uh, clinging, all sorts of names can be given. And when the child is growing older, you can identify these qualities in person, different children, isn't it? We use the term personality for that. Actually, personality means surfacing of these defilements, surfacing of this sasa nature. So, children are different from each other with their qualities. Uh, so, that all depends on the perceptions that occurred over the time. Uh, so, that is why a child's what's called the personality is decided or depends on three main factors. One is genetic component, where the qualities of the two parents will definitely have a say in this matter. Secondly, the environment that the child was brought up. That's an important situation because we talked about this some time back. A child who is growing up in a very peaceful family environment where there is no violence and full of love and affection there, that child's qualities vary because the perceptions that the child receive are sort of very uh, child friendly and uh, happy ones. Whereas in a family setup where there is a lot of violence and children are not taken care of properly and there is abuse, all those things are there. Then the perceptions that the child receive are entirely different from a child who is being brought up in a happy environment. So those definitely play a part. Also, a child who is being brought up in a family is different from a child who is growing up in an orphanage, uh, who get the basic care, of course, the basic facilities, but the love and affection that they generally receive from the parents aren't there. So the perceptions of that child will be different again. So, like that, the environment that the child grows up also matters in this self perception or the self views. Uh, there's a beautiful story from Lord Buddha's time uh, where there was a nest with of parrots, and there was a strong wind, and the nest broke, and the two little chicks were thrown apart, and one fell into a monastery where there were monks, and one fell into a house where there were some thieves, a group of thieves were there. So the words that most of you know must be knowing that the parrots learn some where they try to imitate some words, not that they know the understand the meaning of the words, but they can mimic the sounds. So the parrot which fell into the monastery learned all sorts of good words, and he was welcoming the visitors and cordially kind of trying to talk and communicate something in pleasant words. But the parrot which fell into the thieves' house, uh, it learned all sorts of rude and harsh sounds, and it was repeating them when there is somebody going nearby. So that is the example for the environmental factor. So the two factors I mentioned, one is genetics from the parents, second is the environment that the child is growing. Third is very important, even though I mentioned it as the third one. That is a current which is telepathized to the zygote, and that is the current which gives a little push to the zygote to grow. That depends on the vibration of the zygote at that time, and that becomes equal to another vibration, and it can come from anywhere. We cannot predict. So the two vibrations become equal, and now there is a persisting or there is an underlying current in this zygote. That is what we described as uh, formless level or arupa in Sinhala and Pali, arupaya, or we can also call it taints or sasava. So that is a third factor that I wanted to mention, which decides about the uh, self perception. that stronghold of this self. So those three factors decides the nature of that self. That is why you may have seen that there are vast differences between the siblings of the same family, where the genetic pool is the same and the environment that the child grew up is also same, but there is a huge difference between the uh, qualities or the self uh, weaves of the two people. So that is where this current which got uh, telepathized uh, mm, is contributing. So now the self weaves become strong and stronger. Now everything is related to myself. Everything is considered as done by me. I am thinking these things were coming to my mind, and I like these things, and I don't like, I hate these things, and these are my own ones, and this is my brother, sister, and my money, my vehicle. Now everything becomes mine, me, and myself, isn't it? So this is the full blown level of self view. Now, really speaking, we said that there was no self whatsoever. A self never existed. So you can see how this current called myself got expanded and became stronger and stronger. Actually, the the perception of myself or the self view is simply that feel that you are alive. That is the current which is created uh, within, and for that current, the name given is that myself. So, where did this current come from? Uh, if we explain again, uh, we talked about the waves. What is this wave? Wave means when there are two opposite ends, plus and minus, something like that. When there are two opposite ends, there is a fine current created. Examples we mentioned yesterday also. The earth has two poles, north and south, and what the current created we call gravity power. If you take a magnet, again there are two opposite ends, and there is a power created. Because of that power, when you bring some steel pieces close by, it's attracted to that, isn't it? What about a whirlpool? The whirlpool is spinning uh, because there are two opposite ends. That is how it starts actually. When there is resistance to the flowing water, there are two opposite ends created, and then as a result, it starts as spinning like whirlpool. So many examples there are now. If you take the torch battery, there are two ends, plus and minus. It's marked as plus and minus. Those are the two opposite ends. So if you keep uh, a piece of wire connecting the two ends, uh, then the power is created. That power can be indicated as a light, can be indicated as a sort of uh, sound, kind of a tiny bursting sound, and you can feel the heat if you touch it, and maybe even there is a smell of some burning. So that power is created in different ways, isn't it? Take the electricity. If the electricity power is there, depending on the equipment, you can create things differently. Uh, if you have a fan, it will give the cool wind. If you have an AC machine, again it will provide cool temperature. And if you have an oven, it will give the heat. So like that, if you have a bulb, it will give the light. And if you have some music instrument uh, which is the uh, functioning with the power, it will give some sound, isn't it? So like that, depending on the sensor, uh, it can create something, but basically there is power. So this is what happens. This is how this power is created. So there is a very basic power in each wave, each vibration. Vibration means wave, it's same. So each vibration has a little power that gets escalated when it comes to the function of seeing, hearing, because there is a rapid wave formation, rapid vibration at that moment. And then what happens? The rapid vibration gives rise to a more power. And when these sensor functions combine together to form the thoughts, that current is even stronger. And will it stop there? No, the thoughts will not stop at that level. When the thoughts are formed fast, it gives rise to the feeling of existence. The current is stronger now, and feeling of existence will not stop from there. The next extension or the next step is the feeling of myself. So when it comes to this myself level, the current is very strong. That current is also named as feeling alive, or you can also say that self perception. So there's nothing actually called myself. That current is the one which is given the name myself. So can you see how what an illusion it is? There's a current formed as a part of a natural phenomenon, and this current is named as myself. And on top of that, it's given some other seasoning, some spices are added, more colors are added, and then you call it's a thought, isn't it? My thought about myself, self view, sakkaya dittiya, atma drushtiya. Those are the words used in Pali and Sinhalese. So sakkaya dittiya and atma drushtiya, that means that powerful current which is a thought now. So with that current is the one which gives the power for this physical body activities. We know that the nervous system, all the nerves, provide the kind of wiring system for the body functions. So there is a sequence of uh, natural functions occurring one after the other, but occurring at the same time. Because of the speed, we do not realize that it is happening one after the other. It occurs, it looks as if it is occurring right now at once. So this current is the one which uh, make this body move, physical body move. So when this current stops at some stage, the formation of the current stops, then there is no use of this physical body, isn't it? But at the last thought, at the last time that the breathing occurs, at the last breath, that time also there is a thought formed. This is called Chuttisita. This is the last thought, like your last breath, that is the last thought. If the Chuttisita still has the remaining current, that current will synchronize or telepathize to some other suitable place. That mechanism or that law is not something done by anybody. It's a part of the natural process. So at the time of the Chutisita, if the current is zero, there is nothing to get telepathized. So that is the end of the life samsara journey. And but if that current is still persisting, it will somewhere it becomes equal, somewhere it will synchronize. It's not that the current is going from here to there, but it becomes equal. This is actually what is explained in the quantum theory and the spring theory. Scientists are trying to sort of explain these things. Uh, so, uh, this is the story of the life, and this is the story of the self. Now we clearly know that as long as breathing is there, there is sensors are functioning, the physical components are functioning, and then there is sensor function. Sensor function uh, combines to form the thoughts, and the thoughts, when this process is not known, thoughts become stronger and thoughts are taken as real, which means that current which was there at the thought level becomes more and more stronger. Then the feeling of existence and feeling of self are the next results. What happens in the Arhat's mind? The Arhat also has the breathing. Arhat also has the physical organs functioning as long as the life is there. And when the physical organs are functioning, the thoughts are formed as usual. Because without the thoughts, you can't live, isn't it? So the thoughts are there, but the difference is that thoughts are not taken as real. Arhat has clearly understood that thoughts are a creation of the mind instantly at this time. So this thought process takes place, and there's without an owner, there's no person, there's no myself. The self weave is gone, self perception is gone, and the uh, feeling of existence, itta sanyava and atma sanyava. Itta sanyava is the perception of existence. Atma sanyava is the perception of self. So those are gone, but the thoughts are formed in the normal way. Thoughts very clearly the Arhat has understood, or the inner transformation reveals that the thoughts are powerless. Thoughts are occurring, but that extra current is not formed. Extra current called the Itha and the Atma levels are not happening. So the life becomes very easy for them and very relaxed, because there is no power, no fire within. Without the fire, the things are happening. We know the stories about Lord Buddha's time. Uh, in some of the sutras, it is mentioned that a thought has come to visit another, a monk who is living in a close by monastery. So, Lord Buddha, after the alms, he walks there to meet them. And also, there are some, in some other instances, it is described that some kings, sometimes princes, then various other people come to meet him, and they sit together, have a leisure talk. So those are all, I mean, thoughts. That is how, because even this is the time to go for alms. This is the time to have a bath. So those are all thoughts. So the thoughts occur, but there is no fire underneath. That extra current which is created, uh, which results in this itha and atma sanya, is not created. It's simply because this process is understood. The process is very clearly understood. So that is the only way. So now we have some idea about this self, how this self is formed. Now, when you practice this fourth step, what is important, what we have to realize is that we take it as a thought at the beginning when we are practicing. There is no self in this sensor functions. Only the sensors are taking turns and functioning. There's no doer here. So, with that thought to start with, and the meditation or that practical experience is done. So each time, now for a beginner, actually, you have to take it as a thought because when it is something new, you have to convince the mind, convince the system, frequently give reminders. There's no me, myself in this one. There's no myself in this hearing. This is only a hearing. This is only a hearing to the ear. This is only a smell to the nose. There's no person here. So like that, uh, this has to be sort of uh, reinforced in the form of a thought. As I said, when you do it as a thought, automatically it comes as a thought without you actively doing it. It comes as a passive thought, and later on it comes as a feel. You don't need to think about it, but it comes as a feel that there is no self. So ultimately, what is experienced is that just function occurs, an activity occurs, and with great relaxed feeling, uh, and very light and relaxed in a very light and relaxed manner. This is actually something that you have to experience by doing it. As I said, our RN Vahase has practiced these things for several years, and when he himself understood it very clearly, convinced it very clearly, then only he has formulated four steps like this, which has made the things very convenient for a person like us who is following his teachings. Uh, and also in other facts, actually, if I talk about few other things, uh, where is this myself? This is another uh, angle that you have to look at this. Uh, is this body myself? Now, this has been practiced as a kind of meditation also in Lord Buddha's time, dividing the body into so many parts and trying to uh, see which part can you call myself. So it's divided into the four categories: the Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo. Patavi means a solidity, and Apo means a liquidity. Tejo is a temperature changes, and Vayo is the airiness. So the if you divide the whole body into these four categories, you know the things like skin, teeth, bones, those things come under Patavi. They are the ones which are felt as hard. Uh, so the Patavi means what is felt as hard to the skin when you touch. Apo means what is felt as liquid to touch. So the things example, the obvious examples are the saliva, urine, blood. Those are the common things. There are so many others under that category. And then what is meant by the airiness? The air, the breathing air, and the air in between the cells, uh, the air inside the bowel. So those are some of the examples. Airiness. And the temperature is the temperature, body temperature, and the heatiness of the stomach. Those are some of the examples. So like that, it's actually one of the meditation ways which comes under the category called Kayanupassana. Uh, for a person from the mundane world, for a beginner, you need this type of meditations to sort of give a give an outline about the body structures, and none of the body structures, body components as I described here, can be called myself. So Lord Buddha says dissect to, I mean, in your thought, dissect your body parts into these categories and see whether you can call any of them myself. You can say they are mine, my bones, my blood, but you can't say the blood is me or the bone is me. So this is a part of that Kayanupassana category meditation. And then it's now obvious, myself, you can't call myself this, myself to any part of the body. Then the next question was, then can you say whether it is the mind then? Can you call the mind myself? If it is myself, if the mind is myself, you should have the authority to control the mind in the way that you want, isn't it? Uh, Mind is not something permanently lasting. Mind is something that is coming up as single sparks then and there at each moment. There's nothing lasting, permanent called mind also. And uh, also the fact that you cannot control the mind the way you want. This particularly a person who is doing concentration meditation will understand this. You can't have any control in the mind. The moment you try to keep the mind in uh, one focus, it will wander away. You have to go and again bring it back to this point. So that means the you can't call myself to this mind also. Then where is this mind? It's not inside the body also, and you can't say it is outside the body also. You cannot point out a particular place to say that this is where the myself or this myself feeling is. Uh, Now we know that the current which is generated as a part of that thought formation, as a part of that current which is generated right from the beginning, which got escalated, that current is the one which is named as myself. So myself is not inside the body, myself is not in the mind also. There's no place that you can locate. But that current which is generated, which is very powerful towards the end, uh, is felt as myself, or it is named as myself. So then, can you say that I felt it, I heard it? Can you say like that? It's a current which is generated then and there at that fraction of second in relation to each thought. So there is no reflection or no nothing called myself, never existed. that current which is coming up and down. It fluctuates actually. At some with some stimuli, you might feel that current is strong, isn't it? With some stimuli, you may not have current at all. That is what is called the anatma sanyava, no self perception. If you do not have any current at all, if you do not have any self feel, that is what is called the no self perception. That's actually not a different type of a perception. Absence of the self perception is called no self perception. In other words, Atma Sanyava and Anatma Sanyava. Atma Sanyava is your self perception. Anatma Sanyava means when the Atma Sanyava is not there, you call it no self perception. So, with certain stimuli, you may not feel self at all because those stimuli are not giving rise to any form of current, not giving rise to any form of burn. But the current, the stimuli which gives rise to very strong current, you feel it. This current is something that you feel. When the current is strong, that means strong myself is there. So there's nothing called myself feeling the current. I want to get rid of the current. You can't call that because there are no two ends like that. There's no self on this side and the current on the other side. Current is yourself. So when you are practicing these Dhamma facts and when you listen to these uh, sermons more and more, the it becomes easier. The system becomes uh, accustomed or gets used to identify this current coming up at different levels. And that is where the tool called Jnana, R.N. Maharaj explains. Uh, Jnana is not yourself. Jnana is a tool that comes up from the system which identifies this fire. Uh, and the fire will fluctuate at the beginning. You might feel it high most of the time, but eventually, the more the fire is identified, that itself is the way of uh, controlling it or fighting against that. So there is no shortcut actually. There is no other different way other than having a very clear understanding about this thought formation, how this mind, what is meant by mind, and the behavior of these thoughts, and this what's called this self weave. So having a good knowledge is what we mean by the knowing about darshana. So when you have a clear idea about this, it becomes easy. And then you start watching your own film. You start identifying the characters played at different levels, different times. And automatically, initially you were an actor and you were greatly into each character. You are playing the character in the best possible way where you are entitled to have the rewards for the best actor. And what happens when you understand this mechanism? Uh, the way that you are acting becomes less profound, and you gradually become a spectator of your own drama, isn't it? The drama is going on, you become a spectator. That is your arupa or the formless level. You there is an observer, there is a perceiver is there. Drama is going on, there is a perceiver. And next level is that the perceiver also completely disappears. The drama is going on as long as the physical body is there. The drama is going on, there's no person to watch it. So that is the story of the life. So listening to these sermons is very important because these are the true Dhamma facts that Lord Buddha has disclosed so many years ago. And most of the present Buddhist books that we happen to see do not have these contents for you to read and understand. Unless you have a good knowledge in Pali, it's difficult to mm, extract this information from the Pali books either. So you are now very fortunate that you have got the opportunity to hear this in simple languages in Sinhalese and English. And also you have the chance to discuss your problems at the discussion time, which is from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sorry, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. And it's the same Zoom link. You can join us, and some of the speakers are joining that session. So if you have any questions from any of the sermons, you are mostly welcome to discuss them. If we have any problems, we can always direct the question to our RN Mahanse. Sometimes he joins these sessions also. So while you are continuing, I mean, whichever, depending on the leisure time, free time that you are having, you can join the live sermons. One of the Dhamma friends will be doing a sermon at that time. Occasionally, there are recordings also. And if you want to listen to something which was uploaded previously, it's again in the, if you touch the YouTube link, you can go to the YouTube Buddothpada PeoTV YouTube, and then you can they are uploaded in blocks like several lectures together, so you can select from those and then listen. So anyway, these were new things for us also, because this is not what we learned as Buddhism. We learned Buddhism as a subject, and we had the standard textbooks that we read, and we listened to so many monks' preachings in the past. But these true facts never came up actually. As I mentioned right at the beginning, we were expecting something to happen in somewhere in the future, and we never knew that nirvana is something that you can experience then and there. Any thought which is not taken as real, any thought where there is no uh, fire, that instance you experience the nirvana in that stimulus itself. So when you understand this, when you have this inner transformation, the frequency of you experiencing the nirvana in each stimulus becomes more frequent, and later in the arhat state it becomes established and it becomes permanent, lasting. And it doesn't change with the posture, whether you are sitting, standing, lying, or walking. And it never changes like in a person who is doing concentration meditation. That is the difference between the concentration meditation and the insight meditation. insight meditation is applicable to all four postures, whereas concentration meditation mostly in the seated position or something like walking or while breathing. The breathing you can do it as a concentration meditation, but the moment you get out of that meditational mind, that relaxed feeling that you experienced is gone. But with Vidarshana meditation, it becomes a lasting thing because you don't uh, try to forcibly keep your mind in one focus. Uh, the mind is allowed to go freely and observe what happens. The beautiful example given by our Mahasi is that you allow the bird to fly freely and just watch. So, uh, briefly, I explain the four stages, four practical experience, the four steps that we are doing. And if you happen to come to Sri Lanka, uh, we have an international meditation center, Buddothpado International Meditation Center at Dombagoda, somewhere close to the capital, Colombo. Uh, so you can reserve dates and then come and stay there and then join these meditation sessions. Uh, and soon it will come to the other countries also. At the time, for the time being, it has just started in Australia, but I am sure it will spread to the other countries also, depending on the availability of the organizers from that end. Right now, we have Dhamma friends joining us from so many countries for these Zoom discussions, and also this network is run by lots of Dhamma friends from different countries. So they are all putting their maximum effort to maintain this, and it's spreading day and day, and more people are joining, looking for truth. Whatever your religion is, whatever your background or the country is, just come and see this. We invite you to listen to these sermons. Also, the Wisdom of Asia is a good website for you all. www.wisdomasia.com. That will be a good website just to explore and see what is mentioned in that. And there are many articles and even some studies and explanations. So those might be useful for you, uh, even to see whether what you are looking for was found. I'm sure you will find that to be very interesting. And then afterwards, you can join these 24-hour sermons and the discussion. And if you feel that you are interested, you can come to Sri Lanka and then take part in these practical sessions also. Um, and there are many books, at least there are about 6 or 7 English books with these Aryan Mahanse's preachings, Deshanas, and some of them are in the form of dialogues, some of them explain the Darshana component, that means the theory part. So they are actually small booklets, easy to carry and easy to read, very readable. So those are the ways that you can get the necessary inputs for this. When you understand a little bit, definitely you will have that inquisitiveness and then curiosity to find out more about it. So, Buddhism is not something that is trying to force on you. You are very free to decide, you are very free to research yourself, very free to listen, and then at any moment, if you think that this is not the true Dhamma that you are looking for, anytime you are free to leave. But I am 100% sure if you taste it a little bit, you will feel the real taste and you will be addicted to that. It's something like, I mean, when we offer this, when you are given this opportunity, you might feel as if you are trying to taste a brand new kind of food that you have never ever heard or tasted. But we request you to taste a little bit. When you taste it and then realize how delicious it is, you will finish the whole portion with no uh, doubt at all. So it's like that. This Dhamma is like that. Just listen to one of the sermons or go to that website and see what you find there. And I will give you the 100% assurance that you will not leave. You will be addicted and you will continue to explore more. And the moment that you feel little by little, when you are feeling that relaxed feeling and that light feeling, then you know that you are in the correct path. One of the things that our Enhance often says is that how do you know whether you are following the correct path or not? If your defilements are fading, that means the fire that you experience, the burning that you experience with the stimuli, if they become less and less, that means you are on the correct direction. That is the yardstick to measure yourself. Uh, that's what the Lord Buddha said, come and see. And then he also mentioned the word sandittika. Sandittika means the self himself the self can recognize the change. So you might be confronted with the same stimuli, same incidents, but you yourself will realize that the fire that was coming up is less strong now. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, isn't that uh, uh, very very much nice thing to experience? Because you might have the same so-called bad people, same bad incidents, same incorrect things happening in the same way, but you are cool, you are like a mint. And one of the examples that our Enhance gives is that be an ice cube in the middle of the roaring fire. So, isn't that a beautiful thing to experience? Whatever happens, whatever is said and done, you are cool within. Of course, you can act accordingly depending on the situation. There might be a robbery where you have to go to the courts and then you have to go to the police and get the justice done. You can do anything, but you are not burning within. You are not having any kind of fire, but you can look very strict from superficially. Also, I mean, you can look very happy from outside. You can attend to any functions, parties, anything. You can look happy, you can have all sorts of conversations. But inside, you are not having that fire of clinging. You are very cool inside. Even if there's a sudden change in the plan, even if there is some sort of catastrophe in that situation, you can act in a very cool manner. You are not devastated with the change of the things that happens instantly. So that makes the life very easy and life becomes very comfortable. So I think we have just briefed on all four steps of the practical experience, and also we have discussed about the self wave, self perception, and self vibration. I feel that they were clear enough the way that I explained, and certain things after listening you had to revise yourself. Because one of the advices given by our RN Mahase is that you have to revise these things. Just one listening is not going to help. So always what you heard should be revised. Then only it becomes a sort of strongly convinced and get into the hard disk of the computer, isn't it? And when change happens, you are not turning back. You are not shakable. So listen to these sermons and then uh, research and revise yourself, and you can apply the same things that we tell to different incidents that you encounter. You might be able to find more examples to the same situation additional to what we mentioned in these sermons, because each of you have different experiences in the environment that you are, and each of you is a different world, isn't it? Each of you is a different self. So the experiences and the examples or whatever varies from person to person. So use them in the maximum way and get the convincing to the system. Uh, and then there is something that is unavoidable. The inner transformation will take place little by little, whether you like or not. It will happen, and no one can stop you uh, moving forward in the path, Dhamma path, and no one can stop you for reaching the nirvana state of mind. Uh, so that is the beauty of it with Buddhism. Uh, I will conclude the session from here. Hope these teachings, these sermons uh, help you in some way, because different speakers will be using different ways of uh, conveying this message. Uh, so I hope if you listen to more than one person, it will be nice actually. You will get the things mentioned in different angles. So it will be helpful, I feel. Uh, then we will meet up in another session. And I worship Triple Gem with my greatest respect. And also I worship Aryan Mahanse, who is guiding us and who is providing us all the strength and directions. Round the clock he's working, and then he's listening to most of these zooms whenever it is possible, even for a short time, and he's always correcting us. So may all you be blessed by Triple Gem, and also my sincere thanks and gratitude to our Dhamma friends who are doing the technical support. Teruvan Saranai.
the eye is depending on the eye itself. But to even feel that it is there, how do we feel that light is there is because of the fast occurrence. So the vibration is so fast, we feel it as light. So the same thing with the ear. We know we can hear only one frequency level. There are some animals, especially dogs, they can hear much deeper levels, further levels of frequency. But that also depends on the specific cells in the inner ear which vibrate, and these vibrations. If there is vibration here, it will just have the ability to vibrate, synchronized to the vibrations. That's how the sound is originated. So this happening very fast is actually there's a sound outcome. When you say, the piano, even though the word piano is not the aware by the baby still hear something different, isn't it? They hear something. That's something. Even that formulation is there because of the because of mixing, not mixing actually, very fast occurrence of different sounds. If you actually separate the sounds, then it is just notes. It's just notes. But then when they come coalesce together with the speed, you can hear something, whatever the long sound that we may hear as a music background of the song. So these keep happening. So, but the main problem with the baby is baby feels all these things. They feel it. They don't have a understanding about anything there. They feel the light. They feel it very, very. They get startled in the beginning because they can't really. They feel it very strong, but then they get used to that, and even the sounds, they slowly develop the ability to differentiate them because there's similarities of the sounds. So when there is similarities, like mother's voice, the baby, the mother's voice is not in the baby's mind in the beginning because it's just a sound. But the similarity of these things make them feel safe. If you even in the womb, if you have this frequency, it's all about the vibrations and the frequency levels. So this main problem here is existent feel. So the existent feel is the feel that we get when you touch something, you feel it is there. But the misunderstanding is that existent feel is actually there. Existent feel is actually not there. It is due to the speed. But we feel it because it's happening anyway now. If I'm touching now, at this moment, I'm touching my two palms together, making it as a eye-bound thing, like the way we worship. And I can feel the touch of the two palms together. But then what actually happens here, other than the mental formation part of it, is the two hands coming together, is the mental formation. But actually what happens there is, you feel there's existent feel. With the wisdom only we understand it is due to the fast vibration of the touch receptors. There's so many receptors in the skin, so many sensory organs in the skin that you can kind of feel, and that is also due to different vibrations. If you research about this, you will find out the solidity is actually a different level. Fluidity is a different level. It's just the different vibrations of the receptors. You will understand this if you're really into science. You don't have to. You just understand how these things work. So the even the pain, if you know that it is due to the stretching. It's due to the stretching of the sensory organs. So the stretching gives you kind of a sensation. That's how it happens. So when we keep understanding this is existent field. Existent field has no problem. The problem is the misunderstanding around that the existent field is actually there. Existent field is there due to the speed. If the existent field, if this world actually slow down, and actually there is no anything like speed, there's no way that this perception will be there. It is due to the speed that we feel this, that as the speed, the existent field is there. But the problem is not the existent field. Existent fields gives us a different idea. Existent field gives us a different vibration, like a life field, which is kind of the one that Aaron Vansi was trying to tell that day. Because a life field is the one which gives us the, it's a kind of a perception. It's a perception because of the existent field. Because we feel the touch as existent, we get the life field. That's different. So even though it is kind of similar, it is different. Because we take existent field as real, then we get the life field. But it's not actually real. It is happening due to the fast vibration. And there's another problem too, because there's due to the fast vibration, when you feel the existent field as real, then comes the life field, and then comes the perception of being alive, like perception of being being, in the sense self-perception. So this is the thing. This is how this magic is formulated. How did you feel alive? How did you feel that you are existent? How did you feel this duality, that I am here, you are there? How did we get this magic? How are we seeing things like that? How are we hearing things like that? How are we touching something and feeling there is two different things, that I'm touching the daughter, something like that. So how do we get these things? So if we do this research, you will keep understanding. Touching my daughter's head. So that is kind of the mind sensor. That is okay. It's a mind sensor. It's not true. We know that. But then the next hurdle is when you touch something, you feel alive, kind of, don't you? You feel that it's happening here, but actually we keep understanding through Dhamma that it is actually the fast, speedy occurrence of the sensory organ only. This is the trick. Sensory organ only. There is a sensory organ function, yes. So there would be existent feeling until you die, because until the respiration is gone, sensory functions are going to happen. So there would be sensory functions, but the alive field is due to the misconception that we have, that because we took it as actually real. So this mind formation actually happened due to that, because we felt the real. We felt the vision as real. And then on top of that, when they co-vibrate, the mind is formed. No one does this. It's not a function of anyone. It just happens. That's the dharmata. What is dharmata? It's just a phenomenon, natural phenomenon or natural way of life. That's how the life is. The life, or Jivi Sabhavya, I think it's the life happens due to these things. So the most trusted field we have is the life field. Most valued field we have is the alive field. Most dreaded thought is to lose this alive field. Basically, we're afraid to die. But when we try and keep understanding this, if you keep doing this research, you will understand. Actually, it is just a misunderstanding here. Just a misunderstanding here. But you need to feel this. So sensory functions will continue to function. There is no problem there. They will continue to function. So the existence feel will be there. You will touch something, you feel it. Just you eat some sweet thing, you will feel the sweet. Because if the tongue is working, if your tongue doesn't have a cancer or you haven't got any infection that has stopped the sensory function of the tongue, you will feel. It's just a feel. But if someone is aware about all these things, that you know, basically you know. First, this is a knowledge first, so you will know that it's actually a sensory function of the tongue. It's fine. It doesn't go away, as I said, until something happened to the tongue. So, but this is complicated when the mind sensor is involved, because then it comes, this is cake and it's so tasty. And we know that the eye is the same thing. You see something and then the mind sensor is already there. Then you directly see the relative that used to tell things to me, something like that, you know. So this the interpretation always comes. You can't really separate them now, because you're not a baby anymore. You have had these data. The input of the data is also natural. Even if you are Tarzan in a jungle, you will have the same duality. You will feel that you are feeling the touch of the tree, you are feeling the sounds of the animals, you will see things and you will feel this thing. It's okay, but you will definitely feel as there is a separate self because of this duality. So, and even though there is no human being to tell that you are Tarzan, I am Jack, even the mummies who are monkeys or monkey friends, they will, that Tarzan will actually have a perception of who will be saving him, who will be looking after him, who will be close to him, who will be eating him if given the chance. Or I am here, you are there. So the self notion is always there. This existent field can be there in any form, any being, even a unicellular thing will feel the existent field, but they can't solve this problem. They can't. because they don't know. They can't solve their existence field. But once we, because we are humans, we can actually understand. So because we are that, that kind of species where the ability to comprehend things about what you see, what you hear, what you feel, and what you think, and understand the mechanism of life, mechanism of self, mechanism of self, feeling of self-existent, mechanism of self-perception, mechanism of suffering, whatever the word you use, doesn't matter. So the being a human is so privileged because we can actually understand this, because any other being is not able to understand this problem, that there is a problem, at least there is a misunderstanding, or there's this mechanism, how this magic is formed. And when you hear this, you will understand, okay, yes, we see, but is it actually true? Even the light is not true, because light is there because of the fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye. That's all. So can we take it as actually existing? No, it's arising at that particular moment. One thought arises only at one particular moment. It's only one thought. It can be starting from the eye, it can be starting from the ear, it can be starting from the touch, it can be starting from nose, it can be starting from the tongue, it can be starting from the mind itself. We were just thinking. So just be mindful about this system, and when you keep understanding that the fast vibration of these sensory organs have given us the feel of existence, you don't really get deceived by that. You continue to feel, that's fine, but you don't get deceived by that. So then the alive field has no power. So that urge to maintain the alive field is gone. That's the absence of the power. When the power is not there, self-vibration is not there. When the self-vibration is not there, power is not there. So the power to vibrate even after the cessation of your respiration, why there is additional power left, so that is vibrating to anywhere, synchronizing to anywhere in the world. How that happens is because this is nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Because if you existed, if only the sensory function existed, there's no problem, there's no suffering, there's nothing. But because this is happening, because we have taken it for granted, taken it as real, taken it as a thing. So that's how it works. Not sure whether I have covered. I just kept. I just let it flow. So, Joel, if you can ask a question, that would be great, so that we can find out whether there is any pitfalls in the explanation.
I'm thinking what to ask.
That's okay. Yeah, you can ask later. Anything else, Surangika? Do you want to add something, or Dr. Sakuntala, do you want to add something?
Surangika, if you are free, you can talk. Dr.
Pokila and Dr. Sakuntala. I think that was a very comprehensive explanation, Dr. Pokila, which is probably why Joel is scratching his head to us and wondering what to ask. But I think because Joel has read the book, True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 2, there will be invariably references to the practical aspect of how one can understand the senses, isn't it, Joel? And with Dr. Pokila's explanation now, you will be able to, I'm sure you'd have got a deep understanding, and I think we've talked about this in the last couple of days. The best way of getting further understanding and reflection is through that insight meditation, which is nothing other than just putting it into your daily routine. Everything that is discerned or experienced is coming from the sensory perceptions, and what is getting manifested here is also, as Dr. Kohila said, due to just the speed of the vibration. If the vibration doesn't occur in the eye, then there won't be light. If the vibration doesn't occur in the sound, in the ear, there won't be sound. And in that similar manner, the taste gets manifested, the smell is manifested, and the touch, the solidity, temperature, and so on is also a manifestation in the body or skin sensor. So from that you can see that all that is being experienced are these perceptions arising out of the senses. And then apart from the five senses, the eye, the ear, the body sensor, the nose, and the taste, the tongue sensor, the mind also acts as an additional sensor. That's the sixth sensor. But the thoughts that arise in the mind sensor is a culmination or a combination of the other five, which is why when I think about a week or two ago, we talked about the apple. And the first time the notion of apple or an apple was shown to you when you go back to your childhood days, or you think about a child in a classroom, the teacher might show an apple and say, this is an apple. So there is a shape that is being shown, and then there is the word apple, the sound apple being said. So the shape is just the light sensor or the eye sensor activating and taking in shape in the form of an apple. But what happens is the light is manifested at that point, and then it's the light that then is recognized by the mind as an apple or the shape of an apple. Similarly, the ear sensor, the sound vibration will then be taken by the mind and acknowledged and interpreted as apple. So in that similar way, if there is a tasting of the apple, then the chewiness of the apple, the sweet and sour nature of the apple, the fact that it gives a little fragrance of an apple, distinct smell, we call that the fragrance of an apple or the sweet fragrance of an apple, and so on and so forth. So these are separate sensory perceptions arising out of the different sense faculties. And yet, now, fast forward 30, 40 years to today, the moment, your mother says, next time you go to the supermarket, Joel, get some apples, in a flash, the apple comes to the mind, isn't it? And in that flash, the apple, the fact that it is round, the fact that it can be red or green, the different types of apples you bought in the past, how an apple tastes, how it feels to the touch, to the tongue, all those sensory perceptions come alive, isn't it? But the illusion here is that those are all perceptions arising out of the senses, but don't you see it's a grand illusion? An absolutely grand illusion, isn't it? it's so difficult to see unless there is the truth being shown, which is why these discussions are so wonderful, isn't it? And you can imagine, we just gave the example of an apple, but imagine all the things that surround you today, all the experiences that have been gained in this lifetime. If one thinks and believes that those are external and that the world and the objects and everything in it are real, what a big facade of a world it is, isn't it? No wonder people get tricked into believing that this is so real, because it feels so real.
Yeah.
That feeling that Dr. Kokila explains so beautifully is coming from that whole undercurrent. The power, the vibration gives rise to that existent feel that all these things are there. There are apples, there are orchards, there are people playing, there are fields, there are supermarkets, there's how many things that we can say. And that whole feel, the existential feel, then gives rise, further extends, and the alive feel, as R.N. Mansa said yesterday also, the alive feel is an offshoot of the existent feel. It's not the same, but one cannot have the alive feel if there was no existential feel. So the beauty of this truth, as you are opening your eyes more and more every day, Joel, and the book, I'm sure, would have really given you a good understanding. And with all this, putting it into practice will make it more, you'll see through the illusion further. So yes, keep understanding. You don't have to make too much of an effort, as our friend said. Just seeing that these are sensory perceptions, how they arise, itself is enough of an insight meditation for you.
Yeah, actually, when we say I live in Australia, if someone is actually taking it for granted or actually feels that is true, then definitely we are in trouble. If Joel says, I live in Kandy, and if Joel actually seriously feel that is actually true, that we just have to understand how tricky this mind is. Like, if I say I'm from Sri Lanka and you're really into that, this is tricky when it comes to children, parents, and all this, If I say I have a daughter, I have a son, and it's difficult to dig into one's feel, so no one else will actually know how seriously you feel this. And it's funny to say that now, but it's really serious thing, like when you feel them as real. So as Joel said one day, if the relative or even that counselor, if you actually meet them, how real you feel that there is a person standing in front of you, and that this is happening. That's how it's a beautiful illusion, I would say. The most beautiful film we have ever noted, even though we don't know about that. Now we know, kind of. We can admire that as well as not get involved in that. So if you can actually feel the weight of these things, the weight, it's so much weight, like if you feel, just imagine if it's a mother, how heavy the feel of children would be, how heavy the feel of partner would be, how heavy the feel of parents would be. But does that mean that they are not there? That's not what it means. Just we understand how this illusion works, that's all. But Joel, I have to tell you, the most important illusory feel here is the duality feel that we get, like the feel that we have, like there's a self here. And even that's a perception, like the perception of the child, perception of the chair, perception of the neighbor, perception of the relative, perception of the counselor, whatever the perception, this perception is the ever perception we have, because you know your mother, but all the other people you have met maybe for last 6 months, who knows? But whatever said and done, these perceptions are felt with a real heaviness. Imagine about the self-perception, how much weight we have. You will not imagine this. You have to feel this. You have to understand this. How much powerful is this self-perception? How powerful is that? Is the reality we get, how strongly we believe in that there is self. That is a self-view. So there is a vibration here because of the power that we feel, because of that additional power I was talking about. But then it gives a self-perception that we feel that there's a self, there's a perception. It's like perception of light. It's like perception of touch. It's like perception of sound. There's a perception of self as well. And that leads to perception of like the self-view. I said, like, it happens to us and it happens to anyone. It happens even though someone is not teaching you that there is self and your name is Joel. Even if it has no name, still the perception is there. I'm here, you are there. That perception is there. If you can feel this duality, it's really beautiful to understand how this film has been a film to us. So you can actually, you are kind of in the film now and suffering inside the film, but if you get to know this, you will be out and you will be kind of directing the film. Yes, Joel, I saw you. Yes.
No, well, like I was thinking to ask a question, now it came up. First of all, like you told about a baby, right? So I was just thinking, when the baby is inside the womb, sometimes the baby reacts when the mother is happy. So does the baby has some sensory feeling to the mother's happiness?
I'm not sure about the mother's happiness, but definitely there is a feel. Definitely there is a feel. It's even been told in the science as well. They feel the vibrations. It's just vibrations they feel. So when the vibration is, you know, if someone gets angry, the inner vibration is so high, the child will feel that too. But you know, when the vibration is low and calm, that child will feel that vibration as well. But if I have to prove it in scientific way, I am not. I can't remember anything about that. But that's a thing. Because vibration is felt. So this synchronizing to a vibration is always happening. Don't forget. So if the baby's vibration, if there is a vibration in the baby, because there is a vibration in the baby as well, it can synchronize to any vibration. And if the vibration outside is difficult, then that will be felt too. And there are so many things that they develop the sensory organs in different fetal times. So you don't necessarily need all these things, because what we understand is, yes, there are sensory functions. Some may work, some may not work. You know, some people are blind, some people can't hear. Some people have defects in some sensory functions. But given all that, they all have this self-perception. That is the thing. Even the worm has only kind of the skin kind of thing. But the skin, even with that, even the life feel is there. That's why the worm would be seeking the mud, will go inside the mud as soon as they are exposed to the light, because they feel uncomfortable. They would seek the thing. But there's no big mind. It's just the existent field. But they can't solve that problem. Only humans with this great mind, even though we know that it's a great illusion, we use this mind to actually understand this phenomena. What happens here? Anything else?
Yeah, I just thought of adding something small, because both of you gave a very detailed, simple but very detailed account on these things. What I will suggest, Joel, is to listen to this discussion once more, maybe, because more things will be clarified when you listen, because most of the things that we discussed today are new, perhaps. One thing to remember is this physical part is necessary for this function. So we need an eye to have the function of seeing. That means the physical part. So similarly, the ear, all five organs should function, and it as physical part, it should be there. So for a person who has no eyes or no ears, you can't talk about the function of seeing and hearing. And also, second thing is, there should be a vibration of that sensor faculty. So those two components should be fulfilled to have the function. That means the physical part should be there, and there should be a vibration of that physical component. Then only the function of seeing, function of hearing is completed. And the name faculty or the sensor is used for the function, actually. I think Dr. Kokila mentioned about it. It's not the physical component, but it is the function. So the functions, the five functions will combine to form a different type of a function, which is the thought. So just I thought of adding those little bits of things. I don't know whether Joel has
And
any
also,
question.
I think
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
add, I don't know whether this will be too much, but we can add that as well. If you understand, Joel, when I say, if I say mountain now, didn't you get the idea of a mountain as soon as I mentioned the mountain? Did you?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah, so just see, I just said a word. So your ear function worked. Your ear worked. So it's a vibration of the ear. But then, how come you get the whole picture of a mountain? And when you get the whole picture of the mountain, not only that, you know it is solid. You know it is kind of big one. You know, you don't, when I say mountain, you don't think about like a small hill done by ants. You don't think like that. It's something big, something solid, something even the shape, triangular shape, it might come to you, like even triangular or whatever the shape, whatever the way you know that. So all the perceptions come at the same time. That's the that's the feature of the thought. So that's the beauty of the thought, actually. But how does this happen is the thing. So the thought has all the sensor functions in that. That's why we call that it has every feature of 5 sensory organs, but it doesn't work like that in other animals. It's just the humans that we have these types of the sensory organ types, and the thought has every aspect of that. Because when I say okay, if I say a pool, if someone is aware about the thought pool, no one is thinking in that first way I told about the mountain. Everyone, the mental picture is different. Mental picture has that, fluidity. The pool is not solid. If the pool is solid, that's possibly in the ice. But usually when we say pool, it's something you can jump to. It's, the fluidity is there. Usually the color, usually it might come up with the blue color, or, the visual picture is there. You know what you can do with the pool. This is the same thing when if I say the word job that you first came up with when you came to the discussion in the beginning, how it sparked you so much bad stuff, See how this works. See how this works. Imagine, I don't know whether you remember, I told you a real experience of a child who lost, I don't know whether I told you or someone else, I can't remember now, the real experience of a child who lost a father in the pool. So imagine if that child was here and listening to my discussion. If I say pool, definitely she's going to shiver. How is that? Because the visual, even sight of a pool is traumatic to her. How? So you have to understand, even the mind part is also in that. Just one thought has everything there. So if I say mother, it differs to 8 billion people, because 8 billion people, their perception of mother is different. But that particular person's mother, it can be, as we have heard a beautiful story about a mother in the other one, from that great lady from Canada. Just imagine what kind of output would be if she hears the word mother, but a different one, someone different. If I say mother, that the perception of mother might bring up very different emotions. Just need to understand this. Just need to understand how you synchronize to the everything around that. Everything. This mind works so fast, you will even not know how this beauty happens. It works so fast. Just imagine you walk on the road and you suddenly see your favorite teacher. Just go into that episode now. You can can have some imagination. Would you not jump up like, wow, teacher? And would you not be like having everything in that? Imagine you see the teacher who has ridiculed you or intimidated you or you didn't like. Just imagine you seeing him or her in that case. Just imagine how this synchronizing happens. It's very beautiful to understand how this synchronicity works. It's just a normal phenomena though. It's a normal phenomena. It's very important to understand this, how these sensory functions has made us to believe that there is a self, actually have a view that there is self, and also underlying that there is a self-perception, underlying that there's a burning too. How did that happen? Because we felt everything as real, because we didn't know this truth. But once you know the truth, you just go on with your life. As Ayanwanse said, just go on with your life, and slowly your burning will go down, and this one day even the life will be gone. That's an arahant. Yes, anything.
Thank you, Dr. Sakuntala, Sarangikant, and Dr. K. Kokila for wonderfully explaining this. Thank you so much. I could now understand what are the effects of the sensory faculties that make so much that it's not real. It's just vibration, and it happens normally, and we just have to identify that and just, I mean, go on with life till this breath is going to stop.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, once we understand this burning will go down, and we can definitely feel that. It's so beautiful. And the main important factor here is the ego part, because the ego is a byproduct of this self-will. So that's a kind of the deeper aspect of this self-will, because there had been the self-will for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years or 100 years of life. Because of this self-will, we have developed such a bad ego that we kind of try to protect ourselves, kind of protect me, mine, myself. So this whole thing, when understood, you will feel as a feather, but still you will be sad. You may be sad. You may be happy. You may be burning with a heavy, hot day. You might be seeing a very bad scene. You may be hearing a very difficult sound. Yeah, whatever.
So, Dr. Kokila, just a suggestion. So
Yeah.
tomorrow, can you just explain about the ego?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
you spoke
Yes.
about the senses, so
Yes.
that we can understand it more, how it erupts everything, and
Yeah.
how does it work in different ways.
Yes.
If it's possible, please explain it to us, Doctor. Thank you.
All good. Anything else to add, Sakuntala or Sarangika?
Yes, Joel, I think you can do a little bit of homework, like what Dr. Gokila explained. Now, when I say the word mom, right now, your ear vibrated, and then see how quickly uh, the picture of her kind voice, her gestures, how you felt when she's touching you, her tender sort of loving affection that she's showering on you, and every uh, data that you had right from the beginning, from the time you remember her, will come right now into your mind. On the other hand, when I say either that counselor that you didn't like, or the relative who was trying to sort of making comments about, when I say the word again in the similar way, your ear vibrated, but see all the sort of black thoughts that come right now, the black data which comes right now to your thought, whereas the about the mom, what you get was very beautiful, and these ones are really annoying, isn't it? Because that is the way, I mean, that is the function of the mind. That is how the thoughts are formed. I mean, it's very annoying sometimes, certain thoughts are very annoying. Some thoughts are very enjoyable, delightful, but both you can't help, you can't change. That is the natural phenomenon. So maybe you can try on different topics and see how it works, how you feel, and how uh, fast it's formed in your mind right now. So I mean, you were talking about the thoughts, some annoying thoughts that are coming and troubling you. So you can see that this is not something that you can change, but only when you understand how it is happening, then when you know the magic, the tricks of the magician, the little by little, the heaviness that you felt with those will disappear. So maybe we can have a very exciting discussion again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah,
Thanks,
actually,
doctor. Thank you.
Joel would come out of that, that kind of thinking pattern, and definitely he will change. I think he already has no problems for him anyway. So thank you so much. We have run out of time today. We worship Paranahanse. We have so much gratitude for him for sharing his wisdom with us, and thank you, Dharma friends, for coming for the discussion, and I thank you, Joel, for making so much interesting questions, so that we actually the most the unless question we also can't really come out of this truth. So when it's actually helping someone, it really does a good thing, because when we discuss, just discuss, it doesn't happen that way. But when we get the need to help someone, it comes so naturally. It's so easy. It's so good. So thank you so much. We'll do the discussion tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Teruvan Saranai, all Dharma friends.
A deep awareness, watching your thoughts that come and go. It is an awareness where you always see the thought that arises in your mind, and then you let it go, as you know it is a lie. This letting go of thoughts is called Animitta Samadhiya. There are no thoughts here. It is only an awareness. This Animitta Samadhiya does not wear off. This is a Samadhiya that belongs to the supramundane plane, or Lokottara Bhumiya, where there is no person or a thing
Everyone, Sarnai. Today also, I'm going to start Buddothpada PeoTV evening 5:30 session. First of all, I worship our Arunasa, Tiruvan Sarnai Arunasa. I think my voice is clear. Hearing for guys because today I stay with different plate. That's why just I want to think, but it's not the chance to in because of the session is going in. Yesterday also we discussed in this session how do we become that human mother and how can we explore that our practical experience and today also I'm going to discuss what is the importance of that Buddothpada. I don't know, it's a sexualization. Now I think yesterday also I had two Zoom sessions. That means our Andolan Zoom Deshana. That's very important. Ideas is already canvas is explanations. And for us also, every day we follow that and we attend a lot of Zoom sessions and a lot of YouTube after that, but we cannot attend in live period, but we have a chance to taking from that through the YouTube channel also. And I want to say that why is that because when we are living with our day-to-day life for our normal environment, that means our normal society, we have to attend in all the work and we want to do that our life works in every day. That means our job works and our family works and our society works and all the stuff. But now our experience is totally different in for that other people. That means we are not going to compare our life, but we can experience all the we can look that because of our eyes little bit our vision is totally changed now and every moment we want to do something means that we not to do we want to do we want to if we have any needness or if you have any trouble or any other peoples, then when we are going to meet for others, then in our visions, we are looking for how we can help for him. Then it's not. I am not mean. Then we are not doing our life helpless, but we we can say just a word also. Then that's it. That means then anything anybody's become any problem they face to some problem or they have to some life problems, then because of already we know all the one is thought and every our creation world, and we sold out that all the problems, and that's why it's very important that Buddothpada are not a speculation. Then otherwise, we also already say that same scenario. We also face that in same problems, but now we don't have any other problems, and that means all the problem is that thought and all the sorrows and all the sadness. That means all the one is just only thoughts, and we 100% we now if anybody he understand in 100%, then afterwards he will be become he'll be his life and his all the day-to-day life also, I think it will be changed totally. That's why it's very important. Then just I am every day I try to do explanation or normal experience, and what is the importance of that our day-to-day life. Why is that? I cannot explanation then through that our through the Pali sessions, and other thing is our lot of Dhamma friends they have to explanation rather than for us how to creation our ideations, and what is the eye, what is the ear, and some because of lot of we have doctors and lot of because they know is what is the medical thing also. In Arnold's explanation is very well to in how to create that our physical body and what is our thought creations, then what is the our vibrations, that all the ones. Then little bit now we clarified that all the physics and our chemistry side also. Now we can check that in any other ways. We can use that all the technologies and all the our new technologies with new knowledge also. But end of the day, what is he saying is, then end of the day we can understand, and all the one is they become to the one place. Then end of the day, but in our listeners, they can get different way. They choose in by the because what is that for. What is the for him mutual place, mutual ways? They choose that. Personally, for me, then I in my side is engineering side, but that I use that lot of scientific data and all the new world creation data also. But Arnold's speculation is over than that because of in the new latest one is our environment and our scientific knowledge means in everyone. I think they had now idea for that neurotechnologies and quantum science, but that also is very interesting way because of that we cannot compare that with we cannot compare with Buddha's Lord Buddha's explanation through that our new technology, but we can take any small idea. That's it, because otherwise we don't have a chance to understand in what is the correct way. Then we can compare in some small data and some scientific data also. It can be get it can be helpful in bit in what is the way, then what is the creations, then how is that I creations, then why is that a lot of scientists also the explanation what is the light, what is the magnetic power, what is the vibrations, then what is the frequency in that world, and but a lot of scientists they also faced still they had more they had one question means and how is that our non-vibration mode, then they what is the thought process they still they doesn't get that clear idea is mind in our body in our brain is they had any memory system or what is that how is that create that our big memory, then what is the how is that important, how is that improving our memory, they get the lot of medical ideas, but finally I think that they doesn't any big idea means they still they think about that they our brains they have a memory type like a memory bank a type of memory bank, but now we clarify that but we cannot we cannot do it through the practical we cannot explanation through the practical, but anybody's can be understand through our mind because of Lord Buddha's explanation also is only just understanding. Otherwise, we cannot read out, we cannot write out or any other big books. We cannot create up a lot of, we cannot create or we cannot made up a lot of like a scientific uh, ideas, but anybody can be spend a little bit time in this case, and otherwise he will be understand through the mind only. He will understand for his feeling. This is correct. This is the thing. Then thought also is not a memory. Then it's also speed. And light also not there. In light also is our creation. Sound also is same. And Ishmael and all the one is it's only one creation of the world because of they have one vibration, but afterwards that one vibration will creating more things, more our other vibrations. That is the happening for that thought process. That's why so all the one is they scared and they had a date and all the things also. Uh, that is the R1's deep exploration. Then, but it's a little bit tough for a lot of our Dhamma friends. But they can do that. They can understand in end of the day. I think main reason is they want to focus that they don't want to leave about in this Zoom session. So it's very difficult than anybody. But he want to be understand. Then it's difficult. They that's it. Then they focus in what they can find it, what they can touch that. That's it. Otherwise, don't want to go that deeply. It will be become. Very difficulties and difficult experience also. But they don't want to take more. They don't want to go into big. They don't want to attend. Get more rest also, more space also. Today morning, I had one of the advanced explanation. That one is how we can touch that our field, then how we can clarify that our we are in one maga or we are in wrong way. How we can clarify that? That is the main headline and main objective there. But yes, it is very important. Then how we can clarify that? We want to ask for. We want to ask first. We want to join with a lot of our Kalan Mitra Asura. That means it's very important. If anybody have to join that practical Zoom session, so live Zoom session is very helpful for that because of who is experienced and who is expert for that case. Then he can understand what is he saying. Then what he need to that. What he want to. What is his balance knowledge about that. That means then anybody they want to say that then my problem is this, then I struggled in here, then I cannot live about that place, then that kind of experience is he whenever who is sharing, then it can be get a easier, it can be take a easy, it can be explanation to easy that otherwise then we don't know what is the stuck place, then what is the troubling things, then we want to get that idea. Anybody's this discussion with startup, then afterwards Arnav also can be he can get the easy idea, then that's why then we want to attend in any Zooms, then if some people if they cannot attend in every day, but it's not need, but in every weekend or every per month wise, so uh, it's very helpful for him his in personal ways. But yeah, that is the other reason. Then why is the important? Then they can clarify that this is our knowledge thing, and this is our feelful thing. How we can develop our how we can live out our mind. Uh, why I saying that? Last few months ago, also that means last year also we attend in every day but we don't want to go ask in lot of every day. Do I'm not going to ask every day, but lot of I mean it's not like a type of question, but when we are joined that, then we can feel about that. Just this is my struck place. I want to clarify that. Then some people is they doesn't join that show because of already the mind is there. No, that means the person is there. That is the other reason. They can check that everyone. They some people is sometimes Sarwan says situation very speedily and very directly. That's why it's a lot of people they doesn't like to in make it with argument with Sarwan. Some people think about that. That's why they hiding through that main Zoom session. They just only use that YouTube channel. Just only they just following through that YouTube channel, but they doesn't like to attend that live session. That also is other point. Then that also is human thought process because of people in there, human is there. That means the person is here. That also we can experience. Then it self experience. It's not we cannot say who you are in here, but they can experience it. That is the other way. That's why it's very important in going to that our Zoom sessions. And why I say that, I think is people they think it's just only enough to listening for that YouTube channel, but it's not enough. We want to we want to ask these questions, and we want to discuss it together. Our all the team. That we had we had more stories in our Lord Buddha's seasons also. Then that is the discussion. That's why sometimes developing lot of our Sutta Deshana also. It's not a type of lesson. It's a discussions only. Now we can feel that yeah, this is the ongoing discussions, live discussion, and that's why because of now it's very long. That was 2,500 years ago now, but still that discussion is going. It's very helpful for other people also. Now means now this generation also. I think it will happen to in next few generation also in this room sessions and this sessions, this discussions also. It's still going. I think few long years and our future sessions also. I think very helpful next generation also. That's why very important because the technology is still going to do very speedily than in our history. That also very helpful because now see some people they can say in our technology is going to be very tough for our younger generation, but now example we also live in out of the country. Now we are living here. But now we can join that every day, like a live session, like in front of ourselves. This type of that. That's why technology is very important in all over the world. But a lot of people they doesn't know then how to use that in all the all the things is in healthy. But yeah, they because this human habit is same. They mind is go through that our mind process. They think about it happening is there, and I want to it feel about because they are their sense of creation is they try to they already they all the human mind and human senses they just try to become in good. They try to they try to eat some. They try to eat best thing. They try to show. They try to show some. They show its best thing in the world. That's they try to listening. They try to listening in the song in the world, but that is the inhuman sense of creation pattern. But when anybody is doing that, he understand that it is a creation. Then these all the and images and all the colors and all the one is our creations. Whatever is beautiful is outside this in our mind, then our in front of us. But now we can know that it's I creation. We don't want to attach that much more. Otherwise, when we already we have a big attachment in our outside. Its attachment is created by through our sensor. Without sensor, we don't have any other attachment with our outside. Uh, Real scenario is if we don't have touch without thoughts without our thoughts we cannot build up a lot of big attachment to our in our outside, that means our environment. Now we can feel that example when we are going to shopping, then we don't want to buy everything. We don't want to make a big attachment. It's very helpful in a normal day-to-day life for that our busy people also. They can live it very calmly and very freely with this understand that our Lord Buddha and that lot of in Arnold's explanation also. So, Excuse me. Because of today, in my personal days, and I'm not in home today. That's why it's a little bit difficult to handling it in this environment and because of the noises that are there. But I try to leave out and I try to do it with the family, but same also because it's today little bit hard to do that without that noises. So, and other thing is anybody's joined anybody's going that Nivan Maga, then he try to become a good person. That means when he is because it's our life habits, it will be going in same way. You don't want to change that because of we want to change that lot of things because of if some example then uh, it have a speaking pattern that means our talking pattern is a little bit I mean some example for I had my friend his talking pattern is a little bit speed and he using a lot of bad words and we cannot say that one but if we understand in that one we want to I mean we want to control our all the sensory organs that means it's very helpful for another our listeners and another our Dhamma friends. Otherwise, that's why Lord Buddha and Arnaz also explanation that place. We want to live with very how can I say that we want to live with normal society. Uh, Anybody is understanding me, then he want to live with get that is normally because of I means no need to build up in another understanding personality. But in our life pattern and our life habits, it's very helpful to another in our beginners also. That's why Lord Buddha also he get a lot of rules and regulations and some our sensor controls. That means human control system also he introduced. And when some that is very important for the that lot of Nivan Maga uh,
there's no quite answer, but we can only help in sideways, like give some tips to say the moment that you are able to understand this, all this theory, all the Dhamma part is also in the mind bubble. That's where the most relaxation comes. You will be so relaxed. Actually, that gives rise to the penetration of the mind bubble in one particular thought. But it will, after that, it will quite, it will happen very easily. You will be, you will, it's very easy for you to understand all about this thing. Not necessarily you will be looking forward to anything after that. You just, go on with your life. You understand about the vibration because now you know that particular vibration is the reason for the defilements now. Because we can see the defilements. I think Lord Aranwanse actually explained in such a way that he was explaining about, the way you look at things, where you shrug things, shrug the shoulders, the way you turn, the way you talk, the way you do stuff, where the muscles in the face moves. There's so many subtle things that can manifest with the self vibration, and but the thing is, the question arises where the satyajnana, or the truth, is not fully understood. So the part which is very important here is to understand that the understanding we get here by listening to Dhamma and discussing and everything is still in the mind bubble. But what you understand from that there is no self, will be something that will be experienced. To experience that, even to go to the field level, or to know the vibration level, it is very important to understand that the thought can't actually be true that at that particular point. So to happen to that, you should be able to even be able to relax, so that even the thinking of Dhamma won't come. Because now the problem is thinking of Dhamma comes. Thinking about the truth, it manifests quickly. So you telepathize into one particular, if you say tree, you will understand quickly the tree, and then in another thought you will think about Dhamma. That's not exactly what is going through and through the mind. It's just not finding the tree and directly finding the field, and understanding that the field is, or feeling the field is, it's very interesting. Feeling the field is actually from the sensory organs, because that is the turning point. If you can't turn it, it will be always your vibration. It will be the self vibration. But there's a particular point where, because you have listened to Dhamma so much, that view change, particular view changes, and the consciousness will not be felt as it's happening here. That's the main important point. That's non-self vibration, or non-self, actually that's wrong, non-self perception. So there's no vibration, there's no non-self vibration. Sorry, I withdraw that, because there's no new vibration. It's non-self perception we get in the absence of vibration. There's no new vibration, it's the absence of vibration. You just feel the emptiness. That's why Lord Buddha said, the emptiness. That's the emptiness we talk about, not the emptiness of the room, not the emptiness of the world. Actually, but you can't get this unless you look at the world as empty too. So it is all reinforcing each other. Reinforcement happens here too. That is the, I think, the abhisankarana happening. The word I use for abhisankarana is the reinforcement, where actually non-self vibration, non-self perception that we've felt just for a moment will be getting bigger and bigger due to that reinforcement. That same way, that the same thing that happened to the baby. It is the same way, but this is a different path. Do you get the point? Because in child's path, the baby's path, everything felt real. Everything felt there, happening here. Everything felt as true. And then it went on to a mind bubble where I am here, you are there, kind of thing. And it went on and went on and went on. And there's such a great story there. You can even kill someone. To such a degree, it will go. But other way around is also the same way. The non-self vibration. Oh, I don't know. I am keeping that wrong word. Non-self perception will get stronger, because you know that there is no one here. It's only vibration of some sensory organs. Yeah, you can add something. Yes.
Yes, Dr. Popula, that even at the sensor level where the eye consciousness, ear consciousness are happening, that level also there is some duality, and then in very
Yes.
subtle way, the self
Subtle,
vibration
yes,
is
very
present.
subtle.
Yes, yes.
You can't even call it a duality, because they're not like the duality in the tree. Like you stand here and I see the tree there. That's not that effect.
Not
It's
that
kind
element.
of a thing when you when you put your hand on a something, when you, I don't know whether you have done this, but when you walk in a railway line, you can put your hand on the railway line and understand that the train is coming due to the vibration. That kind of that understanding, when you put that hand there, the vibration, we kind of, you can't really say that it's felt anywhere, but it is the consciousness that gives that trick, because it's happening so fast that it's felt in that way. But within the mind bubble is the train coming, and that's a different thing. I'm trying to get that feel how it happened. For the child, this is intense. This is intense because of the thoughts. Now our feel is not proper. Our feel is mass covered. But the same scenario, when you come to the field, there's no kind of strong duality like the other way around. But the thing is, it is felt here. The feeling is felt here. That's what the consciousness does. It's not the problem with the perception. It's the problem with the sankhara part, the volitional part. But when we understand that, the self has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. That poor self has nothing to do with that. That's the beauty. I can't imagine even after understanding that we go to the same bubble and we suffer from. So we can't imagine how this suffering is brought upon by ignorance. I don't know. I think only a Lord Buddha can bring this truth into the world by telling it by himself, by understanding this whole thing. But it happens. It happens when a lot of vibrations are close to non-vibration. It happens. And that's another phenomena, just another phenomena. Nothing personal, nothing specific. That is a prerequisite for the vibrations closer to the non-vibration. That's it. Not a person is achieving anything. You know what I mean?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Gokula. I think Maran Mahanse in the Advalanatmaka discussion last night also said how important it is to understand the vibration in that one vibration and the power that is there in that one vibration, which is the Shashsava at the zygote level, because from there only the projection happens, isn't it? From there only the building up starts, and that is because of the sense faculties, and then from there it's that momentum gets built out of ignorance. And we can see that clearly in the way things are being taught to the child. I mean, we take the Montessori time as a milestone because it's easier to explain that way, because that is a significant milestone in a person's life where a lot of learning is fed to the child. But even before that, when the child is 1 year or 2 years old, there is this, initial words of mother, father, mama, and baba, and all these kind of things continuously reinforced, isn't it? You show the person and you point a finger and you say mama, and you say father, or tata,
and they will react.
And then they react.
And it's reinforced.
Yeah.
And unless the Lord Buddha comes, or kind of this message surfaces, I mean, this dream will continue. And that vibration, which had the power to keep vibrating everywhere, will continue. That's samsara journey.
Yeah. So this, another thing that Haren Mahansi always says when these mothers call on the Zoom is, without just saying vague things, what you have to do, what is the path? And the path is seeing how the taints are gradually ceasing by understanding the weak points, understanding the points of attachment, and finding your point of contemplation, or the kamatahana, as we say. So what is the place where, through the life experience, a particular person feels as if that person is most attached to? And that is a good point of contemplation whilst understanding the Dhamma, to see as one progresses on the path, the extent to which that feeling of attachment, that feeling of stress and worry about something or person is gradually reducing in value or validity, and ceasing to be important. And that's a kind of a measurement as to how much of a deeper understanding through reflection that one gains through the true Dhamma, isn't it? So from that point of contemplation, it's important, and each person has their own points where they have, spent a lifetime sometimes
this point
getting stuck on. Yeah.
Yeah, the point of contemplation also improves, because like in the past, I used to say to Aranwanse in one Zoom discussion very long time ago, I can't remember, but he asked me, what is your point of contemplation? I said, without a hesitation, I said, kids. Aranwanse kids. I just said that, you know, at the point of contemplation, that what I thought should be kids. I mean, I thought it should be kids. And, well, it could be, but what I'm trying to say is,
That moves,
with,
the dial moves, isn't it, to different as one progresses?
yeah, actually, it's actually getting more clear view of what actually happened. The kids came late to our life. What actually, you go deeper and deeper, you just keep understanding it's self-vibration. It's a self-vibration that we try to maintain. That's why we have this raga part in Pali that we call it rupa raga. Sorry, the you know
Amaraga.
no, in the other sense, like, you like to taste, like
Yes.
yes, the rasa raga, like how we even would like to feel something, even a small baby that is there. Can you even explain that? Because the mind world has not formed, you can't even explain that. There is a tendency for the next one, even in that level, the feel level, like that's how it actually manifested till the mind forms.
Yeah, that's where Hanuman says that sense of being alive is the motivating force behind it, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Then you understand. Actually, the point of contemplation becomes more clearer and clearer and clearer. Finally, it comes to only one vibration. I mean, initially we kind of put our hands up and say, yes, it's kids. Oh my goodness, and be
I
happy
actually
with that,
remember listening to that talk, Dr. Kokila, where you said that.
Yeah. So that the how immature we can be, and how immature I can be to get today while talking like this. How immature, how less I could feel, what others could, what an RN1C would feel. There's always kind of always something that there can be, stuff that, but we don't need to feel everything to attain this understanding. It's mostly about understanding your own vibration. The ability to feel everything is kind of like a thing that is evident. Even Arananse explains how Lord Buddha's disciples had different abilities, isn't it? So that's different. That's completely different. It's that, but main point is they are all around, where their self vibration has no that projecting power, no power,
Yeah.
no power for manifesting, for that manifesting to happen again.
But the ability to feel the other person,
That would be there. No, I mean,
is that
yeah.
the commonality across?
Yeah, must be. I mean, we can't really talk about this feel that much, can we? We can't,
Yeah,
because
that one, because
it's kind of a thing that can't be explained. And that's why one talk can be so boring and one talk can be some like inspiring, because it just happens. Never know.
Yeah.
never know. It's kind of a thing that it's beautiful when it is led like that. And this has happened to Aran Hanse too. You know, like the things that can manifest from him, how much he can feel, how much he can tell us, changes when the other vibration is closer to that. It keeps changing.
Yes, I mean, it's so apparent with Aaron Mahansa. I mean, I think even last night he said, you know, people put various connotations as to the way he speaks, but because he uses language with great skill, and the cadence of the voice, the tone, all that changes depending on how he delivers the sermon, depending on what kind of question he's responding to, so on and so forth. But there are times and, you know, so many occasions. But recently, I don't know whether it was 7 or 10 days ago, or maybe longer than that, maybe 2 weeks, there was a Andolnatmaka Desana where it was unbelievable. There was so much of divine love in the way he delivered that sermon. It was an Andolnatmaka Desana. And I generally make notes of, I make short notes of certain key messages. I recall that day I couldn't even write anything. I just wrote, just listen. That's all I wrote. And I put the time of the talk, different points of the talk, and I just wrote the words, just listen, because there was no way that could be even put down in words, because he did say quite a few things to a mother, several mothers, in fact, in response to questions. But the feel that came through from the way he delivered it was, something completely unfathomable. So it's like that, isn't it, Dr. Gopala?
Yeah, true. That's the thing. The extent that the feel can go is different and can't be explained. And if I try to explain that, it is in the mind anyway. And it is rather useless. Because these are things that are unspeakable. The non-self vibration, non-self perception is it's non-speakable, because you can't speak about it. It has to be experience. Then only you will know that what this is all about, and that will start. It will cultivate the way of thinking. It will change your way of thinking. It will change the way you look at life. It will change the way it will completely change you.
So the thing that I was trying to say about that point of contemplation was, we have these big rocks, isn't it? Like, particularly when we come into this Dhamma, like somebody will have the kids, somebody will have the husband, somebody will have something. And so like that, I recall from my experience as well, the big rock was my parents, and, doing the duty by them and that kind of thing. And looking after them was such a big deal for me. And I remember saying to our advances so many times on different Zoom sessions about this whole parents' business. And then one day, I think he said to Angika, I think he used the word duty in Sinhalese, which is Yuthukama. And he said, duty is just a word. He said, and that's all he said. And then he paused and he said, duty is just a thought. And that's all. I don't think he said much that day. That was it. And that struck me like lightning. And that is the thing, isn't it? It's the delivery of something which is, you can talk 1,000 words, but you won't get it. And then that one thing that is delivered straight into the point where the Dhamma reflection needs to happen can have such a big impact that can even, turn the person around completely, turn that whole cycle completely on its head, isn't it? And that's how even the Buddha, with his Parichitta Vijnana Jnana and all these ability to be able to see and feel the vibration and the wave of the other person, was able to touch exactly the point where that person will get jolted into the point of reflecting on the Dhamma and catching that wave, or you can't say wave, catching the non-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, feeling the vibrations that are closer to non-vibration, maybe. But these things, when we try to put into words, it becomes useless again, because these are nothing to discuss even. But we try to discuss because people are inquisitive, but still, I don't think it is something that we can discuss because feel is feel.
Yeah, and then sorry, just continuing on that, another point that I wanted to get to just discuss in this forum was so once the big rocks, once the focus is there on the big rocks, and those then gradually dissipate, and to a point where sometimes even one wonders how that became a big rock. And then, but still, that low voltage thing, Dr. Kokila. So when it is below the 100 watts and things are like, you feel as if things are cruising along, so that those finer points of then the points of contemplation itself becomes finer, and as a result difficult to catch or difficult to note. But you brought out the key thing, which is finally through every point of contemplation one is propagating the I, and that is the zygote level at which one finds the root cause. But that other point where the low voltage thing and the finer points and being able to see it, I guess, there should be an awareness that those things will arise, and there'll be a realization that those were in fact places where one would have kind of got stuck on. But if one, what should I say?
In there, I would just add this for you. You know that we talked about the stimuli thing. Because it's happening so fast, you feel as this mind is existing or these thoughts are existing. It's happening so fast. Even though the that stimuli is not a thing, sometimes you don't feel specifically anything is valuable. Still, you feel as thoughts are existing because it's acting as another sensory organ. You have to get this. You have to. That's another point, that you have to get it, because when you understand that, you relax to the point that just the feel is there, because you relax so much, because you don't relax until you keep thinking about, you're still thinking about how this happened, how this low level can be there inside the mind. Yes, it's actually because mind works as another sensory organ. It works like that. It's not actually organ, but it works like that. And it happens so fast. If you even read about the scientists, what they call about, they also know that the fastest thing that they can find is the mind. Like, it works so fast. That's why this mind world is like true, because you can see things, you can hear things, you can, at the same time, you know everything. They may not give you any value, but you know everything. you kind of feel like you are in, you know, inside a dream. How you feel? Like imagine you dream about some flower garden, and you are cruising through a flower garden. You dream that. Don't you feel that? Don't you like understand that you are in the flower garden? That kind of thing. That's the mind consciousness. It's happening because of the fast vibration of the stimulus, from stimulus to stimulus. If it is not like that, if you had an ability, like in a machine, if you had the ability to slow down, you won't have this feeling of existence. The consciousness is not a thing. If it had the ability to slow down this process, we can't. That's why we feel the feel of existence. You need to get it. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I think it comes here and there. It doesn't come properly sometimes, but that is what the feel of existence is. Feel of existence is there because of the such a fast occurrence of your sensory organs. The mind is the same. Mind in the sense, the tree, the car. You know, when you go in a vehicle, if you are the passenger, or in a train, if you are the passenger, and you remember how we felt as we are moving, and the other things are moving the other way around, like other side, like passing it, like that effect. You know how we know that what we've passed, even though we don't have any obligation to that or any liking towards that or anything. We still feel like we are living in that mind bubble. That's the bubble form that I'm talking about when we talk about the form level. That's the only way I can explain it, but Aranwansi might explain it a bit further. But just try to understand that, and you will feel so relaxed. You will feel so, I mean, what can you do? Can you like get this fast occurring to stop? No. Then the breathing should stop. We are not stopping. We are not waiting till that to understand this Dhamma. So you need to relax into the point that you understand this mind vibration. In the sense, mind consciousness. There's nothing called mind vibration. This is a mind consciousness. So the mind consciousness is the reason for the self-thought.
That's true.
So when you keep understanding that, what else can you do than relaxing? Because you know it is all due to the rapid vibration that this magic is brought upon to us. In the sense that us feeling, you know, the words can't win. Words can't win because every time we speak, there is a bias. Because we, all the words are in, say, Uttama Purusha, in Sinhala, I don't know, what is the word in English? You know, there's...
I don't know. Yeah, it's always giving that self-identity, self-view, isn't it?
Yeah. And you feel like when you tell the other things, they are in the other feeling. You get the other feeling. Yeah, it's not here, but the other type, anywhere else. You get that feel. That's why the words are very biased. But you need to feel that. You need to understand this, that rapid vibration of this stimuli, rapid occurrence of stimuli brings upon the feeling of existence. And rapid vibration of I brings upon the feeling of I consciousness. Rapid vibration of the ear brings upon the ear consciousness. These consciousnesses actually paved the path to mind consciousness, and mind consciousness paved the path to mind actually the thought, like the self-thought, the view, that's the word, view, the self-view. Do you get the point? I didn't even go to that extent in the last night one, but the morning one, but that is what happens. Now I'm trying to tell this to you, it comes. That's what the beauty is. It's different every time.
Yeah.
That's where you're struggling. You're struggling to understand this, how this form world happens. And when you understand that, you relax into the level that it doesn't matter. And that's the feel. That's the beginning of the feel, because the mind can't play tricks on you. Isn't it beautiful, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, it is actually. It was a beautiful dialogue between you two. I think as a spirit from what you mentioned, two important phrases you mentioned. One is this, if you can slow down this vibration, that self-perception will not be there. That is one important phrase that struck me actually. I was thinking about it. It is very true, yes. On the other hand, the extremely rapid vibration itself gives rise to the consciousness, and uh, consciousness eventually leads to the self-perception and all the ignorance where we take the world as real and myself existing and myself and the world existing, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful Dhamma. I can't reiterate more than that. And when one understand that, they will feel that. I mean, more than what we feel now. You know, like we feel that. You know, I feel much better now. You know, we every day say that. I feel much better now than before. And this keep improving to the level that I is not there. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. Like initially we start saying, I feel much better now. And then when the story ends, you don't have a story to tell. What story can I say? I mean, what story is true? So the story is in the mind. So I feel better now is in the mind, isn't it? So there's nothing much to
Scriptwriter and
say.
the actor gone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's I think we are running into 4:00 Zoom meeting in Sri Lanka. I thank everyone for participating into this Dhamma discussion, because it's very difficult to just I mean, discussion brings so much beauty into the world, because it's a mixture of vibrations trying to understand the non-vibration, and it brings upon the most beautiful parts of Dhamma into the world, and that's all we can do. And we worship our Anvanse, we salute our Anvanse, we kind of feel how Lord Buddha actually did what he did. It's so beautiful, and I thank Shani for reading the book in the initial thing, and Mr. Bernard for starting the discussion. And yeah, thank you so much. We'll meet tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvaan Sarnai.
Thiruvaan
Thank
Sarnai.
you.
For your beautiful
Thank you.
explanation. Thiruvaan Sarnai,
Thank you.
Dhamma friends and all.
Night.
Afternoon, everybody. Thiruvaan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The true Dhamma has awakened. Volume 2, page number 76. When you always apply the truth that nothing
Therwan Saranai, I worship triple gems respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryanmahanse. Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends. This is the time to talk about true Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha revealed 2000 years ago and again awakened fully by Buddothpado Aryanmahanse, showing a very clear and steady path to us to overcome cycle of samsara created in the human mind. I am now presenting the self-translation of true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya, preached by Buddothpado Aryanmahanse 5 years ago. This is the continuation of Sermon 4 of Darshana Samapattiya by Buddothpado Aryanmahanse. Fourth sermon. Purana midam bhikkave kammam vadami. You always think about present moment, but you will never meet the present moment. That is the truth. This knowing is realization. Practical experience is imposing for that. What can you do? You must see each and every mind very well through wisdom to see this practically. Yoniso Manasikara. To establish awareness and insight, must see the mind occurring at this moment. This is not an easy fact. That is true. But you must anyhow do this. How many times you miss it? How many times you get involved? How many times this practice get abandoned? If you do something to come into this practical experience, you must come to the Madhyama Pratipada, middle countermeasure. You must know the two extremes. The seeker who recognizes the outside end and inside end will only meet Madhyama Pratipada, middle countermeasure. Preparation of Sammaditthi wisdom, right view wisdom, is only for the seeker who is having Madhyama Pratipada, middle countermeasure. Until such time, he is in Mithya Drushti, wrong view. Until the mind exists in extremes, wrong view is there. Redeeming from these two ends, two extremes, is the point of being a Buddhist. If the Nama, name, and Rupa image combined, deceived by the wrong view, the world becomes true, caught by the consciousness illusion, and fall into dukkha, sorrow, and domanassa, suffering. Lord Buddha was preaching the path to overcome suffering. If we match all the facts clarified up to now, you will know that we observe nothing from outside, only a Rupa Prajnapti, image conventions. If so, we are not seeing, we are thinking. We see, observe only thoughts. Each and everything, every shape we see, there is a name for it. We see a nama, name, mango tree, jack trees, houses, children, cow, crow, bed. However we talk, there is only an elementary status, conventions. See clearly, these thoughts are creating in our mind. We see our mind from outside. This point is a bit deeper, but this fact should be investigated, then see through the wisdom. When we say not seeing, just thinking, there is no rupa end. If so, vijnana, consciousness based on karma, actions, and vipaka results will not occur. When seeing through eyes, rupa, image is clearly shown and nama, name is hidden. When we think from our mind, nama, name is clearly shown and the rupa image is hidden. We meet an image with the name. In this Anusotagami Pruthajjana Bhumi, worldly, wrong view land, mundane land, image having a nama, name having an image. But the seeker who sees this path through wisdom will never ever meet an image having a name or a name having an image. That is the Nama Rupa Parigraha Jnana. Pacceka Parigraha Jnana. Nama Rupa Samucceda Jnana. All are same. If so, in the path to Nibbana, we should see the Nama, name and Rupa, image differently. When we understand, it is thinking, not seeing. Houses, vehicles, people are not imposing from outside. If so, Nibbana exists at the point of redeeming from both ends, from each other. If so, there is a sankhara, thought, keeping company with rupa, image. If so, there is another sankhara, thought, not keeping company with rupa, image. This is a sankhara, thought, which is not having ends, extremes, or drushti, views. Therefore, this sankhara, thought, is not keeping company with name, nama, or rupa, image. If so, this is the sankhara, thought, on which anidassana vijnana, the consciousness not falling apart, occurs. That is why the Gatha said, Sabbe Sankara Anicca, Anicchati Yada Panyaya Passati. To know about the Anicca Sankara, thought disappearing quickly, which is not belongs to Nama, name, or Rupa, image. That means, as we said earlier, knowing the reality of Sankara, thoughts, through Sankara, thoughts. Therefore, in every moment, we must identify the Rupa end, identify the Sankara, thought, not belongs to Nama or Rupa, and creating a thought redeemed from both ends in continuous awareness. Through leading mindfulness, mind redeeming from the mind, and understanding the mind is the way to realize Nibbana. Redeeming from the mind is the path to Nibbana. Here, what is this Sankara, thought? Sabbe Sankara Anicca. Sankara, thought, which sees this through wisdom, that is, Yada Panyaya Passati. Samudaya Dhammanupassati, Samudaya Dhammanupassi Viharati, Vaya Dhammanupassi Viharati. Samudaya Dhammanupassi Viharati can see the occurrence, but cannot see the disappearance, fading. This is happening in each and every mind. Here is the point where meditation is. Samudaya, occurrence in the mind. Seeing an object or a person. Virati means redemption from that. Looking at that way, seeing the redeemed mind and abandoning the mind should happen. That means from the Nama end, there is Sankara, thought. Accordingly, a mind redeemed from Nama end and Rupa end, then abandoning it and living. Chakkum asati, Rupam asati, Chakku vijnanam asati. When the eyes is not there, image is not there. Consciousness knowing is not there. Dittincha anupagamma silava dasanena pahatappa kamesu vinaya vedam nahijatu gappaseyam punareti. The person who is using the world with knowing and seeing that philosophy, redeeming from Vastukama, objective lust, who is having Yatabhuta Jnana Darshana, realistic philosophical wisdom. Seeing and knowing like this does not have a rebirth, regeneration. That Sankara, thought, is occurring and disappearing, fading at the same point. That is why Kamesu Vinaya Geta Nahijatu Gabbaseyam Punare Titi. If you see the meaning of this stanza through your mind, you will also understand. You will also understand. If somebody practice this, firstly, realizing this by trying hard, will realize this true philosophy without objectives. We can see Animitta Samadhi, mindfulness without objectives through his realized wisdom. This seeker will attain the Animitta Sunyata Apranita Cheto Vimukti. Here the way of practicing the realized philosophy is very important. It will be easy if the seeker has a big knowledge about sankara, thoughts. Nature of vijnana, consciousness, is occurring and disappearing, fading. There is no existing vijnana, consciousness. But the nature of sankara, thought, is gathering. Knowing of vijnana, consciousness, is about sankara, thought. Knowing separately is happening. Sankara means thoughts, intentions. Vijnana, consciousness, can know only the sankara, though thought at a moment. Heavens, Brahma worlds, human worlds, hells, all these are sankara, thoughts. Aryan Mahansi said, I am not saying they are not existing. All those are creating inside the mind. Just the mind, just the thoughts, knowing all this vijnana consciousness. The languages you talk, Sinhala, English, Pali, Sanskrit, Japanese, all are sankara, thoughts. You must identify these thoughts. Thoughts are created, caused by the illusionary vijnana, consciousness. Thoughts as the knowing of vijnana, consciousness. Existence of Pruthakjana Bhumi, mundane land, worldly land, is confirmed by this illusion as true. Due to these languages, elementary conventional world with the wrong view, You may be aware of Sakkaya Drushti. You may be heard of Sakkaya Drushti. This is occurring at the point of two extremes, two ends, tie knots. Redeeming from Sakkaya Drushti means seeing the truth and realizing these thoughts. This Vijnana Maya, consciousness, illusion. When realizing this is Sankara Maya, illusionary thoughts, he will see the nature without substance of all these, will see the anitya, impermanence. Seer who sees the instant mind occurring, sees anitya, impermanence, dukkha, suffering, anatta, soulless is practicing, anitya, impermanence. Therefore, seeing and redeeming from the mind is the way of practicing anitya sanya, aniccanupassi viharana, doing aniccanupassi bhavana. There are no hard objects in sankara, thoughts. House and property, vehicles are not there. Thinking only, thoughts only. Sankappa rago, purisassa kamo, a man's lust, attachment and detachment. Lobha, greedy, dvesha, hatred, moha, ignorance. All these are thoughts only. Nate kamayan chitrayan loki. Sankappa rago, purisassa kamo. That man's like and dislike are not in the outside drawing, is the meaning of above stanza. Nate kamani chitrani loki, sankapparago purisassa kama. This likeness and dislike is occurring inside the man's sankappa, concepts and sankara, thoughts. Occurring raga, lust, dvesha, hatred, and moha, ignorance. Raga, lust, dvesha, hatred, and moha, ignorance are not in the outside image. Beauty and the ugliness is not in the outside image. Those are in your mind. Mind is sankara. Thoughts are sankara. The place where sankara, thoughts are not existing. Mind is Prabhasvara, very pure, purely luminous. The point of redeeming from sankara, thoughts, you will meet the Prabhasvara Chitta, purely luminous mind. If there is no sankara, thoughts, and knowing, the mind is very Prabhasvara, purely luminous. The Prabhasvara, purely luminous mind, is the nature of Arahant's mind. Kaya Sankara, physical thoughts, Vachi Sankara, verbal thoughts. Mano Sankara, mental thoughts. These Sankara thoughts occur only when something found outside, verbally, physically, or mentally. Collecting karma happens by catching an outside image or an object. The seeker who sees vijnana, consciousness, mind, or nama, name, will understand. This is only my mind, nothing outside, and then that objective will become useless to him. Then he will not find enjoyment from an outside image. If it is a flower, you can offer it to Lord Buddha and gathering Punyabi Sankara. If there is something created outside, you can gather merits or sins out of it. If there is somebody outside, he gathers sins or merits. If there is nobody outside, nobody is there to collect sins or merits. If there is nothing outside, there are no causes to occur sins or merits. When catching something and holding on to it, Aneya Visankara occurs. Then there is no room to then what is in this sankara? Then there is no room to occur Aneyabi Sankara. Then what is this Sankara? Sankara, thought redeemed from all above, is Kriyasita, action mind. This Kriyasita, action mind, is the process. This process, Kriyasita, action mind, not belongs to any of these activities. Here is the knowing of this vijnana, consciousness. Appatittita vijnana, consciousness which is not falling apart. Anidassana vijnana. This is the point we are entering into Arya Bhumi. That is what we have to say. We try to explain to your mind, Arya said, in different point of views, way of seeing and redeeming from this mind. What we think from our mind will be meeting outside. The activity which is going to look at the object outside is sankara, thought. Knowing the thing outside is also sankara, thought. Again, thinking about it, also sankara, thought. Again, occurring intentions and creating sensors from outside, creating eye sensor and going out to show. Skandhanam patibhavu, ayatanam patilabhu, ayam uchchati jati, rebirth occurring. existence happening. Something is born due to creating eye sensor and going out to see something and tie not it to rupa image. Where the nama, name, not tie not to rupa image, at that point you will redeem from that. You will meet Aryabhumi, the place where redeemed from thoughts. This is the turning point of Laukika Bhumi, mundane Bhumi, worldly land, and Lokottara Bhumi, spiritual land. You must drag this highly important place, must see from your mind. When there are no two extremes in duality, tie knot is not happening. When two men wrap up a rope to the same side from two extremes ends, if so, what is seen outside is same thing, creating inside. It would tie knot if somebody catch it from outside. If somebody catch it from the middle, then the rope will be wrapped up. When two men wrap up a rope to the same side, from two ends, the rope will not wrap up. It will be unraveling. If caught it from the middle, there is upadana, grabbing. Therefore, tie knot is happening. Something like this is here. These are Lord Buddha's examples. Lord Buddha is explaining this Dhamma through examples and feeding as parables to our mind. This mind should be redeemed from the mind, and therefore only way of realizing this Dhamma is through examples. Illusion must be realized from the illusion. That is why a lot of examples are used. If so, you now see the point of Sabbe Sankara. Sabbe Sankara Anicca. Yada Panyaya Passati. Atti Nirpanti Dukke Esamaggo Visuddhya. Sankara, thoughts not meeting from outside, not cheated by the illusionary knowing. The point of redeemed from outside, no karma will be gathering. Mind impurities will not occur. Everything will stop. Purana midam bhikkave kammam vadami. The seeker who redeemed from previous karma will not gather new karma. This is Sabba Sankara Samatha. You will understand this is a circle, a ring. This is Paticca Samuppada ring. So, a seeker could be redeemed from the Paticca Samuppada ring only when he realizes it. This Paticca Samuppada ring means Buddothpada Bhumi, mundane world, where you born and die. the worldly land with wrong views and extremes, where you are deceived by the illusion and falling into suffering. But you can touch the path to Nibbana by redeeming from this circle. Realizing Paticca Samuppada, realizing the law of cause and effect and redeeming from them is where the path to Nibbana exists. You must see this ring of circle through wisdom, vijnana. Consciousness occurs at the point of creating nama, name, and rupa, image, due to nama and rupa. Nama rupa paccaya vijnana. When nama and rupa tie knot and creating vedana, feelings, sanya, signals, you will be deceived by the illusion. In that Satara Satipatthana, you will fall into suffering. If you redeemed, you will be meeting Prabhaswara Chitta, purely illuminated mind, without thoughts. That means the place where redeemed from thoughts, Anidassana Vijnana, consciousness, not falling apart. Prabhaswara Chitta, purely illuminated mind, is at the point of nothing in the knowing of Vijnana, consciousness. It is clear there are no intentions. If there are no sankhara, thoughts, there are no knowing. There's nothing to talk, can't talk. That means all the sankhara, thoughts and knowing is language. Where there is no sankhara, thoughts, there is no language, can't talk. All that what we talk, every word is made out of sankhara, thoughts. Living in that illusion and redeeming from same is very subtle and deep fact. Where there is no knowing in sankhara, thoughts, there is no nama rupa. Where there is no nama rupa, there is no salayatana, six senses. The point of Prabhaswaram Chitta, Vikkavi, is there. Lord Buddha has explained these facts properly. Therefore, Vijnana, consciousness, occurred according to the Prabhaswara Chitta is also Prabhaswara Vijnana, purely illuminated consciousness. All these knowings are happening through Vijnana, consciousness. Every thoughts, physical thoughts, verbal thoughts, mental thoughts, happening in this way are knowing through the Vijnana, consciousness. But this Prabhaswara, Manase Vijnana, consciousness of purely illuminated mind, has no intentions upon kaya, physical, vak, verbal, or mano, mental. Redeeming from Gana Sanya, heart signals, and knowing to happening and knowing is happening from this vijnana, consciousness. We are confused to our own mind. Knowing is happening according to the mind. Raga, lust, dvesha, hatred, moha, ignorance, occurring according to the mind. There is no any knowing like bed, chair, table, sun, moon, stars. The mind is Prabhasara, purely illuminated. There is no raga, dvesha, moha. That means if there are no sankara, thoughts, there are no knowing, no tanha, craving, mana, proudness, ditthi, wrong views. Due to these sankara, thoughts, hard signals, hard objects, we are meeting outside. Therefore, rupa, image, is dukkha satya, truth about suffering sankhara. Thoughts are dukkha arya satya, understanding the truth about suffering. I am attached to my thought. I got angry on my own thought. Intention becomes karma due to the vijnana, consciousness, going out. The mind living in the world, having seen this truth about sankhara, thought is lokottara, transcendental. Having seen the truth without being deceived, the seeker who sees the truth of mind will not meet rupa, images, shabda, sounds, gandha, smells from outside, not tie knot with outside images. Each and every subjectives occurring in this seeker's mind will redeem within his own mind, redeeming from outside. He will not meet an outside world. He will not meet anybody outside to be jealousy or to be attached or detached. Lobha for craving, dvesha, show hatred or moha, to be confused. Therefore, kaya sankara, physical thoughts, vachi sankara, verbal thoughts, mano sankara, mental thoughts. These three types of sankara thoughts will not occur in him. This seeker will redeem from karma. Therefore, this seeker will identify the path to Nibbana and Aryabhumi, pure land. He will see and redeem from each and every mind. He will be in the Arya Marga, path to pure land. Having the Sammaditthi, Nuvana, knowledge of right ways, redeemed from both extremes, and living in Madhyama Pratipada, middle countermeasures. Udaya, occurring, and Vaya, fading of Skandaya, heaps of objective thoughts. Seeing each and every thought occurring and fading in the mind can be seen in the seeker's mind, who is dealing with this process. This seeker will redeem from suffering. Dukkha Satya, truth about suffering. as Nama, name, Rupa, image, extremes and wrong views. Dukkha Samudaya Satya, occurrence of suffering, as Nama, name, Rupa, image, extremes and wrong views. Dukkha Nirodha Satya, path to redeem from suffering, as Nama, name, Rupa, image, extremes and wrong views. Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Pratipada, path of practical experience to redeem from suffering. Catching something outside as Nama, name, Rupa, image, extremes and wrong views. Dukkha Arya Satya. Sorry. Sorry. Dukkha Arya Satya. Not having Nama, name, Rupa, image, extremes or wrong views. Nirodha Arya Satya. Not having Nama, name, Rupa, image, extremes or wrong views. Patipada Marga Satya, not having Nama, name, Rupa, image, extremes or wrong views. Therefore, having Nama, name, Rupa, image is suffering. We are not having Nama, name and Rupa, image. There is no suffering. You must see these things through wisdom. The Arahant is knowing the truth and living. Functioning of shaking hands is not belongs to Nama, Rupa. Everywhere there are functions, activities only. Intentions are not occurring. The intentions occurring in the mind will not tie not to the action. If you look deeply at these facts discussed up to now, Aryan Hansi said, you will meet the Kriyasita action mind, where we are talking about now. We told that knowing came after negotiating with the sanya, signal. But now where vijnana, consciousness is not falling out to outside, mind is seeing the truth. At the point of sanya, signal, become an illusion, where the sanya, signal will not become true. Redeemed from remembrance, you will meet only an action. Outside image will not become true. Intention, thought, occurred from the mind, you will not be deceived by the instantly occurring and fading mind. Therefore, you will not be deceived by the sun signal of past memory, not meeting a present moment mind either. Therefore, all the thoughts appearing in the mind now will become anidasan vijnana, consciousness not falling apart. If so, it is an action mind. If so, what is the incident happening in the present moment? It is only a process. Now you will meet the action mind and process become shunyatavya, nothingness. Vijnanam anidasa, Anantam Sabbatokamam. Etta Apocha Patavi Tejo Vayo Nagarati. Etta Diganta Prasangva. Anatolam Subhasupa. Vinyanena Nirodena. Etta etam uparuchati. This point of Anidassana Vijnana, consciousness not falling apart, the place where becoming Shunyatava, nothingness. Animitta Samadhi, when this mind is seeing the truth of all thoughts appearing each and every moment. The Samadhi, mindfulness, creating. There is not having a nimitta, objective. If there is an objective, something is happening there with elementary status and conventions. If there is not occurring anything like that, there is animitta, no objective. That is animitta samadhi, awareness without objectives. Where there is animitta samadhi, awareness without objectives, having shunyatava, nothingness, animitta cheto vimukti, shunyata cheto vimukti, redeemed from attachments, detachments, raga, lust, dvesha, hatred, and moha, ignorance. There is apranita cheto vimukti, ultimate liberation of mind. This is the actual state of Arahant's mind. Becoming this shunyata, animitta, apranita, cheto vimukti. This story is a very solemn story. Actually, we wanted to show you the Arya Bhumi, Pure land. Aryan Mahanse said, there is a sankara, thought, which is not belongs to Nama Rupa. Though we take it as a sankara, thought, we talked about the mind, which is not belongs to the Nama Rupa. Actually, we cannot impose the mind here. Redeeming of mind is happening here. It is called action mind. And the nature of action mind is this. The seeker who is practicing in the transcendental path, or else seeing the skandaya udayavaya occurring and fading heaps of objective thoughts, will meet this action mind. If a seeker is having this Aryakanta Silaya, virtue of redeeming from grabbing, can see what kind of thought is appearing at this present moment. Is it a color, good smell, or a bad smell, taste, or a sound? Check to see what it is at this moment. What is coming to you now? Is it a sound? Only that is the mind. It is a sound. That is the mind. There is no mind beyond that. There is no person beyond that. Is there? There is no mind beyond that. There is no person beyond that. Is there a person who is hearing the sound from where this sound is coming? There is no object like that. Then what is the sound? Sound is only a sound. Then where is someone? Where is the person? Nobody. Hearing is only a hearing. That is why the hearing is only a hearing. That sound is the mind, none other. If the sound is the mind, where is the mind? Nothing called mind, then the sound is only a sound. What is there? Only the nature. That is why we have said there is nobody here, only the nature. There is no person here, only the sound. What is that imposing? What are those thoughts? That imposing is the error. Those thoughts are the error. It is a wrong view. It is an illusion. Are there things like that? There are nothing like that in this world. But we feel that there is something. That feeling is Buddothpada Bhumi, worldly land. That is the Drustigata Bhumi, land of wrong views. That is the place of occurring, cycle of death and rebirth. This is the point of redeeming from the karma phalabhumi, the land where results of karma imposed. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado, Aryan Mahansi. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma Prince.
I pay my homage to Triple Gem with great respect. I pay my homage at Aryan Hase, our noble friend's feet. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and also to our Dhamma friends who are helping with the technology. So you are welcome to yet another discussion session of Buddothpado PeoTV channel. It will continue from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. As most of you are aware, we have this 24-hour Buddothpada PeoTV channel in English medium, and number of Dhamma friends, they are delivering the sermons. And because there is no time slot for questions and answers during the sermons, this 2-hour period has been dedicated for that. So any friends who are listening to this via YouTube, or any of you who has listened to any of the sermons, and if you have any doubts about what you heard, also if there are any questions related to any of the Zoom discussions, also you can bring up here. So it's actually very, we will be doing the discussions in a very simple manner, simple level. So whatever the question you have, whatever the doubt you have, you can come up and we can discuss. If there are any questions that we are unable to give a justifiable answer, we can always discuss with Aryan Vahase, because sometimes he joins this discussion. If not, we can ask him separately. So this is actually a valuable opportunity for all our friends who are speaking English language. And also we know that in Sinhalese medium, there are many Zoom discussions for the friends who are speaking Sinhalese also. And the websites, if I just tell the website, particularly for the English speaking friends, www.wisdomofasia, written as one word, wisdomofasia.com. That is the website we can recommend. If you want to get more scientific explanations, that is the best website for you. There are some books printed in English medium. So those also are valuable sources for you to learn more about the Dhamma. Since there's no book reading today, until our friends join, I will talk on something. I don't know whether Champa has joined. If you have anything to discuss, we can discuss it. If you are free to talk, please go ahead. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor.
Therwan Saranai. Yes.
Can you please talk about this Sammaditthi little
Yes.
further in English?
Yes. Actually, the word Samma is used to indicate that the world or the material world is not true. All these are sensor created world. So that is the basic vision that that is explained in with the word Samma. So when you talk about Samma, it is followed by the Samma Sankappa, Samma Vacha, all those. Each of them, when the word Samma Ditti, Samma is used, Samma indicates that it's a creation, the understanding that it is a creation of the senses, not something real. Opposite, of course, is a Mithya, Micha or Mithya, where you take the world and myself as real. So, Ditti means a vision. If you sort of spread the word and try to understand, Samma Ditti is the correct vision in simple words. So, what is meant by the correct vision? We know that the biggest illusion is, or the ignorance is, that what is created by the senses is taken as real. So that is the mithya drushti, or the biggest wrong or incorrect vision. So in Sammaditi, what we have to actually know is that it's a clear understanding about the darshana. In other words, the short Pali phrase which says Salayatana Loko Loko or Chittena Niyati Loko, which means the Salayatana Loko Loko. I'm sure you are familiar with the term. The six senses create the world, and Chittena Niyati Loko means the world is created in the mind. So that is the basic truth, and that is the correct vision actually. This so-called created world includes the self also. It's not that myself is trying to understand this world, but the self is also, or the myself is also part of the world. So when you do not realize this deep meaning of this one, you are on the mithya drushti, or the incorrect vision side. So basically, the senses are creating a world, and this is the first step of our practical experience also. And senses, we know that the five main senses, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And then the mind itself acts as a separate sensor. So that is how we get the six senses. So when you analyze this further, each sensor, there is an activity which we call a vibration. There's some change in the function, a functional change in each of the sensors. And there is a very fast function occurring, which we call a very fast vibration at these sensors. It's not actually the physical component of the body. The physical component is necessary. So in simple words, if you do not have the eye, there's nothing called vision. If you do not have the ear, there's nothing called hearing. So like that, you need the physical component, the five physical components, and then with that background of this physical component, there is a functional change which we call a vibration. So vibration occurs at a very fast speed. Because of that fast speed, there is a creation, or there is an illusion. Something is shown as if it is really there. So in the eye, a light, or we also can say a shape, appears as an illusion. Because of the fast speed, it occurs as if it shows as if it is really there. Similarly, because of the fast vibration of the eardrum, it creates a kind of a sound. Other organs are also, other five faculties also are like that. Actually, the word sensor is used for the function, not for the physical part. So because of the fast vibration occurring at this level, it creates something which was not there. And that is the level of the radiant mind, the baby's level, where only these sensor functions occur. But later on, when the baby grows up, according to the Chitta Niyama or the natural law of mind, these sensor functions will combine together to form the thoughts. So thought is another form of vibration. Several vibrations combine together, particularly the eye and the ear, and then form a different type of a vibration which we call thought. So it's very, very clearly it is a creation of the mind. So what are the thoughts? Thoughts are everything. Whatever you experience is a thought. Whatever, I mean, it could be a bird's sound, it could be the tooting of a bus, it could be something right in front of you at this moment, maybe a wall, window, table, chair, whatever. They are all thoughts actually. So the sensors have no idea, sensors have no explanation to this, what is received, what is created actually, but the naming or the description occurs as a result of the mind sensor function. So it's very clear now at the sensor level, due to the speed, something is being created, and these functions will combine together to form another different type of a vibration, which we call a thought. So all are actually basically creations due to the speed. Then if you take this as true, then that is the biggest illusion, that is the biggest lie, isn't it? So what happens is, due to the ignorance, what is created as a thought is taken as something really existing, because we do not realize that the senses are functioning in different ways in different animals. They have different types of senses. So each of them will experience something of its own and take it as the real world. So we have no idea, we have no way of finding out what is exactly outside. What is experienced is taken as true world. So this is a mithya drushti, because this is, and myself is also a creation of the senses. Because the little baby does not have any idea about the self. That is something built up gradually due to perceptions getting collected little by little at different stages. So the total myself, concept of myself, is also part of this world. So having, this is the wrong vision, this is the incorrect vision, this is the mithya drushti. So when you understand this, reality, then we can call that you are in a samma drushti. And you need to get this correct vision to begin with. There onwards only it will go on to the samma sankappa, samma vacha, all correct things will follow when this correct vision is there to start with. I don't know, Champa, whether I gave you the correct explanation. Do you need
Yes,
any
doctor.
other?
No, yes, doctor. I understand that. Also, I think the awaken to the mind, and it is connected with the samadhi and the
There's nothing called
feeling
awaken
part.
to the mind.
Yeah, going to the moment. Yes.
Sorry, awaken to the moment, and this samadhi.
Yeah.
To awaken to the moment, samadhi and the feeling path are very much connected. Is that so?
Yeah, awaken to the moment means that you know this truth. You know that there is
No, it's a
nothing.
experience.
Yeah. Yeah, please, Dr. Kokila, you can explain it.
Yeah, it's an experience.
She
So,
asked about the Sammaditthi to start with.
what was
What
the
is
question?
Sammaditthi? She asked to explain what is Sammaditthi.
Okay. Samadhi is that understanding any view is not true.
Yeah.
Self or anything else. It includes everything. So the mind is not true. Even so, when we understand the mind, one's thought, one stimuli, it fully involves the whole system. So that's in a nutshell. But the awaken to the moment is an experience. You can't even talk about that. It's an experience. We can talk about it. It's not useful to just talk about it. It's an experience which will be happening because of true Dhamma, or because you fully understand. You have to fully understand this Dhamma first. And awaken to the moment is a experience. It's nothing else. So if it's an experience, it's completely, we can describe, but the describing part is not necessarily going to be applicable to any other person. It's like feeling salt. So we can say we felt salt, but we can't really say what it is, can we? Because this awaken to the moment is never felt before. So unless you feel it, you don't know. And how do we know? With the help of the noble friend only we know, but that there is something like this. And a noble friend who can actually explain this experience is an arahant, or if it is the first time, it's Samma Sambuddha. Pacheka Buddha will have this experience but can't explain it to anyone in any way. That's how it is. So awaken to the moment is only through knowing this Dhamma. That's why Aranhansi says all the time, this first level of fruition is only through Dhamma, not through meditation, nothing. So actually, one can enter the path, but actually feeling it is through how much you have understood this Dhamma. What was the reason for the question that what is Samadhi, or was it just to build up a discussion? If it was just to build up a question, anyway, Joel is also here, so it's a good thing. Because Samadhi word is actually, we don't use that word in English, we use right vision. So the right vision is knowing that any vision is wrong. So any vision is just a manifestation of the sensory functions. Any vision includes a self vision. Whether it is the chair, whether it is the self, whether it is the mother, whether it is the tree, whether it is the earth or Jupiter or whatever, doesn't matter. Whatever the view, whatever the thought, whatever the stimuli, when you take it as stimuli, it is important because the stimuli actually has the all three levels. So if you don't penetrate the all three levels, then you can't really say anything much about it, because it is tricky. You have to actually penetrate all the whole stimulus to understand what it is. So stimulus is chair, so nothing else. So the main important thing is understanding that there was never a thing in any of these thoughts. So when it comes to that, the self-thought is the highly manifested, repetitive thought in everything, because it is the shadow effect of the stimuli. So chair, shadow effect is the me or I. If it is the table, it is shadow effect is again me or self. So when it comes to, if you have billion thoughts, always the shadow effect is the same. That's why we feel it as ongoing self. We feel that I was there in year 5, I was there in year 10, I was there in year 12, I did a job, I did this and that, I looked after my parents, so I found a family, I have kids, so I'm going to die now, I'm in a nursing home now. So that we can finish like that. Or I'm with one of my child, like one child is looking after me. I'm close to death. Okay, that if we take a 75-year-old mother, we can say that like that. But the whole that time you felt as alive, the 75 years. That is the reason this how this system works. So this is what we are trying to actually understand, how this system works, why it is giving the life feel, why it is giving this perception that we have been living forever, why we have the perception of time, why we have the perception of anything in that sense. None of these perceptions are true. None of the perceptions are true. None. So underneath that, the non-form level or the tense is actually fast vibration of the sensory organs, which are actually just a manifestation only. That will manifest until your last breathing. That's how it is. Not sure whether I actually told it properly. I wasn't sure what Chamba was actually trying to ask, but to remember exactly that the awaken to the moment is just an experience. But the whole Dhamma is important to get that experience. Yes. Anything else?
Yes, Doctor. Seruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
I just to build up a conversation.
Yeah. That's what
started
I thought so. So
Yes.
that is the importance. But the problem is when we try to put them into the English words, we can actually make mistakes here and there because it might give a different angle. So we have to be
Yes.
careful when we try to talk. Sometimes it might give a different angle because of the problem with the language. So we have to be very careful because if we just try to give an idea, welcome to the moment is also another thought, then that's useless because every thought is
No, actually, I want to tell that first becoming Sammaditthi and then
Sammaditthi also the same. So without the awakening to the moment, even temporarily, like for initially, Sammaditthi is not confirmed. So you can actually know about Sammaditthi, but it is
yes.
not confirmed. It
Yes.
is not stabilized. So to actually get have this stability, because this is the first level that everyone struggles because the correct vision doesn't come. It doesn't stabilize. That means it's not always there. So if some person is appearing to be in Sammaditthi for, imagine, 3 years, and suddenly we have heard so many things, we have heard some monks being in, thinking that everything is good and done. Suddenly, when they are going through a hardship, they feel like, oh, I felt sad. That means I felt angry. I felt this. That means self is there. So that is self-view. That is the thing. So the self-view is not that easy as we think. So the Sammaditthi is not confirmed until the awakening to the moment experience actually happened. This is the challenge that everyone has. Yeah.
Yes. And I wanted to know that the path of feeling, Aryan always says, without feeling, we can't go through this path. So, although we know Dhamma, we should feel the feeling part, no? Then only
That is the thing. Awaken to the moment is also the same thing.
Yes.
So none of us actually forcefully take this feel. Feel should come when the power of the mind is gone. Until the power of the mind is there, we just talk about feel. We just think about feel. That's all.
Yes. Thinking is in any way, the thinking is not connected to this path, no. So you mean with first our mind
No,
power
first
should.
thinking will happen. I mean,
Yes.
inevitably, thinking will happen. We can't say thinking is never happening, because Manasikara is again, thinking is happening, but the thinking will kill the thinking. Like you will win you kind of thing. Thinking will actually understand that thinking is useless or thinking is not true. Thinking will lead to the understanding of thinking. So you can't say the thinking is not necessary. Thinking will happen anyway first. That is normal. And thinking in this angle will make you to actually understand that thinking is not true. And then the power will reduce, and then it will pave the path to actually liberate from mind and come to the like actual understanding of non-feel. So the main important thing is this thickness of the mind, or the feeling that one stimuli is real. That is the issue.
Yes, that should be corrected through the practical experience, I think. No, doctor.
Are you talking about the practical program?
Yes, that for
No,
practical.
actually, practical program is actually for people who have fully, who has a fully understanding about the truth. Because sometimes if you actually, like if you really fully get the thing properly, even by thinking it's fine, then you can actually try the 4 steps, that's fine. But you have to have a proper idea that there was never a self. If you actually enter this 4 step program with the idea that self is there, you are the one who is going to keep walking. You are the one who is going to keep thinking these Dhamma facts. You are the one who is going to think that there is outside is the perception. You will keep thinking that the perception is not real. You will keep thinking that this is all the, but this is not the actual thing. First we have to understand. That's why first 2 hours Aranhans always in a program like that try to explain the Dhamma at least 2 hours. That's because if someone start this program thinking that there is a self and I'm going to kill the self, that is wrong. Actually, we are trying to understand that there was never a self. Then if there was never a self, what are we feeling? Then what are we feeling is the I feel. What are we feeling is actually feel of the chair. The chair we feel when there's a chair feeling, that's a alive feel. So this is what we are actually trying to. There should be a confirmation that when the chair is not real, the alive feel is not there. That is the awaken to the moment experience. For that to happen, the steps will help. But actually, the understanding should be there that actually we are not trying to do anything forcefully. We are not trying to keep thinking about this. This is the truth, that there was never a self, but there is something we feel. Then what are we feeling? The stimuli. So what is the stimuli? Chair. So if you feeling that chair is real, yes, that is the I feel. Simple as that. And when you keep understanding this, then it comes to the non-form world, the field section. Then field level has no whatsoever no whatsoever form, no whatsoever perception. There is no perception even as light or smell. It's just a live feel only. It's nothing to talk about that. In that field only also, the understanding is it's a The Dhamma is that it is the fast vibration of the sensory functions. That's all. If you feel something, it is a sensory function. Fast vibration of the sensory function. That is the feel. And then only it will change to the non-vibration or alive feel, absence of alive feel. With the actual, the hearing will be there, but the alive feel is not there. This is, no one can actually tell this. Someone has to feel this. Do you get it? So this is
Yes,
a struggle
doctor.
that even singular Zoom is struggling, and
Yes,
even
doctor. For that,
everyone is struggling.
yes, Sirvan sir, doctor. To get that, we have to first understand fully the that means the Darshana Samapatti.
Yes.
That is the true Buddhist philosophy very well. Then only that knowledge is there. No? Then it will help us to feel
Yeah.
the correct way.
How the life feel has happened. That's a Buddhist philosophy. Yeah, that is the Buddhist philosophy. So the Buddhist philosophy is nothing about keeping the legs crossed and doing the meditation. It has nothing to do with actually going and praying. It's nothing to do with doing all these rituals. It's actually to understand about how this self life feel has come. The life feel has come only because of the sensory function output, which is the stimuli. That's the only reason, because it was felt as real. If it is not felt as real, the life feel is not there. So this has to be there to confirm the Sammaditya. Otherwise, there's no Sammaditya. It's all half done. That's where the Sammaditya or the right view is very important. Just by, we can't say that the confirmation of the Sammaditya is there just because we understand Dhamma. It's not the confirmation. We know Dhamma, yes, but it doesn't confirm that.
Yes, at any moment the view can be changed, no?
Yeah.
We can't say that. Yes.
Yeah. There's a shift. Always there's a shift. Like, even if you didn't have any burning for 7 years, suddenly you feel like, oh, this is self, then that is Sammaditya. That is a problem. Because you're thinking something is self. There was never a self. But we feel that this is self. So this doesn't, this takes time and this takes effort. And the program is really good as well. If you really understand this Dhamma, then it is good to go ahead with but if you actually go ahead and do the practice with the thinking that there is a self, I'm going to get rid of the self, no. That is not the point. I think a lot of mothers are also misunderstanding this. They are trying to do the program, trying to get rid of myself. No, this is not the thing. It is to understand that there was never a self. Then what is the feeling? Then if we are feeling something, that is the stimuli. And if the stimuli power is not there, alive feel is also not there. So the initial, whoever who is doing the discussion should be properly telling that, like, you're not trying to get rid of yourself here. You are actually trying to understand how this alive feel has come. Yes, you tell that, but you have to thoroughly, strongly tell them that there has never been a self. Otherwise, it is always tendency for thinking. Tendency for thinking doesn't help. So even for the first level, second level, third level, fourth level of the program, the thinking is very junior level, like thinking can happen. No one can blame you. But thinking is not the actual part. Even randomly you thinking about it, like not really actively thinking, passive thinking, that is also not great, but it's okay. But if it actually come without being anything, and the life has vanished in that particular fraction of second, you know exactly what happened. When the stimuli is not a thing, alloy field is not there. So the Lord Buddha's full explanation is confirmed as a Mohata awaken to the moment. So the most important thing is the Satyajnana. If you are missing a bit of Satyajnana also, like bit of the truth, it can trick you. The mind can trick you. So the most importantly, you should know how the mind can trick you. So as the mind is a tricky thing, mind can pop up. I mean, mind can, anyway, thinking is not going to stop here. What is going to happen is, because you fully understand what is happening, the power of the thinking is not there. So the thoughts will come without the power. Seeing will happen without the power. And
that means, Doctor, that we are seeing the thought patterns, no, with mindfulness, seeing the thought patterns.
Again, the problem in that sentence is, Champa, we are seeing the thought pattern. It's as if, every sentence has that problem, you know. It is the problem of the sentences.
Yes.
But it is not something like that. Actually, it's kind of feeling that this is just a system. Seeing is happening because of the sensory function is there. Seeing is just a fast vibration of the eye, yes. But this thinking about that will not help. But actually, if your mind power is getting lower and lower, it's very easy to feel the alive field as well as the non-alive field, like the existence field with power and the without power. And that will clear your whole view, because the right view, if not confirmed to that system by experience, if there's no confirmation by experience, there's always doubts. So that is a problem. So the initial part is, the basics are the important thing. If you don't have the basics, there's always a problem of misunderstanding or being a slave of the mind, not the master of the mind, the slave of the mind. So if someone actually fully understands Dhamma and actually is have no doubts at all because of the experiences, then defilements are going to die down anyway, because the center is gone. The power with the stimuli, you know, the self-view is broken down. The self-view is the most powerful thing in the world. So when the self-view is shattered, what you have is all the stimuli with the powerful stimuli. It can be daughter, it can be son, it can be mother, father, sister, brother, husband, wife, or friend, or teacher, anything. It doesn't matter. Whatever the stimuli which happen, like all the time in the life, maximum maximum number of times, if a stimuli has come repeatedly, if that is the one which made you alive, because it's a stimuli, all the time, there's no self, the stimuli. So whatever the stimuli which come multiple times is going to have the most power. That's what the karmasthana is. Aranans is telling all the time to just realize or understand the karmasthana, because it is all about your defilements. The main importance is the defilements. So if you are going to judge anything in this path, it's all about the defilements. Even that, it is with the help of the noble friend only you can actually detect what the defilements are, because sometimes if the the self-view is shattered properly, then the defilements are actually going to reduce anyway. Whether it's slow or fast, it is going to reduce anyway. So that's why Lord Buddha said that if the tree is turned to the river, then the tree is falling, it is going to fall into the river anyway. Unlikely it is going to fall to the other side. Likewise, if someone is fully aware about the awaken to the moment or the experiences that there is never a self, but only the if the stimuli has no power, definitely the life field is not there means it's the other way around too. So it's fully understood. The dependent origination, we can you have the ability to go through from it at the beginning to the end to the beginning as well. I don't know the English word for that, but beginning to the end and end to the beginning. If you this kind of the ability to understand the stimulus. So as well as feeling that it is not true is the challenge, but it will happen. We can't actually plan it. Even the program, it's just something that is like kind of application of this Dhamma, but actual feeling, you don't expect it to happen just there. Even if it happens just there, it is due to the, sometimes, like, because you're practicing. But if the most important areas where you can actually have an idea is where there is so much problems around you, so much, if there is a body damage, or if there is a, like the home is having a problem, whatever, it doesn't matter what the problem is, whatever, when there's a highest chance of vibration, that is where actually you can feel how much you have changed. So according to the defilements, but the misinterpretation of the defilements can happen if the self view is still there. So there's catch-22 anyway. Yes, Sudha, now Dr. Sakuntala, you can add something.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. I just joined halfway through. So you were explaining beautifully how one should like the characteristics of a person who step into the right wheel, the count of right wheel from the wrong wheel. So that is again this in becoming a stream mentor, isn't it? That's the point where someone changes that angle, like get rid of the self view. And then you were talking about how this abhisankarana power, the reinforcement
No, we
power.
all can be in the path.
Yeah.
Stream mentoring also, there's two aspects, the path and
Path
the fruition level.
and,
So
yes.
Yes, so anyone can be in the path. As soon as you hear this Dhamma and you feel that, wow, there's no self, actually, and if you actually feel it, it is, I mean, definitely if you keep understanding this, the path is going to improve slowly. It can take time, it doesn't matter, but the most important aspect is fully understanding that there was never a self. That part is the difficult part, because we keep misunderstanding that, okay, I felt something, that is self. I felt this, that is self. But if you really fully get the important aspect is the experiences, but if you fully understand that there was never a self, but if at all what it was there, what left was the stimulus, because as long as your breathing happens, your eyes will work, the system will work, and there would be a stimulus. That particular stimulus is the only reason that your life will is there. If it is feeling as real, then a life will is there. But the challenge is to feel that it is not actually real. That for that, the mind bubble or this mind, the power of the mind should reduce. With the strong mind, strong ego, you will just continue to continue to think, not turn towards the feel. But when the power of the mind is reducing, then it is easy for the feel. Yeah, yes, Sudha.
Doctor, Doctor, I understand there's no self in this body or there's no self in this mind. Or the self is that thinking of self is only a vibration. To the knowledge, I know it very clearly.
Can you tell that again? What did you say?
As you said, there was no and there is no self in this body or in this mind. But that mind, that means the self is, the thinking the self is only a vibration. To the knowledge, I know these things, but that means to feel that, trying to feel that actually, that is the important part.
No, the important aspect is understanding the stimulus, the chair. So don't miss that. I mean, what is there now? This there, if like in front of you, what would be there? It's just the stimulus, isn't it? Stimulus, 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 stimulus. That's the kind of thing what happened actually. So we are trying to fully realize the stimulus. That is Skandha, the stimulus. So Lord Buddha was asked, what has to be done? All the 4 levels. What did he say? The Lord Buddha said, it is to understand the stimulus. Not understand, actually fully realize what the stimulus, why it is saying like that. It involves the self-thought as well, yes, but it involves every stimulus. It involves all the thoughts. Why? It is because every stimulus, the shadow effect is the self. There is never a self, yes, but there is a shadow effect of the stimulus. Otherwise, if you actually wander away from Aranwan's Dhamma, you know, why he's talking about the stimulus so much is, if you wander away from that, you can't really get this levels of the stimulus, because stimulus, the chair, has all these levels. That is all you have to understand. The chair. Yes. Oh, it can be birds singing, it can be water, touch of water, it can be anything. It can be any thought. But it's a fully understanding this stimulus. So when it comes to the again, when you're talking, that doesn't come. This stimulus, if it is felt as a real thing, life is there.
Yes, Doctor. Actually, each and everything we see, we hear, we feel, that's
the stimulus. Yeah.
Through those, we feel that that is there, this is here, like that.
No, we have a view also. So we have a drushti also, like view also, that it is there.
Yes.
Apart from that, we have a perception as well. Underneath that, we have a feel as well. We feel as the chair, something is there, not chair is there. We feel as something is there. That's actually the non-form level.
Right.
We are not grabbing the chair, but that feeling is there.
Because of the ignorance, yeah, because of the ignorance. Because you don't know that even the light is just the sensory, fast occurrence of the sensory faculty only. If you fully aware about that, then this feel also can't be there. Then
Theruvan Saranai, doctor, it is like an equation, isn't it? If it is there, here the self is there. So that is the
that's
wrong
it,
view. Yeah.
that's it,
Yeah.
Lord Buddha said. But when we
So,
try to think about it, it is not the best. But we think about it in the beginning, it is not the best. What is important is
Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. Theruvan Saranai.
Yes, what's that question? Yes, Sudharma, tell me. Yes.
I think
Theruvan Saranai Aryan Wahasa, I didn't ask a question. Miss Champa was asking something from Dr. Kokila, and she was explaining regarding the wrong view and the right view, I think. Yeah, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Champa was asking about the right view and also
yeah, it's okay. Awaken to the moment. Awaken to the moment is it's okay. This present moment is not real. It's the stimulus. Yeah, it's not real. So if you want to understand how is this thought are creating, no? How is this thought how is this thought creating? No? It's a stimulus. Yeah. We are living only one stimulus. So every moment is happening is one stimulus. So one thought. But this thought is not real. No? Someone is thinking the future history or something, remembering something history or thinking about the future is everything is this present moment is a thought. It's okay. This thought is not real. Is we want to understand. We want to understand how is this mind is creating, how is these thoughts are coming, how is these senses are creating. No, this is senses every second, every moment. This six senses is creating. One sense has given this thought. It's a one thought. So one is someone understood the truth is not clear. That's why. It's okay. It's okay now.
Yes, I understood. I am thinking about the awaken to the moment. That is the
Awaken to
main
the
problem.
moment is this present moment.
Yes.
It's not real.
Yes.
Awaken to the moment is this present moment is not real.
Understanding that.
This present moment is not real.
Not
is understanding. Yeah, it's understanding.
Right.
So people is thinking this present moment is okay. This is not the present moment. Is present moment is not real. Is the awaken to the moment.
Right. That is what the problem I had. The Aryan answer.
That's otherwise the dependent origination is the this mechanism. This thoughts how is coming. Someone know the mechanism is here. Is sensor. How is sensor creating? How is this eye creating? How is this our ear creating? How is the other sensor creating? That's mechanism is the dependent origination. You see, is that we are talking about the five aggregates. So is a skanda. Skanda is the speed. No, speed is there. Skanda is the speed. So eye, how is creating this spark, speed happening is the eye inside is the mechanism is this, is the light is coming. You see, you understood. I think Champa know this is here in the Dhamma. This process is single.
Yes, 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 Aryanvansa, I know it. Thank you for your explanation. Now it's very clear for me that I had the problem about this awaken to the moment mostly.
Yeah, it's easy. This awaken to the moment is this present moment. It's not real. Because this present moment is one thought, every second one thought is creating. No, it's okay. Otherwise, if someone understood this thought is not real, this present moment also not real. That's why it's a nothingness is there. It's the answer. Cause and effect there. Effect is this present moment is nothing.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. When someone moves from wrong view to right view, so that person is in the stream enterer path, isn't it, ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ?
Tell me again.
When someone moves from the wrong view to the right view.
Wrong view is the existence. Wrong view is the thought. Someone thinking this world is a real is a wrong view.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so such a person is in the stream enterer path when moving to the right view, when one changes that self angle.
Non-self angle.
Yeah, non-self angle.
Non-self
that is
angle
the
is the right view. Is there?
Yeah. Okay.
Nice. Okay. But what is the self? Is a field. How is this field? It's coming is an existent field. Otherwise, the something there outside, someone thinking outside there, something is the otherwise is the you. Other side is you. Side by side is okay. Someone thinking outside is something there. Is the meaning is you are here. It's a field. It's a alive field. Alive field is an existent field. Otherwise, the alive field is there. You see this existent field is a field. It's not a thought, it's a field. It's okay, chair is a thought, but chair is existent field is the other one, not the chair. It's a thought. It's not a thought, it's a field. It's an existent field is the other side, is the alive field is there. Same. You see this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think about Kokila?
Yes, Saranvans. Actually, the path and the fruition level, that's just how strong the Satyajnana is, or the truth is, how strongly you will actually feel this. So, the trying to understand Satyajnana or the truth is the only thing you can do. You can't really plan anything else, as the planning is in the mind. But if you keep understanding the truth and actually inquisitive or keen to understand how the life field has come, you will definitely touch this, and then the feeling, the non-alive field or the the existence field without the power is the tricky thing, but it will come eventually, and that will be the area where the doubts will be gone. That is where the importance is coming, because unless the doubts are gone, or paramarshana, or the always thinking in self angle is paramarshana, that will completely stop. So it will be always non-self angle or non-self perception has arise, because all the time normal human, mundane world human, what perception he has is a self-perception. Normal person doesn't have a non-self perception. So the non-self perception should arise naturally. It will arise. It will arise with the feel that when the alive feel is not there, you will definitely feel this, and then the non-self perception arises. Then actually the paramarshaning, or the looking at this whole system with the self angle will stop without doubts, without that is where the correct view is confirmed, isn't it, Arana? That was what I was trying to say, actually. Because that's what the problem is. Doubts here and there. Whether this is the self, or whether this is not the self, whether this is the self, whether this is not the self. Those doubts should vanish once you fully understand this system. And the no-self angle is solidified. It's not changing. So no-self angle will be the only angle available. And the self-perception is very strong, but non-self-perception is also getting stronger slowly. It takes time. Non-self-perception can arise suddenly, but it takes time for it to stabilize or solidify, in the sense, that's what in Sinhala we call it patyang venawa. It's a stabilize the non-self perception, because non-self perception is new to this system. It takes time for that to stabilize, and then when it is fully stabilized, we actually it's a system where there's no alive feel, but it takes time. Any part of this path or the fruition levels, we can't really do anything. It just happens. How does it happen? Because of the listening to Dhamma, discussing Dhamma, thinking about Dhamma. What else? It's all the things that actually we do, kind of listen, talk, discuss, think about it, and also application. That's the last part, is the application. Application is the most important one in one way, but you can't apply without knowing it fully also. So that's where the reinforcement of Dhamma should come every day. That's why we have Zoom meetings so much, to reinforce this Dhamma all the time, because it's not easy, because this is never felt Dhamma, never heard Dhamma, never heard truth, never felt truth. That's why it is kind of new, kind of difficult, kind of taking time, kind of irritating sometimes everyone. Why it is? Because the irritation is in the mind.
And doctor, only way to find it out, or for someone to be self-evident, is the detection of the diminishing of defilements, isn't it? There is, I mean, as knowledge, we know there is non-duality. Yeah, true.
Yeah, but the thing is, even that has levels. Even a mother who has listened to this Dhamma for a few months will feel, oh wow, there is no self, and slowly there will be like low level of defilements, but the Satyajnana will only tell that the path is not ending there. Because the research should continue. That is the importance of the actual truth. If you don't know the truth, you get satisfied. Like you're like, oh yeah, I don't feel anything now. I'm okay now. So you kind of stagnate everywhere, in every kind of good place. You tend to stay, isn't it? Yeah, it's a normal thing, but the push is from the noble friend. Pushing is for actual not to stagnate everywhere, not to feel good about it, because but it comes only from Satyajnana, because only the truth will let you know that yes, you are in the path, so you're feeling a bit better, but still the function is not over. The research is not over. The investigation is not over.
Yes.
Yeah.
One should come to the level that the person doesn't contemplate Dhamma even, or towards the last stages. I mean, that's what they say, letting go of everything. So there are a lot of pitfalls, as you always remind. True, because at the beginning we notice how we liberate from burning situations. I mean, how the certain stimuli do not become so true, because always the comparison was done, because that comparison was also done by the person. That's the beauty of it, unknowingly. But it's, as you say, we have to listen to more and more sermons and participate in discussions.
Application
And
is the best thing. Application.
best. Mm.
Application in day-to-day life is very important.
Mm. True. That is where the awareness or the sihiya and the mindfulness plays a role, no, doctor? They say that for someone in the path, this awareness and yatha bhutana jnana, seeing the reality of the stimulus, are like the two poles of the ladder. So when they are present, definitely the liberation from the stimulus will happen. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, practical sense, when you explain these things, it's very, very beneficial for everyone.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Application, day-to-day life, can you please explain a little further?
Like how which stimuli is actually has this power. I mean, it differs. The application also differs according to the person's satyajnana, because it depends. So the application also differs to the level of truth. Whatever the truth you have felt, that is the level of application you would have. But that is where the importance of Zoom discussions come, like, because sometimes RMRC will tell something and then you will realize, oh wow, that is something new. Or actually that you never even wasn't aware about that. So things like that, this evolves slowly. It evolves, but the main thing is application. The word itself is not the important thing. It is about the power of the stimulus. So the power of the stimulus, what is the power of the stimulus? If the power of the stimulus is high, then you might have to actually go back to basics and think about it. But if it is getting lower and lower, and still, if some power is there, that is ignorance. So the fight here is to fight the ignorance. We are not fighting with the stimuli, actually. This fight is for the ignorance. In the sense, the overcoming is the ignorance part. Wherever the ignorance is there, the entertainment of the sensory function would be there. So but when the ignorance is not there, entertainment part is also actually not valid, like, so the actual application also changes from person's perspective. So it might differ. The main thing is understanding that how it becomes a thing, how the stimulus becomes a thing, how or if you're feeling actually something that is a strong stimuli, so then you can go back and find out why it is so strong. So there is some investigation there. But it's all about the stimuli though. But that comes with the right view, that there was never a self, but the stimuli is felt as a thing. So what is the problem with the stimuli? Because it's a repetition, it is the repetition. And in the end, it is actually the speed vibration of the sensory function. That's why there's a feel of entertainment, like feel is there. So finally, the thought level is anyway useless, thought, which whatever the thought is, the mind consciousness is, mind perception, they are not even valid if the other 5 consciousnesses are not valid. How can the mind be valid? Mind is anyway not true. No, if the vision is not true, how can you see a chair? Even the vision is not true. Vision is happening actually due to the fast vibration of the eye, and that is like actually seeing a fireball, like a round of fire, like round figure of the fire. How can see round figure of the fire?
Doctor, if there are no such attached things, that means stimuli, even though the mind works, no, thoughts coming and going, coming and going, if there are not much of big stimuli, even the thought patterns are roaming. I think that is due to the past experiences. Maybe, no? I'm not
Well,
sure.
that question is not valid, because thoughts can come anyway. This is about the actual understanding that the thoughts are not real. Yes, thoughts can come without the power. So this is all about understanding the power behind it. You don't really try to get rid of these thoughts.
Yes, thought power.
Even the light.
Power of thoughts, yes.
Even the light. We are not trying to get rid of the light. We are trying to actually understand what is the power behind this light. Why it is feeling as existing.
Light. Yes.
No, light is felt, but the why it is feeling as existing.
True.
That is because of the fast occurrence of the vibration. It's a field only. So there is no perception of light there. Actually, it's a field. So in the field side, if there is no speed, there's no field, then there's nothing to even talk about the mind consciousness.
Yes.
Mind will continue to function. It's like a tree.
Mm.
When the life field is not there, Aranhase is usually explaining that you must have heard multiple times that it's like, a tree, but having the ability to feel everything.
Yes. This is the problem here is, doctor, not the thoughts, that vitakka which are underneath the thoughts, there is inside talkings and things like that.
Inside talking is powerful because the mind is powerful.
Yes.
You can't just deny that. If the inside talking is powerful, that is, thoughts are powerful. The mind is powerful. If the mind is powerful, it will continue to have this problem. But then, if the mind is powerful, the field is very rare. But when the mind power is reducing, field slowly will emerge.
That means, doctor, not every time. sometimes only it's happening, that thoughts occurring and that inside talkings happens, not every time, but sometimes.
No, the main thing, Champa, now,
Yes.
main thing here is not all this. Main thing is to fully understand there was never a self. Fully understand and actually feeling it is a challenge. And when we understand that, then only you will come to the, your mind power will slowly reduce. So actually what happens is, thinking will happen. Lord Buddha also thought, thinking will happen without the actual self-perception. That is the problem we have. If we have the non-self-perception only, it will arise. It will get, it will manifest more. Until we don't have that, we just talk. But when we have the non-self-perception, in the sense, that's how Ananda Thero knew that he didn't become an arahant even though he walked the whole night. How does he know? Because he knows that how the non-alive feel is. So that is the thing. The non-alive feel, at least if it has happened once, even if it is a fraction of a second, it doesn't matter. If it has happened once, the system has that perception. It is the absence of the life here. It's non-self-perception. It's the absence of the life here. So then only this whole thing will get clearer. So unless that time you will feel that the Vitakka Vichara is yours. That's a different story. Even Vitakka Vichara is not yours. It's a system error. Because the stimuli is felt as a real thing. These system errors are not self errors. But this to come to the surface, you need to actually feel this properly.
Doctor, can you please explain the system error again, please?
So what I meant was, it's because your respiration is there, you will be seeing things, you will be hearing things, you will be having the touch sensation, smell, and the taste. So until respiration stops, this will continue. That's why the existence feel will be there, but the feel that you have, it is real, will be not there. The feel that it is real is actually the problem that we had forever. It will slowly go away. Whether you want to, even if you try hard for 30 years, sometimes it may not go away. You know, all the time that there's so many stories in Lord Buddha's time. It doesn't necessarily mean how hard you try or how deep you try. It's actually fully realizing that this there's a system which keeps working. But if there is no, if you're fully aware that it is not a thing, then the life will be not there. The burning is not there. But the challenge is to understand what is the seeing without this burning. What is the hearing without this burning. So if the chair is not a thing, that thought you doesn't necessarily matter to us, do we? We don't even remember that, nothing. But the problem is, as soon as your child is coming fully injured after an accident, you might feel everything. That is the investigation that will keep happening. Why I am telling it's the system error is because this nobody did this. This error is in the system itself. R.N. Vansi says this in Sinhala all the time. This is a problem that no one did it. Actually, Sela Tharani or someone has told it nicely. Nobody did it. No one did it. You didn't do it. Anyone else didn't do it.
Yes, it's automatically coming like, yes.
Yeah, it's a system error that we are actually getting fully awareness about the problem. Then the real, we feel everything is real, that around you, that will be gone. When the non-self perception arises, it is like no self-anger. Before it was self-anger, now it is no self-anger. Simple. It's like changing the way you look at it, but not in thinking, actually fully from the feel as well. Because thinking we can change.
Yes, doctor.
Easily think this man is very bad.
Yes, feeling is the main thing of we should have the feeling. Yes.
Yeah, because as soon as someone comes and tell no, that person is not bad. Actually, that person is really good. These are the good deeds that he has done. Your view is slightly now wavering towards that good side. But as soon as someone else comes and say, no, nonsense, he's really bad. This is what he has done. He has killed a person also. You will be like, oh my God, really? Then that person is bad again. That's how the mind works. This is not like that, like understanding Dhamma and thinking, there is no self. And sometimes thinking, oh no, there is a self. Why? I got angry. There's a self. And then next time you're thinking, no, there is no self. Again you're thinking, no, there is a self. No, this can't behave like this can't change like this. There was never a self. So what was there? It's a stimuli. The chair, the table, the girl, the boy, the wife, husband, daughter, son.
Taking
friend.
everything as taking everything as real. That is the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem. Why? Due to the ignorance. Not knowing that it is a system thing. If it is a system thing, will you be actually looking at something and saying, I'm seeing? No. If you're fully aware about the system, then the mind sensor is the most tricky part. It has emotions, it has everything, but none of these things are due to self.
It's the biggest trap, I think, mind consciousness. Mind.
Dr. Sakuntala, anything else? Joel is also
actually,
here. Yeah.
Yes, if Joel has questions, he can ask.
Yeah, you can continue until he asks.
Yeah, just telling something. I mean, as to add to what you were saying about this Champa's question. I think now if you see a chair in front of you, you have that feel that it's really there, isn't it? I mean, it's different from the feel that you get about a chair which is in a picture right now. Now you have a picture of a chair and you have a real chair in front of you. Do you? I mean, do you feel it in the same way? There's a difference, isn't it? So that is what is meant by having a value.
Yes, both are same. I understand.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, no. What I am saying is that now, do you understand there's a difference in the way that you feel the real chair and a picture of a chair? Yes. So that is a feeling of the existence. The feeling of existence means that you sort of deep inside that you feel that it is real, it's real. So that is your mithya drushti. I mean, you feel that it is really there. Even if you try to analyze it and say that it is, of course, just a touch to the skin and it's a shape to the eye and then it's just a sound to the ear, you try to sort of apply it that way. But if you take it in a very simple way, you feel that a real chair is there, isn't it? So that is what is meant by that. I mean, having a value to that, or in
Yes,
other words,
karma
that is
yes, karma bhumi
no, no, no,
value is
not.
there.
Of
No,
course, yes. If
actually,
you
it
take it
is
as
Champa. It is much deeper
mm,
than that. What she's trying to say is a bit deeper than that. So actually, if you actually even mind level, if you even go deeper than the mind level, the feel level, there is nothing called chair there anyway. But you will feel as something. That is the vibratory nature of the sensory function.
Yes, yes,
It is
doctor.
felt as
Yes,
something.
yes.
But
Something is
the
there.
actually view is the one that says this is chair. It is a view, complete view. So there are three levels always. So the view is this is my daughter. So we'll take the example as a daughter. This is my daughter. That's the view. That's a very strong view. This is my daughter. Don't tell anything. This is my daughter. Who else's daughter is that? This is my daughter. Okay, that's the view. So, but if you actually understand that, no, it's just a perception. I mean, you really kind of get to that understanding that it's a perception here. Perception is like like something like a thought. So if you really understand that, even if I say that, Chauvin, that this is my daughter is actually a perception. But then the perception level, again, this form level, it is felt as still as something, the chair, still the daughter. But it's not as strong as before. You're not actually believing in that. When the self view is broken, only will this happen. Permanently broken. When the self view is broken, the chair view is also broken. So when the chair view is broken, but still the perception is there. So you kind of still have the perception of the chair. So it can pop up at any time. But then when you fully understand that the perception is also like a current or a wave or actually vibration of the sensory function, like the combination of all the sensory function, then this perception power also reduces. And then there's a feel. Now, what is a feel is just something. Because it is when there is no form level or the perception level, there is no smell or light or nothing. It's something. That's why we use the word vibration there, because vibration word is used to give, the Aranvanse is trying hard to give this idea that it's a feel. Feel has no whatsoever
Shape. There's no shape.
Shape or
Shape.
nothing.
Nothing.
It's
Smell
not
or
a
anything.
it's
Taste. Yes.
smell, nothing. It's nothing. It doesn't have any form. So that's what the baby had before starting the mind. In that level also, it is a sensory, fast sensory vibrations only give this effect. You just understand this first, but whenever this comes to your experience only, it will confirm. That is the challenge.
Yes, doctor. Thank you very much. I understood fully. Thank you, both of you. and Aryan Wahanse also. Thank you.
Anything else? Joel, you can also join. I mean, I know this must be like boring for you, but sometimes you may be even understanding because we have been talking about this for some time now. Even the 4 levels, you are now aware, actually. So maybe it is okay. It is just slowly getting into this understanding. Actually, if you can't kind of try to feel this without too much thinking, it's much better. Yes, Joel.
Yeah, like first thing is I read that book, Buddothpada book, and then I have joined these sessions for some time. And it was a slow process that I realized everything, and still I'm realizing. And I, in the sense, the system is realizing.
Yeah, true.
So
Actually.
after realizing one by one, some of the questions and doubts that I'm having is also just vanishing. I mean, just going out. So that's why when you ask, Joel, do you have a question? I don't have a question to ask. Because that self-view and that and this all vanish slowly.
Yeah,
and
that's
also
okay.
I can relate to Champa, Madam Champa, because I was in the same level. I asked all those questions what she's asking about thoughts and everything. But now, like, I don't know, I don't have thoughts. I have thoughts, but I don't have questions. So yeah, it's a gradual process. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, anything?
I think more or less, I think Champa's questions were more or less answered, I suppose. That the difference, if she can, I mean, one of the examples I remember that given by Aryan Hase was that right at the beginning, when you talk about becoming a thing, a stimulus becoming a thing, one of the beautiful examples he gave was that look at some real jewelries, real gold jewelries, and then you see some jewelries in a picture. The perceptions, the level of the perceptions are quite different from each other. The moment you see the real one, the perceptions you get is about the value and how much it will cost and etc. But the moment that you see it in a picture, how beautifully or how real looking the picture is, the perceptions are completely different. So that is the way, I mean, that is one of the examples you can use to understand the word becoming a thing, or the stimulus becoming a thing, or how the value is added to the stimulus. Just something simple that I remembered of telling now.
Actually, Dr. Sakuntala, you know this, we are the humans, we have this touch, temperature touch, this skin system, this skin, and this, so basically body consciousness is the main reason that we are struggling when we are standing near a person. So imagine you are standing near Champa. Just imagine you are standing near Champa and you are talking with Champa. And you might say, you are the Champa who joined the Zoom discussions online, isn't it? And you might talk about that too. So see how subtle this is. Now the online Champa and the physical Champa. This body consciousness is a really tricky thing, like This same question Rangika asked long time ago. She was asking about how we feel as real when we actually go near the waterfall. But when we are just thinking about it, it's not that real. So likewise, if Champa is actually standing in front of Dr. Sakuntala, then, it is a bit different. You feel as that person is near me. But this perception level, that is the tricky things, that is the application. That is the system error we are trying to realize. It's a system error. So if a organism or actually not an organism, whatever, a being, if they don't have this body sensor, it's a different story. Some of the in Sinhala literature, where even Lord Buddha is talking about the 31 realms, they talk about, Lord Buddha is talking about the gods, the Brahmas and stuff. They are all, they are not kind of in par with humans, because the bodily representation is not there. But because the humans have a bodily representation, body function, the skin and this whole system, when Champa is standing beside Dr. Sakuntala, the actual thing is different. But what is happening is still the same. Whether Champa is online or whether Champa is standing in front of Dr. Sakuntala, for Dr. Sakuntala, it's a perception of Champa anyway. But then it's complicated because now there's something like, as you can hug or as you can shake hands or something like that. So these are the application. So when you touch your child's head, when the child is worshipping you, if you touch your child's head, you feel as you touch the child's head. That's the perception we have. How come that is like real? But actually what is happening there is the someone worshipping near you is a perception. Someone is your daughter is another perception, and I have to touch the head is another perception, and touching the head is another perception. Actually, saying something again, or may Triple Gem bless you or something, is another perception. So it's all the stimuli. But what we feel here is something real happened. That's how it is. But this is all the outcome of the sensory function. If someone, like a being, had no body function, body consciousness, this is not a thing. This is not even happening to that system. Similarly, the bat who has the radar system, has the detection of obstacles, just think about that bat. Try to become the bat and see. You can't see anything. It's just through a vibratory nature that is detecting there's some things and should avoid, and actually they avoid. See, all this manifestation, the marima or the film or the dream, is an outcome of the sensory function only. So the confusion is there mainly in to the lay person, to the mundane person, what will be so confusing is, no, I touched my child. I said, Terwan Sanai, or I said, But Sanai, wishing their child. or may God help you, something like that, whatever. It doesn't matter how you wish, but it is the perception that you have. The child did this, I did this. So this film becoming real is mainly due to the fast vibration of the 5 sensory organs, and when they function together, when the mind is formed, now the mind also is very fast. That's why when we go to the shopping center, you know which aisle has the sugar, which side has the rice, you know. How? You just know. If you have gone there before, you just know. But what I'm trying to say is feeling this real is the problem. This feeling real is another perception that Aranwansi is trying to tell us all, trying to tell multiple times. So it's very important, try and understand this slowly. So we have...
Doctor, that is the main problem, I think, all we have. That is the main problem. All
like
we
the
have
feeling
is,
the dream.
yes, it
As
takes as
real.
real. Yes.
Yeah, even though you're not trying hard to achieve them or anything, you still feel it as real. So that is the level that we should understand that even the light is not true. Even the smell is not true. Even the touch is not true. Then only you will fully realize this. If not, you're going to get trapped in middle of the path. If the light is not true, how can we say anything about anything else? If the actual touch is also not true, how can we say about anything else? So if the hearing is not true, what can we say about the mind? Because mind is just the vibratory nature of the hearing. Mind is a wave. It's a reproduction of what you heard. If a child is they are talking, they can think, but their talking is less when they can't hear. So the talking is directly related to listening. So if they can't listen, if their hearing is impaired, the child will not talk. It's a very famous thing. The reason is, it's just the talking is just repetition of the hearing. So talking itself or acting itself is not important. I mean, it is also important, but what is important is what you feel, whether you are having a burning or not. But burning also has several meanings, doesn't it? Like suffering has several meanings, burning is also the same. So burning can be very superficial, burning can be in the middle, burning can be very deep, in the feel level, isn't it?
Yes, doctor, yes.
So it is very slow understanding of this Dhamma, just because we have kind of like a high hopes that I will understand this, or I can understand this, or
yes, without grabbing anything.
Yeah.
Just let go and let the system to understand.
Yeah, so you keep on listening to Zoom discussion. You would keep discussing. You try to actually apply it whenever you are having a bath, or when you are when you are washing things in the kitchen, when you are walking, when you are cutting something, when someone is shouting at you, when your legs are burning, when you try to walk, when your feet are burning, if you fall down from somewhere, the pen, whatever. Application is very important. Application is to see which part is true now. Is it the light? Is it the touch? Is it the smell? Is it the taste? Is it the hearing? Which part is true? None of these things are true. Then how can we have a mirror image of that? We can't. So what we really understand here is that this stimuli, even though there is a stimuli, there's nothing underneath. It's just a stimuli only because the sensory functions are there. System is working until the last respiration. So it will just having some output, isn't it, Jam?
Yes, doctor. Anyway, this discussion is very meaningful today, doctor. It's very much helpful. Thank you again, and Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Hokila and Aryan Hanse. I gathered a lot of important things through this discussion today.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think any discussion is very good because it is important. It has to be done at least a little bit lower level of vibration than you, so that it is easier to become the lower level. So that's where the importance of Aranhanse comes everywhere. So that because Aranhanse is the typical example of non-vibration. So it is very, even though we find it difficult to become the non-vibration, he can easily become our vibration. So he can feel how strong that is or how not strong that is. And that's where the importance is. And he will advise if he feels it very high. And you have to be open enough to understand what he's saying and take the message. And yeah, that is the importance of having a noble friend in these discussions. And he's most
Yes,
important.
most certainly. Yes, doctor. We are very much fortunate to have him as our noble friend. Yes.
Yeah. And the other thing is to try and fully apply this everywhere. And the more you try to feel this, there's a chance that you might feel it just because you are thinking about it. That's okay. But this will come naturally as well one day. Very random. That is the most important aspect. Very random thing. Because if you think and you feel something, that is a bit kind of artificial, isn't it? But if you feel
Yes,
it
doctor.
naturally, that would be good.
Normally, I don't think about Dhamma. I just listen. I practice that 4 steps and listening and whatever I can do to serve this Dhamma.
No, but application should be there. Application should be there. When you touch water, you should be able to understand that the water is a perception, touching is a perception, but actual feel has no water. Actual feel is just a vibration of the sensory function. So application is very important.
That means the Vidarshana Jnana.
Yeah, the application into the stimuli.
Yes.
That is where the Mohadatavidya can come. Because it has to arise,
Yes, doctor.
So it will come when you try to actually feel the stimuli. Because the stimuli is just none other than just the function of the sensory organ only. But it is easy to say that, but it is not that easy to feel that. Because at least we feel something that is an unformed world, arupa. Arupa, we feel just something. It's not the chair even now.
Yes.
Because chair is in the form world. But if you feel it as something, still you are there. That's what the little baby had. He didn't know anything about the mind. There was no mind at all. So he just felt. Doesn't matter what, he just felt. So it's a
In
feel,
his
feel,
radiant
feel,
mind,
feel,
yes.
feel.
In his radiant mind, he
It's a
gathered
feel.
something. Feel,
Feel only.
only the feel, yes.
Only the feel. But in that feel, there is potential for suffering. Because the feel has that power. So this is the challenge is, when you fully understand that it is the sensory function only, this power will be gone. In very randomly, that power will vanish. Then you know that this is the perception without that power. That's an unself perception. And slowly it increases. It empowers the system with the non-self perception because you have felt it.
Yes, doctor. It's very clear. It's very clear. Thank you. Again and again.
Yeah, it is good. Actually, today the other friends have left bitterly because they have some work. So, yeah, it is really good to talk about this Dhamma. We invite everyone actually to come and join us for 3 to 5 Sri Lanka time for the discussion. And it's a beautiful Dhamma. And it's nice to, guide the non-vibration to the non-vibration. That's why the discussion is there. So the non-vibration is just not a new thing. It's the absence of self-vibration. It's feel that everything is there or something is there. And trying to maintain that is a different thing. That's the power. As soon as you feel something is there, there is an urge to maintain that.
Yes.
Even
Power.
even if it is darkness, it doesn't matter. If the person is in a jail and they are put in a fully dark place that you can't see even a ray of light, still
Yes, cells, no?
that
Yes.
system will try to continue,
Yes.
So people have the urge to maintain the field. And in the mind world, you have the urge to have the perception. In the sensual world, you have the urge to maintain the money or maintain the family or maintain something else. Because it's a view how it works, or maintain me. It's the same way, the chair or the whatever. It's the same way. It's very important to feel this Dhamma and try and apply this everywhere and see how it is going to feel. And we can reassure you that it is not a bad feel at all. It's the best feel ever. Lord Buddha has said it's, bliss. That's why they call it supreme bliss. Otherwise, they can't call it supreme bliss.
Yes, yes.
So there's nothing to be negative about this Dhamma. So this is about understanding the truth and actually live without any suffering, live without any burning. So much tranquility, so much happiness, which is not changed by the stimulus. It's just there. It doesn't change. That's the important thing. I think, do you have any more questions, Champa?
No, doctor. It's for today. It's enough.
Yeah,
You
okay.
have explained very well. Very
All
hard.
good. We will then wind up the session. Thank you very much, Aryan Mahansa, for your
Yes,
noble
thank you very
guidance.
much, Doctor and Aryan Mahanse, Theruvan Saranai,
May
all the
Triple Gem
Dhamma
bless
friends.
you all. Yeah. Thank you.
Triple gem pleasure. Okay, thank you.
no one is doing it, and it's a part of this system or the process that we explain. So understanding, when you understand this process, how these thoughts are formed, then the value which is added to these thoughts become less and less. So you can realize that the system will automatically feel that the discomfort or the uncomfortable feeling with some of the thoughts that we get will be less. So that is the only method actually. You can't control the thoughts, you can't slow down, and also you can't get rid of the thoughts that you don't like and keep the thoughts that you like. When you realize that this is part of this natural process, then the system tend to ignore this process, and then whether the thoughts are heavy ones or thoughts are pleasurable ones, whatever, we know that the mechanism is the same, then more or less they become almost same. So when the thoughts are not given a preference, the weight that was added to the thoughts become less and less. So that is just a brief thing to mention about what we read from the book. We can start the discussion. If there are any questions, we can start with the question, or we can discuss along these facts that we read from the book. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila and other Dhamma friends. Teruvan Sarnai.
Metropolitan bless you all. May well worship Aranonse. Yeah, we can discuss any question. Anyone can bring up like an idea or anything to discuss. Anything, Dr. Sakuntala, do we have like any specific area?
Maybe we can discuss further about how the thoughts are formed, because that is the way that the five senses are functioning, and then how the thoughts are the mechanism we can discuss, because we have been talking about that along that line for the last few days, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, usually the way I start that is going back to our childhood. So you can actually discuss it in any way you can like, but I think going back to the childhood, we can really feel that how the mind was not prominent at that time, and how things keep changing. So the small baby still can feel something, but there's no specific perception. Because perception, to have a perception, it's a thought. Like chair, it's a thought. Justice, it's a thought. Truth, that is also a thought. Even if someone says nirvana, that's also a thought. But underneath that, there's something, a vibration, and that's why we talk about five senses initially, because five senses, we talk about this, I think we have talked about this, because when if we talk about the touch, it's the fast vibration of the skin, sensory organ. If you talk about the taste, which can't be explained, because if you can explain, that's a thought. So the actual taste that I think I brought this up that day when I was trying to say about the taste of salt, because taste of salt, we try to give so many examples. We have a word saying salty taste, but actual experience is just a vibratory nature. So it's not actually having a perception, but when it comes to the mind, in the sense when you hear about this is salty taste, and yes, of course, then you can understand how it works, because the perception, without a perception, you can't actually talk about anything. So every time when we try to understand even any idea, sort of what happens when it becomes idea? Idea is when it comes again and again. If someone is talking about justice and or injustice in that sense, or independence or being dependent, it's just a perception which has happened to you at one particular time in your time, whatever the spark, it has happened before, so that spark can come again. And when it happens again and again, you actually feel it as existent. It's really becomes a view. That's how the view happens. So the same with the self as well. You feel a change in here. You attribute that to self-perception. No one has done it though. No one has taught you. Even Tarzan, who just heard sounds of animals, sounds of trees, sounds of birds, still has the self-perception. How? Because anything, if he felt as a real thing, then the self-perception is there. So it's not done by anyone, not done by you. It just happens because of the process. So as when we hear this Dhamma, we just understand how this happened. That's all, actually. That's all. We just keep understanding how this happened, how the vibration led to the sound vibration. Just imagine the sound vibration. And how when I say Niagara Falls, how can you have Dunhinda Falls in that sense? Because you may have seen the Dunhinda Falls. So when I say Dunhinda Falls, how can you have a quick recount of all about the Dunhinda Falls? How come? That's because this sound has all the other features as well, because to form a thought, all the five senses are used. In the sense, it's being, it's vibrating at the same time. So when I say Dunhinda Falls, you get an idea about that is like water kind of thing, and it's flowing, and it is, you might remember that it is so beautiful. You might remember the like steamy air you get when you stand close to it. You might remember all the people, all the foreigners who were inspired by that view. So everything happens in one moment, just by saying Dunhinda Falls. Everything comes to play. This is actually a science, and this science has brought us so much burning. How? Because we feel that it's as a thing. When we feel it as a thing, that is how that change happens. And when that change happens, the burning happens, actually then it becomes a view that there is someone here. Always there's a duality, the subject and object perception. This is what we are investigating. How did this happen? And we understand it's just a illusory nature. So, yeah, the thought, dung in the waterfall. You never think about like a rock, like Sigiriya when I say dung in the waterfall, because dung in the waterfall itself brings you different memory, different category, where it's liquidy, it's falling off water. You have the picture of that, because I just called you and said, shall we go to Dunghinda Falls? And you get the vivid picture. If you have never been there, you might remember the photo of that. So it's beautiful to understand how these thoughts are formed, how thoughts can carry you away to this reality show. It's a reality show, actually. So, yeah, can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah. Yes, actually, I mean, when you talk about the thoughts, there are so many aspects to discuss, isn't it? I mean, it's something endless. Uh, as you said, now when we mention a name, or it's simply a thought. Now, if you take the same example about the Dunghinda Falls, it's a sound actually. It's a word or a sound. Sound doesn't mean that always it is something audible to the ear. Even when you are thinking, that again is a sound. Now, if I say a TV, I can make it as a sound using my lips and the throat, or else it can be just a thought. So in both ways, it gives a meaning. So as you said, when we talk about a waterfall, we'll take the same example, Dunghinda Waterfalls. Dunghinda Waterfalls was a creation in the mind. What was seen was a vibration of the eye. What was heard, if you have gone near, what was heard was just a excuse me, of the ears. And if you could sort of feel the cold, it was the vibration of the skin. And if you could touch the water, it was again a vibration of your skin. Maybe if you just put a little bit of water on your tongue, it will be just kind of appropriate taste, which again is a vibration of the tongue. So like that, of course, the smell may not be relevant. So these five senses have vibrated, and the naming or the description is a mental picture as the Dunghinda Falls. Right now, when we tell the name, it's all creations which happened at some stage earlier. And all the sensors will not be vibrating at the same time, because these data or these informations get added time to time. Now, very first time when you hear the name, and if you see a picture, that will be your eye. And if you happen to go and visit the place, then there will be some added information. And all of a sudden, without any other clue, all of a sudden the thought about the Dunghinda Falls, even, I mean, no one mentions the name, suddenly you realize that just a simple thought about Dunghinda Falls come to your mind. So that is a creation of the 5 or 4 senses at some stage earlier. So what I wanted to say was that even if it is a thought, it's always a creation of the 5 senses at some point. So there is nothing beyond the 5 senses. So when it comes to the animals, different types of animals, again, it's nothing beyond their sensor level. But what happened up to now, what happened up until we hear this true Dhamma was that everything was outside. Everything was outside, and then with the help of our eye, ear, nose, etc., we thought that we are getting that information from outside, and then created something. But now it has been reversed actually. Now we realize that something created within is projected outside. It happens to every animal species. So every animal, insects or whatever who are living beings, apart from the trees, have this problem. They have various senses. Their capacity varies. Now, for example, we know that the dogs can hear a larger range of sounds, and different now insects like cockroaches will have different sensors which recognize some form of vibration. That is why when you rather than the eyes, they use those sensors to recognize the vibrations. Then the animals who are living in the deep the seabed will not have eyes because it's dark all there, and then they will depend on some form of vibrations, maybe even things like radar. So the different animals use these sensors, and with the sensors they recognize something, and all the animals including us, we feel that this is what is exactly there outside. So this is what is described with the name, the word called anitya. In anitya is a Pali word, which means that what we think is not there outside. We don't know really. Really speaking, apart from this creation of the thoughts, we don't know exactly what is the outside world like. There is no way of finding, and each living being, depending on that sensor function, assume that something like this is called world is there. Of course, the animals, their intelligence level is much less than human beings, so their thinking pattern is much more limited. But we have a huge world constructed around us with all sorts of assumptions. So we can see how what sort of uh, an illusion that we are embracing, thinking that this is the true world. So when you have all these assumptions, when you have all these illusions, without realizing that it is not true, the next thing is all sorts of defilements. That means you get attracted, clinging, and aversions, likes, dislikes, hatreds, all sorts of things are coming up as the next step. Now, the other thing I wanted to add was this. Now, the physical parts of this body. Now, where is this mind? Is there a place where the mind or the thoughts is existing, or can you point out a place to say that this is where the mind is, this is where the thoughts are? True that the brain has to be there to have the thoughts. So, but the brain is just providing the background, like the stage for a drama, stage and the lighting system, or one of our noble friends' examples, beautiful examples are metaphors are the vehicle battery. The battery should be there to generate a current, So it has all the components, the cells, acid, water, the metal parts, all sorts of things are there. Without them, there is nothing to talk about a generation of a current. But the current is not something part of the battery. You can't point out to any place in the battery and say that this is where the current is. Also, if there are any alterations or changes in the battery, the current created by the battery could alter, could change. So this is something that we can explain by now. The brain has all sorts of various neuronal cells, nerve tissues are there, then there's liquid parts are there, the blood is there, various types of special fluids are there, and then of course chemical function is there, which is not observable by a microscope. There is chemical function. So when there is some change in this structure, it could be the chemical part or it could be the physical structure. So when there is a change, the current which is created or generated by the battery, or the current generated by this brain, which we call as thoughts, could change. So you can easily explain, now this is again science, you can easily explain how come that after a head injury, where a person was unconscious for some time, and when the person recovers, his thought pattern and even things like his the familiarity that he used to show with his familiar things, and even the things like speech, so many things can change. So in other words, thought is simply the current, and current is generated with the help of the brain. But when you do have a problem with the brain, the current generated can change. Similarly, if we talk about the other sense organs, for example, if you take the eyes, if you do not have the eye, that the physical structure, you can't talk about vibration of the eye. And if the eye has some fault, then the vibration of the light or the vision, what is seen, what is a picture which is created, is altered. So the two things I wanted to point out was that we need the physical part also. Physical part has to be there, but the current or the vibration created there is not a part of that. So there are some other beautiful sort of experiments. Actually, they are experiments. You can, your own experiments you can try and see. If a person is deaf from birth, you cannot talk about sounds, or you can't talk about the vibration of the ear. And if the same person is blind from birth, you can't talk about any vibration of the eye, and you can't talk about any pictures, any light. And similarly, just think, for some, because of some rare disorder, if a person loses the skin feel, then you can't talk about the hardness, softness, warmth, cold, liquidity. Those things are also out because there is no way of feeling them. One simple example is that when a person is getting some local anesthesia for something, that area, you can't talk about the skin feeling, and you can do any kind of operation or something without any pain to the person. So these examples I just wanted to show because these are actually some kind of researching that you have to do your own research and see. And then finally, you realize that we totally depend on these sensor functions. And finally, the sensor functions, the combination of the sensor functions means a thought. And thought has a power because it's a collection of vibrations. Each vibration has a power. So thought means there is a stronger power. And this is what makes us to feel that it is existing. And also it doesn't stop there. It is existing and the person who is experiencing is there on the other side. So these are actually this is the beauty of Buddha teaching, because you can very well tally it with the science. Maybe if there are any questions, we can discuss on that. Or Dr. Kokila, would you like to add anything from there onwards?
Yeah. It's you know that we tend to go by the concepts. We tend to go by the thoughts. We tend to, if you think about something, it is very important to you. And the way you think, you feel like it is correct. Sometimes you might say, oh no, what I thought was wrong. But still, you feel that it's real. That is the problem with this dream. We feel that it is real. This is the main problem that we are trying to solve as well. So, which part of the dream is actually true is what we are actually trying to investigate. And investigation never ends. Investigation goes on and on. And investigation ends one day when all the, when you understand that every thought is kind of the same way, and it happens only in one moment. So one spark at a time. This is very important to understand, one spark at a time. Yeah. And this one spark at a time is actually bringing the whole power that we are talking about. And how does that happen? Because it's really the ignorance is the same thing, because we can't really differentiate them. When there is the ignorance, there will be fast vibration anyway. I mean, fast vibration is there, the ignorance is there. Ignorance is there, the fast vibration is there. And when the fast vibration is there, you feel like the light is existing. You feel like that the sound is existing. You feel like the touch is existing. You feel like the taste is existing. You feel like the smell is existing. And now that's the baby's problem. But then when it comes to the mind, it's a complete different problem now. You have everything. How many thoughts have you generated so far in this system? You have everything. So the power keeps increasing and the data gets so powerful. The waves are so strong. Waves are so strong. So if we talk about a very strong wave, well, I can't think about an example, but I mean, as we had a foreign invasion, long time ago, the whole country became kind of slaves. So from that time onwards, they changed the way of our thinking. And we tend to admire the foreign type of attitudes. Another way of telling this is AI in future. If AI keep changing the views in the world, it's already changing, if you're actually interested in these things. So the AI will keep changing the views, and definitely if an AI actually sends a kind of a message system where everyone would be like, yeah, just life is not worthy, or you know, having a family is not useful, something like that. It doesn't matter what. The view is so strongly taken that the whole world can change. Whole world can change. And nowadays, working physically is taken as less convenient. But if we go back 200 years back, working physically, and country didn't need anything to import. So I'm just trying to say how the views change from time to time, and how in future the views are going to get changed, and in 100 years time or in 200 years time, how views can change. The views are views. Yeah, just simple as that. Views are views. But no one is going to take it like that. Only someone who has understood this Dhamma will be not affected by all these newer views that is going to happen. So newer generation, what is the latest? Gen Z? I don't know. So whatever the newer generation, the way they think will be completely different.
The new generation is X.
I think there's one after that.
New generation.
Yeah,
Generation Y is at everything.
But anyway, everything, the view is changing. So one day, if the whole world is like monitored by robotics and managed by robotics, people will be okay with that. They will be thinking, yeah, that's the way to do. Why we should worry? Get all the work done by robotics. So I'm not talking about this the actual what is going to happen or what is not going to happen. What I'm trying to say is the views can change. But at one particular moment you feel that your view is correct and your view is actually there. You feel it so strong. That is what is so-called me is. Like, how do you feel like that you are existing? That is a strong weight of that perception. But only someone who has heard this Dhamma or felt this Dhamma for sure will be able to understand that none of these thoughts are actually true, and not to get carried away by the the changing patterns of views. So you can understand there would be a day that actually Lord Buddha has predicted this, that the views would be so different that no one would be actually thinking about non-vibration or trying to get rid of the suffering. It just would be just, harming each other, or people would be living just about like 10 to 20 years max, and it is going to change. The qualities are going to change. So we can see even the small signs that the qualities are changing. We hear so many things that are not similar to kind of 100 years ago or 50 years ago. But this is the change that the humans actually like change. People wish for change. If the life is dull and mellow every day, you will be like thinking, it should be nice to have something different. That's how this vibration is. You like change, you like chaos, even though you don't like it, because that's what you feel alive. You feel alive. So even if it's chaos, it is making you to feel alive, just like that. And if it is happy, yeah, you will be very happy about that too. But at the end, if you are actually in a like a area, like a room which is heavily closed because you have done something wrong, you can't see any light. The room is dark, and you'll be given a basic type of food every day. You will go crazy. How would you go crazy? Because you like the next moment. You like the next moment. You like the change. You like the to entertain the sensory organs. That's how this vibration works. So we keep understanding how this works and how these things happen. But main difficult thing is to feel the non-vibration. To feel the non-vibration, you have to fully understand that it's the spark or the stimuli or the aramana in Sinhala, that which is there. And if you feel that as real, that is the self kind of perception. But when we understand Dharma, we actually turn this around, because it happens anyway. You just listen to Dharma, but it just happens anyway. You start to feel more than think. You feel that the thoughts are actually how the thoughts are affecting this system, how thoughts can carry you everywhere, how thoughts are manipulating you like a Muppet. Yeah. So you will be observing this. It's not actually you. This is just a way I have to put it there. So you keep understanding, so that thoughts are not real. It's just a manifestation of the sensory organ. And then when you come to the sensory organ, the feel, actually the feel is due to the fast vibration of sensory organs only. That's it. That's it. If you understand this, it's more than enough. More than enough. Whether it is skin burning you feel, whether it is very soft clothing you feel, doesn't necessarily mean anything. You will be very, very hot, and you will be like, oh, I need to jump into a water to get rid of this hotness. Yes, but actual burning is not there, because you know it is a sensory organ function. It's like knowing that the mirror doesn't have anything there. Just knowing that. But a bird will keep knocking at the mirror because bird feels that there's another bird in the mirror. Even sometimes monkeys do that. Any animal will jump at the mirror. But humans, they have a sense that it's not actually true. The same way, we will be in this dream, we will be having pains, we will be having a severe headache, we will be having, knee pain, we will be having a back pain, we will be having a bad, stomachache. Well, you will feel all that. It doesn't matter. You will feel all that. It's fine. But you're not going to be really sad about it because you know that's a sensory organ function. You don't really misunderstand it as, oh, why am I having a headache? Why am I having a stomachache? Why can't my head not have an ache forever? If you have a head, it's soft. It can get any problem in there. It's very normal. But the thing is, self-view destroys the super happiness. It destroys the tranquility. Only brings suffering. Suffering has a lot of levels. You have to remember that. Suffering, losing someone is suffering. Yeah. Losing money is suffering. Yeah. Losing status. Yeah, it is also suffering. You can say that it's all suffering. When we talk, in this dream, you can have any kind of suffering, but there is also a suffering in the perception itself, because you are inside the dream. You can have any type of suffering in that dream. You're prone to any type of suffering. But even beyond that, in the field also, you feel that the consciousness is as something. It is felt as a thing because you misunderstood it as happening here. But when you understand that it's only a sensory function, you will actually feel the sensory organ without that power, without that vibratory effect. So that's very beautiful. So Joel can ask something if Joel has any question.
I'm kind of to say is that system is working and the sound is coming from my mouth. I've understood it.
Yeah, that's great. Actually, that's great because the system will work anyway. As I have told you multiple times, you can do whatever you were doing before. You can look after your parents. You can look after your family. You can treat people with so much goodness. You still can, help people. Well, probably I don't think you can do anything bad because it will be beyond your needs. And you can participate to anything, but you will be not there. So when you are not there, it's very easy for you to blend into anything. That was what I was telling that day. And as surely Aaron once said when he joined, he told, it's a field. It's a field. When you ask me the question, what do you mean by becoming like water? It's blending to anything so that you become mother, you become father, you become the person in front of you, you become the tree. It's kind of a metaphor though, but it actually has a meaning to say that there's nothing here. It's just actually you're not becoming. It's just kind of a thing to say that there's nothing here, and you just have the the sensory function happening, the thought happening. Thought also can happen, thought happening. So you know that this is your family members, these are your family members, this is the school, this is the home, this is the workplace, whatever, it doesn't matter. You know how to, if you had a way of living, that's what you will do, because the way of living is actually the views that you have cultivated for all these years. If you are 35 years of age, you have some kind of pattern of living. How did that happen? If you're in America, it's another different kind of living. If you're in Australia, it's a different kind of living. If you're in Dubai, it would be different kind of living. If you're in Sri Lanka, it's a different kind of living. If you're in a Amazon jungle, in a tribe, it's a different kind of living. So how is your views? Do you think they are yours? Well, it's a funny thing to say, actually. Even without this Dhamma, you might understand that it's actually formulated in the system with all the aspects that you have as data. It's all the thoughts, though. So all the thoughts. When the thoughts come again and again, you kind of start to believe in them, or in the sense you feel as them as real. It's such a beautiful science, actually, if you can actually feel it. And more you feel it, more calm you would be. Not just calm like, in the mind. It would be a feel. And you actually, if you actually start, getting the sense of it, you won't be carried away by a thought. But it will happen here and there. Doesn't matter. And, randomly you might be like, oh, what happens to the Mars then? Is Mars there or not? Are we not going to the Mars or not going to the Mars? Are we going to live underground in the Mars, or are we going to use the robotic science in the Mars? Suddenly we can get carried away. It's okay. It just, sometimes our system goes into vibration, but then non-vibration, the pattern, the non-vibration also, if it happens once, it will happen again. And there would be a time that every thought would be a non-vibration. That's what is called Arahant. But these names actually doesn't matter. The words really, they have a meaning. Don't tell me that, I'm not telling that it's a manifestation. It's just a manifestation of sensory organ. That's all. It is happening in a fraction of a second. It's a spark which happen. Can't really say it is there, because it happens only because of your sensory organs. If you had a sensory organ of a bat, you can see the night. You can't see in the daytime. You will be hanging from your legs, and you will feel the outside with the vibratory effects of your sensory organ. You know that they feel they have a radar system to feel the outside. They can't really see. So that's their world. So which world is true? None of these worlds are actually true. We have no experience of outside world. But we have a production of our sensory organs. Don't forget, it is there. Even an Arahant will have a production of that sensory organs. Yes, it's fine. It's fine. Only the burning will be not there. And I'm so glad that we have a ability to even talk about this, because I think it is such a beautiful thing to know about the universe, or everything in the world, the Mars or the moon, or you can go to moon, you can go to Mars, and all that is so good. But it is really beautiful, really important that you know about yourself. What is your vibration? And what is the non-vibration that you haven't surfaced yet? I think have we run out of time? No, actually, we have 10 minutes more, I think, because, yeah, Sakuntala, can you add something?
Yeah, Thirasane. Joel just now said that he he mentioned something. So in that itself, the same thing we can sort of analyze and see now. What was the process? What happened there? There was some ear vibration, and then that got telepathized with the outside sound. That means what Kokila was telling. So there was some synchronization of the vibration of what we call Kokila's voice and your eardrum. So this concept of hearing happened at that time. And then the eardrum, ear as it is, doesn't know what this sound is, but there was some sound. It could create some sound there. And then what happened was that within a fraction of a second, the mind the mind faculty was creating an idea of what that sound is. And then, so in other words, the ear faculty was followed by the mind faculty. And then mind faculty was followed by your, what do you call, the function of the body, your larynx and the throat area, there was some function in that faculty. And then some form of sound was created. So this, this is how you can explain. It's just a simple thing that I tried to explain. So every time the sensors, one after the other, in between, the mind faculty has a major role to play, because each time identification and naming is done by at the level of the mind faculty. Actually, there is nothing separately called mind faculty, but that ear faculty is followed by the mind faculty function. So in other words, there is some sort of, this is the pattern that happens. And now I just want to say, actually, this was a little video clip that I saw. It was shared in one of these Buddothpada groups. I don't know whether Dr. Kokila saw it. I will try to describe it and then see what your mind faculty is creating for you.
Therwan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Pada Namaskara Karmi Aryan Wahanse. Therwan Saranai. Dear Dhamma friends, and also I would like to thank the team of the technical team, those who are doing a great Dhamma service behind the screen. Therwan Sarana to you all as well. Let's discuss our Dhamma talk today. We'll start with the sources that we have around us today, the sources we have, the most important sources we have around us, the Buddothpado, the forum, and also what our Kalyan Mitran Wahanse has spread everywhere to everybody to learn, to acquire this Dhamma. So most probably that is knowledge. First of all, we have to take this Dhamma as knowledge. Various books. There are a lot of books written in Sinhala, English as well as in English. So we can read books to acquire this knowledge first. If not, there are a lot of Zoom sessions to aware people with Dhamma, and different forums are in different categories, in different times all over the world. People can join these forums as they are going on time by time. Selected time slots are there. So whatever the time convenient for somebody, they can select that time. And also, when we talk about the level of that, those who are in this path, most probably they can join early morning Zoom sessions with our Kalyan Mitran Wahanse, as well as at 7 to 9, most probably it goes 7 to 9, that Andolanatmaka Deshana. So those who are in the path, those who have experienced, so they can join these sessions to clear their Kamatahan actually. So straight away they can talk to their experiences or problems they have, whatever it is. Aryan Wahanse is giving straight away giving this Kamatahan to them, which is really fortunate. Actually, if for the new ones, so they can join this 9:30. They can learn this philosophy and all, so they can learn about this Pratipada and all. So they can join at 9:30 Zoom. Even there is another one early morning from 9:30 to 11 at night also in Sri Lankan time, 9:30 to 10, 11, up to 11. There are other sessions as well. So we are really fortunate to gather this Dhamma, this true Dhamma, to different stages. If you are in different stage, there are different Zoom sessions, even books are there for us. So which is really fortunate. So earlier it was the meditation that most of the people have actually engaged in. Most of the people have engaged in these meditation sessions where we will never be able to find the path of nirvana. So once you follow this Buddothpado sermons, you realize that by doing meditation, you will never be able to attain nirvana. So that is the main point, that half of the world, I think, even most of the people, because of the samadhi that they gain, and also the tranquility, calm and quietness they get. So to eradicate suffering, they choose the way of doing meditation, yeah, which is very popular around the world. But here it is not so. Meditation, of course, is done, but not up to that much. So it is also something needed while going on this path. So it is also done that samadhi meditation. So it goes up to vipassana. So, but only through meditation we can't find this nirvana. So that is the most important thing one has to be realized while going on this path. There are some people, although we tell them, they do not understand, they do not listen. Say they try to find this true dhamma through meditation, which is actually not fruitful. It is not fruitful. So in Buddothpado sermons, you find the liberation, you find how to stop your suffering. So that is the most important thing here, where we never find somewhere else in other sermons. That is only for temporary. We can find, but that is temporary. But this is for you to eradicate your suffering. Eradicating suffering means no more sufferings at all. If you truly find this true Dhamma, there will be no more suffering, and you can stop suffering. Actually, you can eradicate suffering. So while following these sermons, or while engaging in these centers, there are so many centers which I forgot to tell you. There are so many centers around actually in Sri Lanka as well as in overseas as well. Started recently these Pratipada programs conducted by trained teachers, even Zoom sessions, and also Mehin Vanses and trained teachers those who are expert in doing these things. They conduct these Pratipada programs. Uh, those who wish to attend these type of things. So that is the most important thing actually. Once you attend these type of places where you find the path to Nibbana is that's really truth. So you find it there, because once you go there, you don't feel like stopping it. You like to continue it, because the program is well planned according to time slots. It is well planned, and also it is not like reading or writing in school. It is solely depending on the practical session, which is very very necessity, which is very very important to one's life. So once you attend these type of programs, you feel that calm and quietness in your life, day-to-day life. So you can practice it at home while doing your work, maybe while doing your job, while engaging in your work at home as well. So it is very easily understood, because instead of your age, religion, even caste, your gender, this is practicable. So most probably those who have knowledge, so Here it is not regarded as knowledge actually, basically completely depending on this practical. Because if for a youth, for young people who is new to Dhamma, it is not difficult to understand this. Because when we talk about these five ascetics, Pasvaga 1000, so they also had a lot of knowledge. That is why King Siddhartha went away in search of true Dhamma. So there also he got lot of knowledge there without experiencing, because they could not give up their knowledge there actually. After meditating for a long time, one can understand that the truth cannot be achieved through meditation. As I said earlier, when we talk about Dhamma is something within you. So that is why I said this is truly on practical. Practical sessions are formed to understand this. So even the philosophy, you have to start from there. These practical sessions, you have to start from there, where all these things are taught in these centers, which is really useful. And the program is well planned actually. So because of that, once you go there, you can come home and you can practice it. If you have any problem at any time, you can contact the teachers or Kalyan Mitran Vahanse through these via these sessions of these Zoom sessions, even Dhamma discussions. Even Dhamma discussions are done every day, 24 hours. So you can join and you can solve your problems, and also you can get your Kamathan and all directly from this Kalyan Mitran Hanse, where you will never find in, even when you go for another, even when we go to the temple, sometimes that is limited to the knowledge. Most probably it is limited to the knowledge, or it is limited to meditation, or with some chantings and all, or pirit chantings, or dana, alms givings and all. So it is limited to that. And also once you come home, you forget all these things. This is not something like that. This true Dhamma from Buddothpado is not something like that. So throughout the day, you can practice it. You can see the results. So that is the most important thing. So from the very beginning, once you start practicing about the sensory organs, so the factory where the productions are done, so all these sensory organs are just like a factory. So you understand that. So there is no I, my, mine here. Only these sensory organs are there. So that is the most important things. Once you understand this illusion, once you understand this illusion, you start to understand this mundane world. The most important thing, the attachment between you and this mundane world, it will detach. So that is the most important thing, that core of this Dhamma. That is what you have to understand first. So it is not that easy to understand that, to learn, to know about, to acquire all these things. What you have to do is you have to start with most probably, if it is in order, you have to go to this child in the cot, then that comes to this Montessori child. Then you understand all these things are thoughts or mind. All these things are not permanent. So likewise it goes. So if not once you practice these things also in a place where these aram or something like that, so with the help of these enhances and all these trained teachers, so there you understand that your sufferings will become less, least and least. So there also actually there is no, as Aryan Vansi says, we can't say this is step 1, this is step 2, this is step 3. Likewise, it depends on the way you acquire it. It depends on the person who acquire it. So it depends. That is what. So some will start from the beginning, some will start, it takes time for somebody it won't take time. So it depends actually. That is the most important thing in this Dhamma. So to know this, you have to sacrifice your whole life actually. If not, it is not that easy, because as we all know, most of most of us, when we are talking about most of us, when we are talking most of us, we are in this we are with the knowledge actually. We try to write things just like in school, even in the Dhamma school, we were taught with knowledge. So this knowledge is not enough. Actually, those who do not have any knowledge, as Aryan Mahansi says, if you do not have any knowledge, that's good, better than that. Because no need of knowledge, this is something you feel. So when you feel something, you will try to find it. What is this? What is the next step? So likewise, with the help of these discourses and all, you can understand this Dhamma very clearly. That is the most important thing. You do not need to write anything. So only thing is that you have to have the first thing you have to acquire this as knowledge, of course, because otherwise it's difficult with the help of your Kalyana Mitrayanan. So that is what Kalyana Mitrayanan always says. He says we have to. Another thing that we must have the truth. We must have the. We must actually we must. What do you call it? We must. Yes, we must trust this. The trust, that is the most important thing. You must have the trust with this Dhamma. If not, there are some people, those who have the knowledge, so they go here and there, they go somewhere else. When somebody says this is good, so they go there. So they don't have trust on anything. So they try to believe that thing as well as the next thing, and they want to cling the next thing as well. And likewise it goes. So here you must have that trustworthiness here. If not, it's difficult. If you trust this is true Dhamma, where I can find the correct path, you will be able to. If not, it's difficult, because people are telling while talking with while talking with them in discussions, we can experience that they say they have been listening to this, or they have been practicing this nearly 3 years, more than 2 years, nearly 4 years. So while talking with the spiritual teacher, the teacher gets angry because they have gained nothing. So maybe the one I told earlier, maybe they have gone here and there, collecting or accumulating all this knowledge, and they forget the things, and again they join these things. Something like that. There are some people do. So that is not what you have to do. You should believe, and you must have courage. These two things will help you to go to nirvana, the path of nirvana. At least to gradually make it lesser, at least to make it less. So you have to have a continuity. Continuity makes you to a better place. it is what, that is what you have to have. Whatever it is that is practical, whatever it is, if we do from here and there, irregularly, if we do something there, it won't happen. It won't. We won't be able to get results even in studies when we talk. So you have to have a steadiness. So if you try this with the bottom of your heart, actually, this will be fruitful for everybody. So that is what the wish of our spiritual teacher, Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahanse. So that is why he is working very hard to give this to the whole world, not to a group of people, but to the whole world. That is his intention. So the followers, disciples of this Buddothpado, even they are trying their best. Even this, when we talk about this team, I mean those who are giving this Dhamma service to the society. So they are also trying their level best because they get some kind of result, although not up to that, although they don't get this zero suffering, they are on the path. That is why Kalyana Mitrayanan said not to join this Andolanatmaka Deshana if you are not in the path. Those who are in the path can join that. So those who have that vision of that, they can ask questions. So likewise, the forum is arranged for the betterment of all those followers. So are we doing our duty? That is another question. So we must have that thought in our mind, because always he says, try not to find anything from outside, from mundane world. That is what. So everything is within you. Everything is in your thought, in your aramuna, in your sita, mind. So once you try to find it, which is not that easy actually, it is easy to go the rest of Dhamma path. So trying to find yourself, the Buddha, the Buddha is also trying not to find in somewhere is in the statue of a clay statue or wooden statue. So try to find try to find Buddha within yourself. Even yesterday or day before yesterday, what he said was the Jetavanaramaya must be within your within you, not from outside. So that means you must have that purification within you. So that to gain that, you must understand this Dhamma. Jetavanarame, another word what he said was, I forgot, the Tapovanaya. Tapovanaya, Jetavanarame, Buddha. Try not to find all these things from outside. That is what a spiritual teacher, a spiritual leader, the most venerable spiritual teacher told yesterday, I suppose, yes, yesterday. So that is what it is up to us. It is up to us. We have all these, if I say this infrastructure, so everything is given. Everything is given in a golden tray and it is offered to you. Take this. So it is our duty to follow it. So uh, even everything is put in order and giving it. We sometimes we are hesitated to take it as well. So it is not so actually. We have to have good intention. We have to have that determination. We have to have that trust on this Dhamma, because this is true Dhamma, only one in the world, true Dhamma. Okay? So that is why we say, that is why everybody says, that is why everybody needs, that is what everybody needs. The need of today, even young, old, in the middle age, so everybody. So most of them need this Dhamma because we are suffering a lot. This Dhamma says, awaken to the moment, awaken to the moment. So which is not that difficult. It is very easy. It is very easy. Once you realize that everything is a thought. Everything is a thought. So you have to realize that. So you feel very light, very you feel stop this burning, suffering, which is really beautiful. So you have to have a proper guidance. The guidance is done, proper awareness, even awareness is done, so that to everything you have that courage and also determination, and you must trust it. So if you have all these things, no doubt you can acquire it. So that is what these two dhamma actually, that is what when we talk about these two dhamma, we can say this is really the truth, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago, 2600 years ago. So it is our duty. It is our duty to gain it, aware on it. Because all of us are in this mundane world doing so many crazy things, thinking that this is real. So once you start feeling this, you feel that this non-existing feeling, you feel now you are alive. That is what you feel, that aliveness. Most probably Arana is talking about that aliveness. So once you start realizing this, you feel that it is some kind of a feel. You feel that non-existing feeling. Actually, it is called. Then the internal transformation will start. So it will take time according to the way that you gain it. So anyway, if you start realizing this truth, you will never give up. If you see the results of this, at least if you are trying to see the result of this gradual feeling, so you will never stop you will never stop trying finding out the truth. So there are so many people around the world. Now they have gathered this under the tree of this Buddothpado to see this true Dhamma, because every day we can see there are a lot of people. So through these leaflets, books, Zoom discussions, this message is given to the world. So most of the people are aware of this. So most of the people are trying to find the truth. So those who have that, they find. Sometimes from a friend, from a family, so from this social media, they find it. So most of the people who have experiencing this, they try to give this to the society. So this is another, this forum is also another way of giving that, which is the intention of Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahanse. So he has formed this type of stage to give this in English, most probably to the world. So giving this in English to the world is another important thing, because here, irrespective of the religion, age, gender, they can take it, because this is true Dhamma. So those who are interested in even in other religions, so this is not belong to a religion. So those who are interested in this, uh, about the finding, those who are trying to find about the truth, so they if they hear this, they try to take this, because we can see most foreigners come to Dombavoda International Meditation Center, and they take this message, they take this beautiful message, they will take it to the whole world. So day by day, gradually, it is increasing actually. So when they when they come here, when they take something, they will give the message to somebody else as well. So a message will be spread throughout the world. So if I think for 5 years, as Aaron Vance says, for 5 years, really the duration of 5 years, it has spread a lot. It has spread for 5 years. So just think about when it goes in future, it will spread all over the world, no doubt, with the vision of Aaron Vance. So it is our duty to give this message as much as possible to to the others. Once you realize this truth, your burning or your suffering becomes zero. It is some kind of a feeling. But although some people are trying to find this nirvana, most of them are afraid of that, because they think something will happen to them and to their family, and you have to go out of your house, and you have to stop working, uh, you have to stop everything, and you have to wear robes and all, so you have to be calm and quiet. So likewise, they have some they are afraid. Actually, most of them are afraid, although they try to find this. Some people, although they try to find this, they are afraid of this, because mm, as Aryan Mahansi says that nivana build karagena, something like that. So sometimes it happens that way also, because they will think that their loved ones will will go away or something like that. They will stop. They will have to stop everything. So this is not something like that. Once you realize this, everything will be all right, because everything you can do better than what you did. You can understand the world. You don't trust the mundane world. You know that this is insane, so you try to do your own things in a better way. That is the most important thing in this true dhamma. uh, that is what. So even to robes we can't limit. No need of even that thing. Even the age, even young people we can see nowadays very interested in this. Those who are working with Aryan Mahansi, most of these young people, they are doing very well. Even even the people from remote areas, they have gained this a lot. So like sometimes some wait for looking for dhamma until they find some kind of a suffering, a big problem. Until they find some kind of a big problem, they don't want to engage in this dhamma. They just do something and they just survive in day-to-day life. So uh, they want they are waiting until they become Patachara, Kisagotami, Angulimala, somebody like that. That is what has happened. That is not what we have to do, because uh, don't wait until a problem comes to you. Most probably, this is the situation of our situation. So once something happens, so we go in search of we go and do some pujas. We offer some basket of fruits and all to this Lord, and we pray. So once the problem is solved, we forget. So that is the normal nature. That is the normal nature of those who have engaged in the Dhamma. So you don't want to wait until some big problem happens. Maybe a death of loved ones, maybe father, son, brother, or maybe an illness, very critical moment. Uh, so some big problem, something like that. So most probably people wait until you become Patachara Kisa Gotami. So don't wait until you become such type of a character. So this is not something like that. So think that in that way, because what you gain today will be lost tomorrow. So they are not permanent. Actually, all these things are not permanent. So if you are living a healthy life today, tomorrow don't know what will happen. Just like tsunami or some kind of a disaster happens, what will happen to all these things? So we have experienced these things in a day-to-day life. So don't wait until something happens to you. You have to have this Buddothpado discourses. You have to have listen these Buddothpado discourses. You have problem or not, both are in the same manner. Whether you have a problem, whether we don't have a problem, we all are in the same boat. So we have to find what true Dhamma is. So even Sunita Sopaka, when we talk about Sunita Sopaka, so they were also very helpless. At the very helpless moment, they got the message of this Nirvana and they eradicated their sufferings. Just like Sunita Sopaka and also Patachara Kisa Gautama, even Angulimala. So there are so many stories we have heard. So don't wait until you become Patachara. So once you become Patachara, you will be able to tolerate all your sufferings if you have awakened to this moment, if you know true Dhamma. So true Dhamma means not somewhere else Dhamma. I mean this Dhamma's discourses or Buddothpado Dhamma discourses. This will help you immensely, no doubt, to eradicate your suffering. So this is the only one and only path for you to eradicate your suffering. So you have to awaken to the moment. Once you understand that, all your suffering will be disappeared, no doubt. So these courses will help you even in English. Most probably, if you are not aware of English, you can listen to. There are more than 10,000 discourses done, practical sessions. I think nearly the 12, 13,000. Uh, they are according to your level, according to the time you have. They are arranged. Even in short videos, you can find. So very, very important things are in each and every discourse, or even it is a small video clip. So you understand that. So, uh, so please try to understand without clinging to your thoughts. Try to understand the thought. Try to understand what true Dhamma is. So once you understand it, your life will be really beautiful. So once you understand this, it is path towards nirvana. It is not as a place, but as the extinguishing of illusion. Illusion there where we have illusion, you can eradicate actually. You can stop this duality between you and the outside, inside, outside, the deviation. inside and outside deviation sense. Once you understand this, so you become the nature. So you feel it, and at last the suffering will be eradicated. It becomes zero. So at last, I would like to tell you this. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. And may all beings be free from suffering. That is the last thing actually. May all beings be free from suffering, because all of us are suffering because of a thought. So may all beings be free from suffering. So I think we have ran out of time now. So I would like to I would like to pay my utmost respect to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Everyone, finally starting everyone, finally all Dhamma friends. We'll continue today's Dhamma discourse. We know that thoughts are created in the consciousness. So how those thoughts feel like one thing. A thought feels like one thing, but what appears is not actually one thing. What appears is many impressions gathered. Like we mentioned before, a sound from our ear sensor appears, an image from our eye sensor appears, a feeling appears, a bodily tone appears. These are not separate events. They are gathered into one pattern, and that's called thought. Because they are gathered, that pattern feels unified, more powerful. That power gives it this realistic feeling, that this is a real feeling. Because this pattern feels unified, it feels like a single object of thought. This is how a thought feels complete. The completeness, it is not in any single sense. It is in that gathering, that combination. This is why thought can feel richer, realistic, heavier, more powerful than just a simple direct contact. Direct contact is very simple, it's very light. But the thought is layered and dense, and also a thought gets more heavier throughout our time, throughout our lifespan. A simple thought like apple, it's more powerful, more complicated when it's been around 30, 40 years. This density comes from the number of impressions combined into that one mental event in that thought. When this density is seen, properly seen, thought loses some of its authority. The thought still appears, its density is seen as constructed, not by knowledge, but the experience, but by the vision, the wisdom from your insight. This scene does not require pushing thoughts away. It only requires seeing that what feels like one thing is actually many impressions gathered together. How meaning is constructed in those experiences. Well, a meaning is not found in what appears. For example, if we hear something, it's just a sound wave. a sound vibration, and that's all. But it doesn't say anything else apart from that sound wave, that vibration. And no, that also arose and passed away. This meaning, this labeling, is added to what appeared. It is not said to dismiss meaning. It is said to describe how meaning forms. When a sound appears, there is a sound. The sound does not say, I meant by this. The sound does not say what it means. When a color appears, there is just a color. That color doesn't say what it means. That means it appears after as interpretation. This interpretation is learned. As a child, sounds are heard before they mean anything. Colors are seen before they are named. Meaning is taught. This is good. This is bad. This is dangerous. This is safe. After that meaning is learned, bound to that sound, it appears automatically. Because it appears automatically, it feels inherent. The inherence is not in the appearance, it is in the habit of interpreting. This habit is so strong at the beginning, or when in your childhood, it's not strong. You learn it slowly, gradually, and when you got used to it, it has become a habit, a strong habit. Meaning is supported by memory, mind consciousness. When something appears, mind consciousness brings similar things. They appear. Along with the mind consciousness, the meaning attached to those memories appears. Those impressions appears. This is how meaning is not fixed. It is recycled. Recycled in the sense of it is mistaken for inherent meaning. This mistake gives weight to experience. The same process builds the meaning of situations. A situation is not one appearance. It is many impressions linked by mind consciousness or thoughts. Because it is built, it can be heavy, powerful. It means it creates this suffering, this emotional burden. When it is seen as constructed, when it is seen as the illusion or the fake self of it, the burden lightens, the suffering slowly starting to diminish. The situation still happens, thoughts still occurs, but it is not taken as the truth, the fixed truth. You won't lose anything else apart from that suffering, that fire, that clinginess inside you because you have taken the world as truth. That's all what you're gonna lose. It is not a state, it is a thing, a perception, the correct perception actually. It can happen in ordinary moments. It doesn't have to be a complicated moment. When something appears, notice the appearance first, then notice the meaning appears. Notice the order is enough to see that this meaning is added. This noticing does not require effort. It's simply noticing. When it is seen, that meaning becomes lighter, but not in the first moment. You just have to see through it. You just have to carefully check it. When something appears, it is not only recognized, it's felt as good or bad, safe or unsafe, important or unimportant, mine or someone else. This feeling of meaning, this labeling, is not what actually appears. It is carried by the thought in the mind consciousness. Let's say a sound appears. Thoughts of similar sounds appears. The feeling linked to those thoughts appears. The present sound is then experienced through the feelings of the past. But what really happens is it's a new experience, a fresh one. But our ignorance, our wrong view, makes us experience it through the feelings, the experience of the past. This is how emotional meaning is recycled into the present. Because it's happening very fast, it feels like the present already carries its own meaning. It's like a new meaning itself. But what really happens is we are using that old thought to see this new one as well. That old thought, the meaning, the delivery is coming from the past. This is how places come to feel heavy or light. This is how people come to feel heavy or light. Sometimes we like them, sometimes we don't. We can hate them or like them. If we take a place, that place itself is a simple appearance. It's just a color, bunch of colors from your eyes. That's all. But the heaviness of that place comes from the mind consciousness, comes from the thoughts in the mind consciousness, thoughts related to that color, that shape. The same thing happens with people. Let's say a color appears and we get a thought, a face appears. Mind consciousness gives the past interactions related to that. The feelings linked to those interactions appear. Now the person is not met fresh. The person is met through stored meaning. But what really happened was we just saw a person. Your eye perceived a color, a fresh one. That color, or your eye didn't say, this is the old person. It just got generated some new colors. But what your mind consciousness is, it links it with the old ones, old thoughts. And now that person is met through stored meaning. This is how relationships become burdened by the past. This does not mean mind consciousness is wrong. It means it's up. When it is not seen as it is, the person is not allowed to be present. The same process builds the meaning of oneself. I know me, myself, my concept. Let's say certain sensations appear. Memory, mind, consciousness links them to the past interpretation, thoughts. The feeling of this is me appears. Meaning of me is not found in the sensation itself. It is added by the thought, by the mind consciousness. Because the meaning repeats, it feels stable. This I-ness, this me, myself, is the one we have used most. We might see a tree, but not every day. But this me, myself, we interact with that every day through our whole life. It has more power than rest of the thoughts. The meaning of me is not found in the sensation. It is added by our mind consciousness. Because the meaning repeats, it feels stable. It feels real. Its stability is not in the sensation itself. It is repeated interpretation. When the interpretation is seen as it is, the meaning of this self, this I-ness, this me, myself concept loosens. This loosening does not remove the functioning. It removes that unnecessary heaviness, clinginess, that suffering. Even after that, meaning continues, that functioning continues. What changes is the grip of meaning, the burden, the heaviness the fire inside us. How fixed meaning creates inner pressure. When meaning is fixed, experience becomes tight. Fixed meaning says, this must be this way, this should not be this way, this means something about me, it's about me, this is happening to me. These statements are rarely seen as added. They feel like facts. Because they feel like facts, they create pressure. Pressure is not in experience, it is in the fixed meaning placed on that experience. When something does not match the fixed meaning, tension appears. The tension is felt as resistance. Resistance feels personal, but the resistance is not in what appears. It is in the clash between appearing and fixed meaning. This is how inner struggle is created. Inner struggle does not come from experience itself. It comes from meaning that refuses to move. There is a feeling that really there is a real me, an I-ness exists, a real person who experiences this outside world exists. The meaning is allowed to move, the struggle softens. Allowing means move does not mean approving everything. It means seeing the meaning as something added, not the truth, not the reality, not something inherent. When meaning is seen as added, it becomes flexible. Flexibility does not remove care, it removes rigidity. This is enough. We can see now how one contact becomes a whole thought world. A single contact does not stay single. It is immediately met by the mind consciousness. Then it does not come as a thought, it comes as a recognition. A recognition feels like you already know this, a knowing. This knowing is not in the contact, it is added to that contact, that feeling, that experience. When recognition happens, other sense patterns are called up. If a sound appears, images related to that sound appears. If an image appears, smells related to that image appear. If a sensation appears, emotional tone related to that sensation appears. Not just one, but every sense that related to that each sense that appears. That's a thought. These related patterns do not belong to the present contact. They belong to past contact. Present contact acts like a trigger. The trigger activates a stored network. The network appears as one unified mental event. This unified event is what is called a thought. Because it is unified, it feels like a single thing. Because it feels like a single thing, it feels meaningful and realistic. The meaning does not come from the contact itself. It comes from the network activated, the mind consciousness. This is why people have different thoughts about the same contact. The contact is similar. Let's say people see a picture or hear a sound, but the stored networks are different. But what they have stored, or like the thoughts about that particular sound, is differ to one another. This shows that thought is not in the contact, it is in the conditioning. Conditioning is not personal, it is accumulated habit. This accumulation begins in childhood. Early experiences link certain sights with certain sounds, certain tastes with certain emotions, certain words with certain images. These early linkings form the base network. Later experiences add more links to the network. It gets more powerful, more heavy. The network becomes dense over time. This dense is experienced as a rich thought world. We are always using a thought world afterwards. The richness is not in the present moment, it is in the accumulated linking. This is why thought can carry more weight than a direct feeling. What we see is a scene, a bunch of colors. What we hear is theater, a sound wave, a vibration. It's not heavy, but the thought that has linked to it can carry more weight than it. So Let's take an example. Direct scene is light, but the thought is heavy because it carries the past. We think it's the past. This heaviness is mistaken for depth or reality. Depth does not come from heaviness. Heaviness comes from accumulated memory, mind consciousness, thoughts. And this is seen, thought is not taken as a mirror of reality. It is seen as an echo of conditioning. This scene does not silence thought, it changes the perception, the wrong view to thought. It becomes an appearance, something we use, a tool, not the reality, not the truth, not an authority. Emotions we get from the mind consciousness act like glue. When sense contacts together, emotion binds them together. A sound appears, thoughts of past emotion linked to that similar sound appear. That gathered pattern is not only a sound now, it is a good sound or a bad sound. Let's take a child, a small child. If that child hears a sound, do they think it's a good sound or a bad sound? No, they just hear a sound, that's all. But our thoughts linked to that similar sound are the ones who labeling it as a good or bad sound. Emotional tones give thought weight. A thought without emotion is light. It passes easily. A thought with emotion stays longer. It repeats more easily because it's more heavier, more powerful. This is how certain thoughts become sticky. The stickiness is not in the thought. It is in the emotion that binds sense pattern together. Strong emotion strengthen the electoral. A thought does not end when it appears. It leaves a trace. The trace is not a clear. It is a tendency, an echo. Tendency pulls the next thought in a similar direction. This is how thinking becomes a stream. Stream is not continuous by nature. It is linked by traces. Thoughts are a natural phenomenon. It does not require a person or owner. When a sense contact appears, a thought forms. When a sound contact appears, another thought forms. The sound itself does not contain the thought, but the thought comes from the sound that it has lived. What is called a thought does not appear on its own. It is built from contact, from habits, and from mind consciousness. It's a natural process, natural phenomenon. When there is contact with the sound, there is a hearing. Hearing itself is just a simple. It is only vibration meeting the ear. There is no meaning in the vibration. There is no image in the vibration. There is no story in that vibration. It just occurs and ceases. But the vibration does not remain alone. Immediately, habit grows. It brings recognition. This had been heard before. That's a work of memory, the mind consciousness. That mind consciousness brings many impressions. The shape linked to that sound, the feeling linked to that sound, the situation linked to that sound, every thought. These impressions do not belong to the present vibration. They belong to the past contact. Yet they appear now as if they belong to this moment. Because they appear now, they are taken as part of the present. That's the illusion of the mind consciousness. This is how a single vibration, an appearance, becomes a full thought. The fullness of the thought does not come from the vibration. It comes from the thought, the mind consciousness. That's that. The vibration only triggers what is already built. Thought that has been linked to that kind of vibration. In the same way, when a color touch, when a color is created by eye, there is only light and form. That colors does not say this is such and such. Meaning, labeling doesn't appear in that color, in that form. Meaning appears from the mind consciousness. With the thought, it is linked to. Now it gives the sounds related to it, the taste related to it, not separately, but as a whole new vibration, a thought, real object at outside. Then the thought arises, it says this is that. That is not in the color itself. It is the habit of labeling. This habit of labeling has been trained since childhood. From the first word learned, from the first object pointed out, from the first face and blame, the mind learns to combine impressions, sound, image, feeling, were tied together. Over time, these ties became strong, these thoughts became strong. Because they are strong, they feel natural. What feels natural is not necessarily true. It is only familiar. It is not the reality. This familiarity creates the illusion that thought is seeing reality, that there is an object, a real object, not a color, but an object that has its own power, a thought object, a mind created object. The present contact is simple. It can be a color, a sound, a taste, smell, a touch. But the thought is layered, and this layering is not seen. The thought is trusted. It is taken as the real, a real object. And now there is a real object outside, and there is a me, a niner, who experience that real object outside. That is the illusion. That is our ignorance. But when this layering, this combination is seen, thought is known as a constructed event. This seeing does not reject the thought, but it starts to see it as it is, a constructed one, a fake one, not taken as a real object, the reality. Then it puts two in its proper place. Thought is usually useful for functioning, for communication, to do your day-to-day activities. But it is not the truth, not useful as a mirror of reality. When this is seen, the mind does not need to fight thoughts. The mind only needs to see how they are made, see through the real perception. Seeing how they are made loosens the attachment. It is not loosened by force or by another thought. Instead, it is loosened by the understanding, the pure truth, understanding how it is built, how it is constructed. What is called insight is not found before thought. What is called outside is also not found before thought. There is only contact before thought. Contact is simple. There is color touching the eye. There is vibration touching the ear. There is pressure touching the body. There is mood touching the environment. Everything is a vibration, an occurrence in our each sense faculty. None of these say, I am from inside, I am from outside, this is me, this is how bad it is. None, nothing. The division appears after the concept. The division is made by the thought. Thought gathers impressions and places them into groups. One group is named as me, and the other group is named as well. If we see something real outside, that is the me, that I-ness itself. This grouping is learned. As a child, the body was pointed out. We go in front of the mirror, and someone tells us, this is you, this is your height, this is how you look. Then onwards, your mind consciousness creates a thought from that image. This is me. This is how I look. And objects were pointed out and said, this is not it. Pointing trained the mind to divide experience. The division was useful for functioning, but it was not the reality itself. Later it becomes habitual, automatically happens. We get used to it. When sensation appears in the body, it is labeled as inside. When the thoughts comes, it is labeled as me. I am thinking. When a color and sound appears, it is labeled as outside. There is something outside. A bird is singing. I see a book. Labels do not come from the sensation itself, but they come from the habit. Habit is not in the present moment. It is carried. It is used frequently for a long period. This is how inside and outside are carried forward into each moment. Because they are carried forward, they feel continuous. This continuity creates the feeling of a stable self inside a stable world. Each moment of contact is new, but the thoughts that labeling related to is solved. And what really happens is when the old labeling is placed into the new contact. This is how the present is covered by past. We are actually looking through a lens of past. Discovering is what makes the experience is familiar and solid. When covering is seen, the illusion unfolds. Contact can be felt as it is. It doesn't remove the world. It removes that extra structure, wrong belief, wrong perception placed on the real outside world. This scene does not stop thought. It frees the mind from being confused by thought. It is the freedom from mind, actually. We'll end our discourse for today. Everybody.
So you have encourage. You want to encourage. You want to. That's a Buddha's word is the virya. Sada virya, sati samadhi prajna. Panch indriya dharma. So Buddha's word is 5. This Panch indriya dharma is Sada is satya, is a truth. Sada is a truth. Someone understood this dharma. He know the truth. He have that. That's a peaceful mind. That is the how is this coming? Does he have anything? Because he understand everything is sound and firm. So it's very worth, I think, understand first what is the happen here. So doctor also tried to explain that. So so this is the very worth point is our mind creation. That is our these senses, eye, ear, nose, mouth, skin type, these senses working. The senses don't we understand. So how is light is happening? How is sound also happening? How is this skin sensor, the hot and cool? How is happening? How is this? So you see, the unbelievable one is it's not outside anywhere. It's your mind. It's only the thought. Thought is not anywhere. You're thinking. This one is very special, everybody, to understand. So we won't talk about this today. Yes, it's the final day before yesterday. Also, we are talking. We discussed why all people in illusion. Why they not understand the truth? They don't know truth. Yeah, it's okay. It's our society. So our religion, so Buddhism, is like a other religious type. So they are talking about going to this heaven. They are thinking that they are someone doing the bad things. They are going evil. So this is happening because there's a generating the power. So someone don't know this dharma. You know any other idea? He thinking is good. Good work is good. Yeah. Bad work is bad. Yeah. Good guys. The good work. The good guy is going heaven. Bad guy going heaven. But it's not really. It's not really happening. So someone try to end in the suffering. He won't end the is bad experience. So people talking about pim power, it's a peanut and power, but they are trying to go in that way. They are trying to doing good things, and they are thinking about going after the good place. But you cannot realize this. It's not Buddha's way. Buddha left it because how do you know how much you have defilements? You don't know. That is how do you know you are doing not? There's a many dana. That's a so try to try to stop this suffering, sadness. That is the point of Buddha also given this point. ending the suffering. So suffering is there, something is here, something is not in here, nobody is here. So that's the type of ending the suffering. So suffering is happening someone. So they want somebody. Suffering is it won't be experienced. So you understand this Dharma, you are not in here. It's a process, it's a system. Every time is creating the one thought is the happening. It's not real. So this is understandable. So someone understood this Dhamma is okay. Karma boom is over. Action and effect Dhamma is on. So real is the coming in front, the cause and effect Dhamma. Because that illusion is over. So that one is the avidya, is a illusion. So it's very worth, I think, understand our sense of creations. Sense of creations is given this different ones and this world and everything. It's your inside is a senses are creating, your inside is power is generating, otherwise automatically is happening. So this power is going, the first is your vision, want to be right, bad ideas, guys. So more today also, like a Buddha's time. So not easy to explain the truth because how much you get in this, because you have experienced bad experience, the wrong experience, wrong vision you have. So, but you don't know it is wrong. You're thinking it is good, but it is not. Because that way, someone is doing something to find the Nibbana, but he's going wrong way. How is happening is not happening. That is why we want to talk about it. It's a very worth our story. It's not a syllabus. We want verify. We want clear this. So you can read that Tripitaka, the Buddha Jain Tripitaka. So there's a sutra, there's a Pali, but in the meaning sometimes you realize be careful, because so sometimes you can't see that, but you know this Dharma, you understand. So someone understood this Dharma. So that is a special, because without understanding this Dhamma, nothing to do anything. Everything is normally happening. Everything is normally happening. He thinking he is alive. He is doing everything. That is why he has sadness and suffering. So this is the point of understanding. It's want to be very clean. So someone, this point is understand. So everything is sound and firm. Is after that. It's okay. Some period you are realizing practically. You are trying to doing something because you are thinking, and you are thinking. Your stimulus, your thoughts are coming inside. Awareness is creation happening. Inside awareness is creations happening. So that's the jnana. So you can feel it. It's not a thinking. It's a feel. It's a tranquility and peace and calm mind is coming. No inside pain, no inside burning. So this understand one. Yeah, but what you want is experience, because the experience is practically. It's not after it's not believing. It's not trust. is experience you have. It's okay. That is a type of confirm what is that happen here. So we have experience. Many guys asking the knowledge. They are in knowledge. Many of them in knowledge. So inside the awareness, they are not. Their attraction is given inside awareness. You won't. You won't think this one. This someone is someone is looking the this way, especially this inside awareness. It's not a normal awareness. Normally awareness is somebody is doing something is there. That's a normally. But super awareness we are talking. Buddha's is a cause and effect. That's a vidarsana. Vidarsana is not a samatha. Samatha is a no more stimulus, no more thoughts. There's a no given to value. So samatha, we are talking about concentration meditation. Is not ending the suffering. It's not ending the defilements. So it's not ending the sadness because there's a doing that leg cross sitting and briefing and exhaling and the concentration meditation people, but they don't know how is this soul is happening, how is this life feel is coming, how is this mind is creations. They don't know. That is why they are in illusion. They are thinking they are living outside. So they are thinking they are living outside. How they can find the truth? They can't do that because various of animals have individually themselves have that's the world. This world is individually just everybody. That's there are mind creations given, not anywhere. That is why it's not happening to outside. Someone thinking outside is not this Dhamma. It's your mind creations. So that especially is the your life feel, your soul. That creation is effort is that one. It's very special, I think. As understand. The true Dhamma. The true Dhamma is talking about the truth. Dhamma is Buddhist philosophy. Most of them talking about Buddhist philosophy. But what's the truth? What's the real truth? What's really is happening? It's very worth everybody. So this I won't tell in this inside awareness. That's a super awareness. It's very worth. Because it's a jnana. Otherwise, Buddha is telling it's a jnana. How is jnana is not a thinking. Jnana is not a thoughts. Jnana is your inside is we are not talking about the normal awareness because normal awareness is somebody won't thinking. Somebody think something this chair or table or someone is thinking that chair is a chair. There's inside is awareness is coming. Yeah, there is not chair. It's a sound and films. Normally it's people. Normally everything is normally is happening. But inside meditation is normally everything is happening, but uh, your inside is that's no any value is coming every these thoughts, no values. That's understand finally is coming this. What is the truth is somebody won't understood. So it's very worth. This is the point of I want explain this. That's a super awareness. That's the Adhigata Samadhi, Buddha's word. How is coming? That's a super awareness is normally is everything is here. Nothing happen anything. That is why. So that's a Buddha's word is Nisato Nijyo Sunyo. It's a Buddha's word is no being, no living being, nothing existent. That's a these thoughts are normally here. Otherwise, you can see, you can hear. Mind sense are also working. So everything is normal, but there's the inside. Not anybody is here. That's only the actions, creations. No one is doing otherwise. Nobody is here otherwise. It's a system is working. Mind creation is the working. That's the that's everything is normally you are doing. You are cooking or something. You are at home. Day-to-day activities is going, or someone is doing the job, or something doing. That's everything is you can do. There's no problem anything. Anywhere. Nothing happen. Nothing change anything. But your inside is not value is coming. That's the ending suffering. It's very worth. That one is how is coming. That's understand one. First, you want to know the truth. This is special. So, I like someone have question or something. So this non-soul Dhamma and the cause and effect Dhamma. So more people in action and effect, but it's not Buddha's word. But they can't understand this because there's a case is the books. There's a Renkai Chandramala Theros wrote books. Havandi Nibbana. So they are not that books haven't cause and effect Dhamma. They are talking only the action and effect. So they are given this our society to action and effect Dhamma. They are always talking about action and effect. It's a silly point because nobody is here who is the action and effect. But they are thinking they are in here. And how they can get this done? It's not easy. So more people today, whole world, is struggling here. They want truth, they finding, but it's not easy. How they can meet this Dhamma? How they can listen this Dhamma discourses? That is why I try to explain this Dhamma, English language. Because Sinhala Dhamma discourses I did more, 4,000 over. So Sri Lankan guys, who is talking Sinhala, know the Sinhala language. Yeah, more Dhamma discourses you can hear. But foreign guys, other guys, how this understand? They want this because this is the real one. How they understand? That is why they want English. I have to say I want to do this. Actually it's my duty. I want to do this English language. Yeah, it's coming day by day. Mm, yeah, so I'm trying to explain is my side. So your side you want to encourage. You want this your side have so especially is the Sandhitikadam. Is no one can given easily. Because your inside is covered with coming. The truth is a experience. You want experience otherwise. So someone can join with me and discussing what is how is the cause and effect and how is the action and effect done. Why people in action and effect yeah, it's okay. Why Sri Lanka here, over there 90% over there in misconception. So they are thinking they are in Buddhist guy. I'm talking about the Buddhist people. Only the Buddhist people. So, Buddhist guys, I think, yeah, it's 90,000, 90 second. So 19 plus, I think. That's in misconception. They are in action and effect. Most of them. So same Buddhist time, Buddha's time. Buddha's time they are in action and effect otherwise. Buddha said Jatila Niganta Brahman. Today not Jatila Niganta Brahman. Today they are thinking they are Buddhist. That is why we are talking about is a Niganta Bhikshu. A Niganta is a Buddhist. Why? They are in action and effect. They don't know cause and effect. They are thinking action and effect, cause and effect. They are thinking everything is same, but it's not same. Action is effect. You are going. You want something outside. Action is effect. Someone going outside is permanent because outside is real. No, that is why they are going that way. But inside meditation is a cause and effect. It's very rare. It's not common. It's not easily coming to you. You won't find it. That is right. It's okay. Somebody can join with me and your words given us.